Good morning, everybody. Long time no see. As in, it's been maybe 18 hours tops. Something like that. Anyway, hello everyone. Welcome to a very special stream. Because this one was promised for the subathon. It was part of the sub goals. It was actually one of the ones that I thought we would never reach. That was a pretty consistent theme in the subathon, actually. That was a really consistent theme in the subathon when I think back to it. Because I made all those stretch goals, right? And I called them stretch goals because I'm like, we're not gonna do them. Like, that would be ridiculous, guys. I put a bunch of genuinely insane ideas into the stretch goals because I really didn't think we were going to get anywhere close to them. And so here we are. This one was granted in exchange for the sub goal reaching a total 3,000, not the sub goal I guess, but the total donation goal reaching about 3,000 in that subathon. We have yet more things that we need to do. Because I think we reached a total of, I don't know, it was like just shy of 6,000, I think. I think that's where we eventually ended up. So we actually got most of the sub goals, and this is one of them. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be a good one. How long is the stream gonna be? Who knows? I calculated it out, and if I took 1 minute to rate each country, then it would take me 16 hours. See, the worst part about this is, maybe not the worst part, one of the really bad parts about this is that on YouTube, your VODs can only last 12 hours. And so, that means that if the stream goes any longer than 12 hours, people will not be able to go back and check the fully completed tier list. That's a bit of an issue. So I'm gonna try to fit this in under 12 hours, and what that means is there's a good chance I'm gonna look at a country, and I'm gonna be like, yeah, that seems like a B tier. Like I'm going to vibe check a lot of countries. Restart stream. I guess we could do that technically, like have a part 1, part 2. If it gets to that, then that will be the last resort, is ending the stream. It's not even 12 hours actually, it's technically 11 hours and 55 minutes exactly. So at that point, then I have to end the first stream and start a second stream. Yeah, there are going to be quite a few countries out there that I'm just going to give a quick vibe check on. Especially a lot of the ones in North America, in the New World. Like, if there are a bunch of countries that are in the same group and are really close to each other and have, I don't know, maybe I'll look at their ideas, but like there's a really good chance they're going to end up in a similar tier, just because I'm not exactly just looking at ideas. There's going to be quite a bit of stuff for us to look at for each country, technically speaking. Now the other problem is that a lot of the things that you'd factor into when rating a country on a tier list is its mission tree, and I actually have not played all the mission trees in EU4. Remember, all this yapping cuts into rating time? True, but I need to set the guidelines and the rules, and we need to have the common understanding of what the stream's going to be and what I'm going to be doing in it, right? So as I mentioned, I haven't played all the mission trees. There's a good chance there's going to be a country that's like a sleeper build that actually has a really good mission tree that I haven't played, and I'm going to put it in a category that doesn't make sense simply because I have not played them. And that's probably going to end up happening just because I have not played all of the new stuff. 1 year stream? Absolutely. Absolutely. And you call yourself a professional EU4 player? I know. Actually shameful. This does include formables, and this includes basically any tag in the game that is not either A pirate, B, a native, or C, what's the third thing that usually pops up? What's that third tag? I know there's a third one that doesn't have anything. Rebels? Rebels, that's the one. Any tag that is not a rebel, pirate, or native, because those are 3 technical tags that exist in the game that aren't real tags, because you can't play them, but they are assigned a tag value, technically speaking. But we can't rate those, because you can't play them. So, those are the 3 options. What about that nation that's overpowered? Are you talking about Sweden, France, Oirat, Yuan, just generally speaking, the Ottomans, or like half the countries in the game? Just kidding. Anyway, let's actually get started because we have a lot on our plate today. I'm not even gonna wait for people to join the stream. Jan Mayen is... That is a tag in the game, isn't it? Shoot. And so are the synthetics. That's true. Well, they're on the list. Tragically, they are on the list and they will be rated because you can play them. That's... yeah, no, that's just how it's gonna be, I guess. Okay, let me open up my chats on the side so that I can read chat. Spoiler, or warning, really, I'm not gonna be reading too much of chat unless I really mess up the rating for a country and then I can be argued into changing it, maybe, possibly, we'll see. Okay, so without further ado, this is the tier list. Also, chat's kind of in the way. I'm gonna have to move you guys. Chat, you guys can go on a dark background, which will highlight the text and hopefully will not be an issue. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Hold on a second. Well, yes, but in this case, the reason I'm stupid is because I can just move this over. Wow, isn't that easy? Oh, not that far. Okay, there we go. Don't move us. I'm sorry, you're being moved. Get moved. You guys can be there, and then I can do this. Yes, that should be perfect. Okay, and then I do this, and then I do that. Insert horde here is above everything else. Okay, yeah, so there are going to be some quick vibe checks like that, where I'm going to look at a country and be like, yeah, that's a horde. That's just going to go in immediate A tier. Just like, yeah, that's just how it is. Also, what are the qualifications for these countries? The idea is, if you can play a country, and you can play it widest, super fast, then that gives it extra points. Not super fast, but like if you have really good ideas that sort of allow it to be easier to blob as that country. Like, when we're talking about how good a country is, we're talking within the context of general wide gameplay that I think most players play. There are going to be some countries that are better for tall gameplay, of course, but that is not going to be part of the criteria for today. I mean, it might be development ideas or development cost reduction is pretty decent until it gets to a point where it doesn't really matter as part of a national idea. For example, Korea is pretty cracked. Korea is going to be up there on the list because they can get like 200% dev cost reduction, etc., etc. Yeah, so it might be factored in a little bit. Maybe it's not going to be strict. A lot of this is going to be a vibe-based thing. I'm going to put a lot of countries in tiers that you will not agree with, and I might not even have the time to explain myself. And that's just how we're doing things today because of the sheer volume of tags we're going through. If you wanted to, you could count all of these, but this is every single tag that exists in the game. All 971 of them. It doesn't look like that, but I had a couple people independently verify that every single tag in the game is indeed there. At least in theory, because I did not technically count each one to make sure that they're all accounted for. But yeah, use your imagination and a little bit of multiplication, and I'm pretty sure all 971 are in there. Unfortunately, the way that they're in there is in alphabetical order, which is not the way that they are in the wiki page. So a lot of these countries I'm not going to know just by looking at them, and I'm going to have to look up their names, because this is just their flags, of course. That's probably going to slow me down quite significantly. For example, I think this isn't this one Zulu? Or no, that's Mutapa, that's an M, right, okay, never mind. No, they should all be in alphabetical order, which does not make my life easier, but you know what, it's what we've got. It's the best we can do. Also, this is just a blank square. I don't know what country this is. I guess we'll find out. Dude hasn't even memorized every country name. I know, literally fake EU4 player. Okay, so starting off we have Aachen. I think this is Aachen. Is the flag. Let me take a look at him. I know it's gonna Be extremely painful to try and actually do a real look at this stuff. But I'm gonna have to have the Paradox Wiki open on... Oh shoot, where am I gonna have that open? I have chat over here, I have stream over there. Oh, I can put it where my stream is. Yeah, no, I can do that. Okay, let me do this. Make sure I don't cover up chat. If a country has a good late game but bad/average early game, how will you factor that in? Vibes based. A lot of vibes. That's what the stream is going to be a lot of. I'm gonna look at a country and be like, yeah, that seems B tier. Okay, so Aachen, for example, they're all right. In Germany, Catholic, pretty strong religion. Western tech group, pretty solid. In the HRE, kind of a minus in some ways. Their ideas, they're all right. They're really not that great. Ideas are more like a D tier. You know what? We're gonna throw Aachen into a solid. I don't know how their mission tree is. We're gonna put it like a solid. We're gonna throw that in like a C tier. Yeah. Oh, I should explain the tiers, by the way. I should explain the tiers. We have at the very top, Paradox, please nerf. Then we have, of course, the regular rankings, and then at the bottom we have Yikes. Yikes is reserved for countries that are so bad that they really don't even deserve F tier. They are below bad. This might be, for example, something like Ainu. Ainu might be going into the Yikes tier, possibly. Yeah, maybe, possibly. Yeah, probably. In fact, I'm pretty sure about Ainu being in the Yikes tier. That I'm just gonna throw it in the Yikes tier right now. Absolutely no mission tree, animist religion, pretty much nothing of value that Ainu actually brings to the table. No unique events, no flavor. They just kind of exist near Japan, and that's the only thing they can do. Ainu can form Japan, right? Okay, any country can technically form Japan if we're doing this. But no, Ainu on their own, because they're not in the Japanese culture group, cannot. Like, if you don't culture swap, then... Like, we're not gonna say, oh, but as any country, you can do anything. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. It's just not really how we're doing things today. Yeah, so drop an Ainu in the Yikes tier for sure. And then I think what we have next is, I think that's Atcha, like ACEH. I think that's the tag right there. Just taking a look at it. Yep. Okay, let's open up that tab. Take a look at it real quick. Really glad that the EU4 wiki is not down today, because sometimes it is, and that would ruin everything. So let's look at these guys. They can form Malaya. Okay, solid. They have really good ideas, actually. Tech cost, province war score cost, missionary strength. Damn, not too bad. They're situated. They are Sunni, pretty decent religion. Tech group is Chinese, not too bad of a tech group. And they do have some missions and can form Malaya. Okay, you know what? Ooh, that might also go in the C tier. I would also like to add, it could be B-ish, maybe. Aceh is on Sumatra? Yes, it's on the northwestern tip of Sumatra. Wait, Sumatra? Yes, Nusantara is the name of Malaya. Okay, I was mixing up the names. I'm not going to be putting these in any specific order, by the way. I know some people will be like, oh, you know, it should be, you know, if you have a country that's like closer to the left on C tier, then that's better than the countries on the right on C tier. We don't have time for that. Especially as we get later into the stream, we're not doing that. If it's going in a tier, it's going in a tier. We are considering everything in a tier to be the same, which is not realistic, but it's what we have time for. So, and they have a monument. That's true, they do have a monument. I don't know if I would factor in... I don't know. Because other countries also could factor in monuments. Let me think about that. We're probably not going to be factoring monuments too much. Just because it's kind of part of the religion, I guess. Not always, but you know what? They're pretty strong. Would they end up being stronger than Aachen? I think they could either go in a C or a B tier. Let's throw them also in a C tier. Yeah, we'll go with that. Then we have Achaia. That is a releasable. I know I've taken way more than 1 minute per country already. Does Achaia have their own ideas? What do you have? You aren't telling me anything. Okay. They have Greek ideas. Okay, sure. Greek ideas, they're kind of okay. They start, if you release them, they start Orthodox. Western Tech Group Orthodox. Curious. Achaia is actually Western Tech Group. Yeah, let's go with... I feel like it's you could reform Byzantium, I suppose. I suppose you could do that, probably. The fact that you can form Byzantium, I guess. That's what saves it from a D tier. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Vibes based. Moving on. We don't have time to second guess ourselves. Who's this next? That would be Adal, I think. Does this mean we can expect an EU4 A to Z in the near future? No. Adalite ideas? Oh, they have their own missions too. Ooh, I have not played these guys at all. Is that a real, actual mission tree? Not really. It's kind of a mission tree. Okay, that does give it an extra point. Let's see. Manpower, recovery speed. Discipline, artillery combat. Ooh, decent ideas. And they do start Sunni. East African Tech Group, kind of mid though. Yeah, we're gonna throw in D tier. Alright, next. Who is this? I genuinely don't even know. Aden? I'm goated. Okay. At least C tier? We're gonna be saving those for special countries, the better ones. I might be starting low and getting a little better as we move on. I don't know. Anyway, we have Arabian ideas, but not United Arabian ideas, which I think are different. Maybe. Anyway, Aden. Yeah, I don't know. They give me D tier vibes. What is that? Okay, next we have Afghanistan. Remember, we do have to rate formables later. So it might not be wise to factor in formables right now. Like, oh, this country can form this. Yeah, but we're going to rate the formables later. You know? Like, we will get there for those guys. Anyway, Afghanistan. They do start the game. A subject, they can form the Mughals easily. I like how I just said. We don't have to factor in formables, and then I do that immediately. Let's see. They can either form Persia, they can also form the Mughals, because that's an Afghanistan moment. Have combat, attrition for enemies, 33% general cost. This is a pretty good ambition, actually. Manpower, what missions do they have? Do they have missions? Timurid missions. Shares the same missions as the Timurid. Ooh, shoot, that could actually bump them up quite a bit. That could bump them up a lot, actually. Ooh, okay, yeah, no, those are pretty good missions. Those are pretty good missions. If they do share the same, that's at least... It's like Timurids, but a little worse. And they can... okay, no, that's B tier. We have the first B tier. Like, in theory, if we were ranking these, they would be like a low B tier. But we're not... Yeah. Shouldn't consider culture swap formables. But can't... Well, yeah, but can't Afghanistan form both? Without culture swapping? And yeah, we did mention earlier, we're not going to consider culture swap formables. Yeah. Hold on. I think to form Eagles, they can just do that, because they're Afghanistan. At least the wiki indicates that they can. I don't know. Anyway. We don't have time to think about this. Next. That's Ajam. Ajam... Let me see. You have missions, don't you? Ideas. Tolerance of heretics. That's super mid when playing a Muslim nation. That's like incredibly mid, not gonna lie. I mean, I guess the area they rule over is Shia. But it takes like several ideas to get there. Yeah, I don't know. They can also form a couple different countries. I guess that would like reasonably put them kind of where Afghanistan is, but like not well. Screw it. Yeah, you go there, I guess. Fine. Next. I don't even know what this is. Is that Ajuran? That is Ajuran. I'm goated. National unrest, missionary, development costs, morale of armies. They're not bad. They're not bad. What about Ajuran missions? How are your missions? I don't know about the events.
Money's not even real, actually.
Are you considering unique achievements?
We are not going to be considering achievements in this tier list today. Thank you very much for the 249 euro super chat, though, Christian Dimitrov. I really appreciate that. Yeah, no, today what we're considering is mostly like the quality of a country based on its missions, where it is, its situation, its religion, its tech group, etc., etc. Yeah, generally speaking. Like, so for example, like Ajuran does have missions. I don't know if they're great, but having missions is typically like a bonus anyway. A lot of countries do. They are East African tech group, which is not that great. They have decent ideas. I would probably put them in like a solid C tier. Moving on. Then Akamatsu. Akamatsu. I've never seen this country. Oh, that's because it's releasable. That makes sense. Akamatsu. Daimyo ideas. Ooh, default daimyo ideas? Haven't seen those like ever. 5% discipline. A lot of the Japanese countries are probably just gonna go in the same tier, if we're being real. Like, they're not too different from one another. I might make an exception for like Oda, because they have kind of cracked ideas. But, yeah, we're probably going to throw a lot of the Japanese daimyos into the same tier. Just on principle of them being very similar countries outside of their ideas. But yeah, so daimyo ideas are kind of okay. They're just sort of alright. But they can form Japan. I don't know if I'm really going to throw that in too much as a factor. But, they have potential. They have potential for sure. I think we can just sort of chuck them into... We're gonna throw them in, like, C tier. I think a lot of the Japanese daimyos are just gonna get thrown into C tier. What about Seoul, the daimyo, the pirate daimyo? They need to be A tier. Okay, we can make some exceptions. Like, that's fine. And then Japan itself, as a country, is probably gonna get thrown in, like, A tier. Just for... Or, like, S tier, because they did get a huge buff in the last update. So, like, the daimyos themselves we're gonna consider not as good as Japan itself, because that's gonna be, like, you know, that's gonna be like a whole separate thing. Japan as the tag is gonna be rated a lot higher than the daimyos. Next we have, I think that's Axum. I haven't played a full game of Axum. I did play him a little bit. At least I think that's the flag of Axum. Yes, it is. Nice. Coptic, really C or D tier religion. But Axum itself has insanely cracked ideas. Like, genuinely, I don't know what they were thinking with this. You get the discipline, the governing capacity, the aggressive expansion, the war score cost versus other religions, the tech cost, the trade efficiency, the manpower, and the tolerance of the true faith. Genuinely insane. And they do have some pretty decent missions as well, I think. Because well... I assume that you're really only going to form them as Ethiopia. I guess you can as a different country. Technically. But then they have the Ethiopian missions as well. Axum, that might actually even go into A tier. Those ideas are insane. Genuinely cracked. For donation voiceovers, have you considered getting an AI to reproduce your voice to read the text out rather than a horrible voice? No, because I do not want my voice to read something that I do not have control over. But I appreciate the suggestion. Next, is that Alaska? Has anybody ever in the history of EU4 ever played Alaska? Who knows? They do have their own ideas. And damn boy, those are actually good ideas. Surprisingly. The morale of navies, light ship combat, those are kind of mid because, you know, naval. Development cost, 15%, really solid. 20% core creation cost, 15% land fire damage. More settlers, which is useful for where they are. 10% heavy ship combat ability, not too bad. But unfortunately, that's just really not a lot that they have going for them. That's kind of it. They might even go into an E or possibly even an F tier because they have decent ideas, but like to play them, you just gotta wait a while for the most part. And outside of that, they're not in a great place either. They might just go to an F tier, to be honest. It's really not great. They could get some gold, I guess, but it's really not amazing. What are we basing the tiers off of? Vibes. I will be passing a vibe check on each country. There will be absolutely no consistency in this tier list. Do not use it as one that you would consider to be like a reasonable tier list that you care about. This is not to be taken seriously in the slightest. Thank you. Is that in yikes? That's Ainu. Okay, Albania. They do have some missions. I remember playing Albania because I got their achievement, and I remember their missions are extremely mid. I think they have like a few decent ones, but they're really old, I think, at this point. And so they kind of have some ones at this point. Compared to the stuff that they've been making for the new countries, the new mission trees. So, Albania. Their ideas are okay. They do get Skanderbeg, that's true, and then he dies like 3 years into the game, and the rest of your campaign is absolutely screwed. So, based on everything else we see here, Albania might get thrown into E tier, perhaps, possibly, maybe. We might do that. Next, I don't even know which country that is. That's not good, because these are unfortunately in alphabetical order. What country is this, chat? Alençon? Oops. Alençon. Releasable. That's why I don't know this country, because I barely ever see it on the map. Okay, so what ideas do they have? French ducal ideas. Those are kind of okay. I suppose they can kind of form France, I guess. Really not the greatest of countries, but they're not horrible. We could probably throw them in like E tier. It's certainly not F, and it's not yikes. It's just kind of it's all right. Next, I believe that is Algeria. Let me take a look here. Or Algiers. That's the country in the game. They do get Berber ideas. And if I remember correctly, they do end up getting their own. They get the raiding ability. It is kind of rough. That is true. Okay. They do have one thing going for them, and that is the fact that they can be like a pirate republic. Wait, they don't actually get, not a pirate republic, you know what I mean. The coastal raiding ability. They do though, don't they? Raiding is a through navy button? Hold on. They start as a Barbary Ikta, which means that they do get the raiding ability, and that does bump them up a point. Played as Mzab, became Algiers, and I lost it? How is that even possible? Okay, yeah, it's not a pirate republic, but they do, at least according to the wiki, get the Barbary Ikta. I'm just gonna go with what the wiki says, because that's the only thing I've really been using as a source of understanding for this. And in that case, that kind of puts them in like E tier. Because like their ideas are okay, their situation is not great. They are Sunni tech group, and they do get, or sorry, Muslim tech group, and they do get Sunni as a religion. Those are good, and they do get to raid. That's kind of saving them out of the F tier. Actually, you know what? They can get D tier. They can get D tier. That's fine. Yeah, they can get D tier. Next we have, I think that's Alodia. Alodia. Orbit, what's your stance on the British occupation of Alençon during the Anglo-Norman Wars? I guess they had it that one time. I don't know. I think they should have held on to it for longer. Not like super long, like 17 more days. That's my position. Okay, when I type in Alodia, it really doesn't give me what I'm looking for here. That's not helpful. Redirected from Alodia, and then I look down. Okay, I don't even know what ideas Alodia has. Oh, hold on. Pause. Nubian ideas? Tribal monarchy, Coptic. Curious. They are Nubian culture, so they do get the Nubian ideas. Goods produced, stab cost, missionary strength, cav combat. Ooh, a lot of these are not great outside of those. They don't have any ideas either. That might be... Ooh, yeah, no, those guys are not that great. We might even put them in either E or F tier. No, they're definitely worse than Albania. Yeah, we're gonna put them in F tier. It's not as bad as Yikes. Like, Ainu's definitely Yikes for sure, because they're also animist. At least Alodia has religious mechanics. They might just go in F tier. You know, we're gonna keep them there. I believe this next one is Amagol. I'm actually really surprised that I'm memorizing all these flags. Doing this instead of remembering anything that's actually useful. Let's go. Coptic is the only good thing. Yeah, it saves them from Yikes tier, pretty much. So Amagol. Again, Japanese daimyo. We're just gonna throw them in C tier. Unless they have really good ideas. They're not bad, actually. Discipline, goods produced, morale of armies, infantry combat ability. Ooh. But they're not like a jam good, not on their own. Because a jam has like their own special missions. Like the Japanese daimyos, I think they have missions, but they're not like... They don't have that dog in them yet. Not until they form Japan, you know what I mean? They start with a level 3 fort, that's true. Hold on, just for reference, because I know where I'm going to put Oda. Let me just check the Oda ideas real quick. Because Oda I consider to be more cracked than the average country. Oh, yeah, no, never mind. Oda's like literally a tier above in terms of their ideas. No, we're keeping Almago in C tier. We're doing that. Next, we have Andalusia. Andalusia, pretty solid. I don't even have to look up the ideas because I know their ideas are really good. I'm going to anyway, just for reference, but... this could be in A tier. I don't know if I would consider it, like, in S tier out the gate. Because it definitely used to be a lot better than it is now compared to the new stuff. You know, we've had feature creep, we've had power creep over the last few years. So Andalusia, just by comparison, has kind of been dropping down the ladder a little bit. But I think we can still call that like a solid A tier. We're just gonna throw them right in there. Next, we have another Japanese daimyo I don't remember the name of. What would this one be? Ando? Is that the one? Thank you very much. Ando. Let me look at those ideas. Those are kinda mid. God, yeah, those are mid. Okay, if I could put them in a lower tier than the rest of the daimyo, I might even... No, I'm just kidding. I'll just put them in the same tier. Next. England. A country that people actually play. Let's go. So, are we gonna rate them based on... Well, no, I mean, they have the whole Angevin mission tree, too. Oh, right, this is Angevin. This is not England. This is Angevin. You're right. I got mixed up because this is the old flag of England. You're right, it's not England, it's Angevin. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure this is like literally in Paradox Please Nerf tier, isn't it? Let me take a quick look. Hold up. Because they have their own, like, Angevin missions. Like, these guys are cracked. 20% CCR, the 5% discipline, 15% governing capacity, infantry combat ability, the ideas are cracked, they're Catholic, Western tech group, and the missions are insane. Okay, yeah, we're throwing that immediately into Paradox Please Nerf tier. Absolutely. No questions asked. We move on. I believe this next one is... Hold on. No, I've seen this country before. Anhalt. That's the one. Anhalt. What do you have for ideas? Tech cost tradition? Pretty goated. The rest of the ideas, they're kind of okay. Missionary strength versus heretics. I mean, that's relevant in Europe. That's fair. Terrible ambition. What about those ideas? What do you have there? I mean, you can form Saxony, but let's not pretend that they are Saxony at this point in time. Because they can form any number of countries, but we have those formables coming up anyway. So I don't know if I'd consider them any better or worse than Aachen. Just like generally speaking. Like, they might be same tier, you know? They're not great, they're not bad, but they have like a decent position. The Free City, I mean, yeah, that doesn't count for too much, really. As soon as you start expanding, that disappears, but... They have, like... The ideas are okay, they're in a good situation, like a good position and stuff. Yeah, we'll toss them in C tier and call it a day. Next, we have... Oh boy, this is really testing the limits of my knowledge of the game. That's a tough one. Chat, which one is this? I don't know. Anisa? Anisa. Okay. I'm really glad that I'm live streaming this because it would take me actually 3 minutes per country minimum just to find them. Uh-oh, I can't have the wiki load on me like this. Okay, what ideas do they have? Arabian ideas. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna toss them in the same tier that I tossed these guys into. Yeah, I'll just go with that. Okay, next. I have genuinely never seen this country in my life. Yeah. Annam? Is that one of the ones that can split off from... Oh, no, you're right. That is Annam. That's one of the Vietnamese break-off tags, isn't it? Okay, let's see. They can restore Dai Viet. That is their main thing. I don't know, I might give them an exception and say like maybe they get the point for restoring Dai Viet. I mean, they get the Vietnamese missions anyway. It's not like forming Dai Viet changes anything. In fact, this country is functionally the same as Dai Viet. It just spawns later in. It's the South Vietnamese one. Okay, not the North one. But they have literally the same primary culture, the same missions, and the same ideas. They are functionally the same as Dai Viet, they just spawn later on. If you wanted to play as them, I guess it's a pain. We'll just put them in the same tier as Dai Viet. It's pretty much the same country. Now, what would we do with that exactly? We have the technology cost, the morale of armies, core creation cost, the manpower, the infantry combat ability. They're actually not too bad. They do have the Chinese tech group, which is pretty decent. Mahayana, ooh, I'm not gonna lie, I hate playing as the Buddhist religions in EU4. I actually despise their mechanics. They're incredibly annoying. Let's look at those missions real quick. Just like a quick look at them. Okay, nothing too special looks like. I did a quick scan. We're gonna give them a C tier. Yeah. Well, no. Well, They would get like a low B tier. Fine, we'll put them in... Screw it, no, C tier. No, I lied. It's hard, because to me, it's just like, it's in between those two, you know? Can join Chinese culture? C tier. I'm keeping it there. Next. I know this country. Ansbach. Chat knows it faster than I know this country. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Booster. Ansbach. Ooh, the 10% aggressive expansion, the dev cost, the unrest, the goods produced, cav combat, discipline. Okay. Okay, I was not familiar with their game. My apologies, Ansbach. Catholic Western Tech Group. That can put them in a solid, above D tier. Like I'd probably put them like above Aachen in terms of what they've got. They can form Franconia, but we're gonna like actually rate Franconia later. You know what I mean? We're really gonna try and like keep these countries like on their own standing as best I can. Now, of course, I'm gonna be biased. I'm gonna be like, oh, this country can form this country, which is true. Like a lot of them can in terms of formables, but yeah, no, we're gonna try and keep it sort of where they are. C for HRE. I feel like a lot of HRE countries are gonna be C. Because on their own, they're not going to be massively influential, but they're like in a decent position compared to most other countries in the world. Just like, you know, access to institutions, the tech group, their religion's pretty good. Yeah, that kind of thing. So it's going to count into it, but not 100% since you're rating the formables later? Yeah. Okay, next. What is this country? Also, listen, if you... No, don't ask me why a country is in a place where it is, because there's a good chance I will have forgotten already why I put it there. I will not be able to answer the question. And tomorrow, thank you. Tribal democracy. That is an interesting government form. I don't think I've seen that one. East African Tech Group. Oof. Not amazing. Sunni, decent religion. We have... National unrest, idea cost, diplo rep, tolerance, the true faith. Those are kind of alright. And diplomat, pretty unique to get a diplomat in a national idea. You don't recognize that country? I think my brain is actually working off of 4 hours of sleep, and I know that because I got 4 hours of sleep. You're just gonna have to work with me here. Yeah, the flags are in alphabetical order because, I don't know why. I used a website to strip all of the images from the tag order in the wiki page, and then I just used those images. But tier list didn't upload them in the order that I uploaded them. It did it alphabetically, which was okay, whatever, I guess. But anyway, yeah, so this country and tomorrow, we're gonna give that like a solid, I'm gonna be honest, that might be like a solid D tier maybe? Like throw it in there, possibly. Why England's in there? Because that's Angevin, not England. Remember, they changed the English flag to a different one, and they made the Old English flag the Angevin flag. Ak Koyunlu. I recognize that one. Rally of Armies, Cav combat to start with. Ooh, 20% CCR. They're kind of cracked, actually. They're kind of cracked. They might have that dog in them. You know what I mean? Like, they could be pretty decent. Let me open those missions real quick. Get a quick scan of them. Because it's one of the newer ones, which is why I'm thinking, like, it's actually probably pretty good. One of the newer mission trees. Yeah, I might even give that a B. But no, like, the idea's gotta be A tier. Like, we're talking, like, are they better than Andalusia? They're, like, at least same tier as Andalusia. At this point. Just, with the stuff that they have, you get a special horde reform. I've been informed, because I actually haven't played the new Akkoyonlu. We can toss that in A. I think they get A for Akkoyonlu. That's fair. A low A? Okay, we're not really going with the low A, high B. We have too many countries to really sort that out, but yeah. I think this is Aquileia? Aquileia. Initially, they start as a non-horde tribal gov. Yeah. But, like, they have some really good missions and ideas. Are we also considering their starting position with countries around them? Sort of. Not explicitly. I am assuming that the person playing Akkoyonlu was competent enough to kill the Ottomans. So what does Aquileia have? They have divine ideas? Dude, those are ancient. But they're not bad. They're not terrible, at least. They get the CCR, they get the discipline, the missionary, the manpower recovery speed, national tax. Do they have any ideas, these guys, Aquileia? I assume they don't. I assume they don't even get the Venetian ideas. That's gotta be like an E tier, to be honest. Like, they have a really good trade node. Yeah. They can kill Venice. Yeah, they can make money. That's what saves them from being F tier. Well, that and the fact that they're in Europe. But, like, am I being too harsh on them compared to, like... Yeah, no, maybe I'm being too harsh compared to, like, Achaea. They can get thrown in D tier. They have a really good, like, trade node, and, like, they have the Western Tech group, and they're Catholics, so, like, you know, they get some bonuses from the religion being good. And the tech group just being a good tech group, but anyway. Arabia, I'm seeing chat is really encouraging S tier for Arabia. I don't actually remember the Arabia tree. I think I did play it. Let me look at those ideas. United Arabian ideas. War score cost 2 missionaries. That's insane. They are a conversion machine with the 2 missionaries and the 3 missionary strength. Tolerance of the true faith, minus 10 years of separatism. The average Arabia player does not have the word rebel in their lexicon. Sheesh. Yeah, we'll go with... I think the missions are probably gonna really give them something better than just the ideas, though. If I can just take a quick look at those. Arabia's S or A. Yeah, they're certainly not in the Paradox Please Nerf category, but... Oof, they got a chunky mission tree. And it is one of the new ones. You know what? Yeah, let's throw them an S tier. Throw them an S tier, call it a day with that. Definitely better than Axum, so I'm saying it observes... It deserves S tier. Okay, next, I think that's Aragon. So we just had Arabia, so that would make sense. Aragon's pretty decent. You know, you do get that Iberian wedding. Where's Aotearoa? Oh my god, wait, where is Aotearoa? Wait. Is it in New Zealand? Wait. We can't be missing any tags. That would be really, really bad. It's actually important that we deal with this right now, because you're right. No, this is it, isn't it? It is New Zealand. Okay. I thought that the tag's name was actually Aotearoa. I think it's this, isn't it? Or no, that wouldn't make sense. That's way too far down. That's Ryukyu. So, New Zealand. It changed the flag on the left. Ah, this is the one. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Oh no, I moved that. Shoot, there we go. Okay, whew. We're good. We're chilling. No, the red, black, white swirl? Wait, what is this one then? Wait, what? I'm just gonna trust chat that it's there, so that when we get there, we are able to rate it. Because I'm not gonna try and play whack-a-mole with this and try to find it. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. I'm just not seeing it off the basis of me taking a quick glance. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, Aragon. They do start with the Naples PU. That's pretty solid. They do have, you know, Western Catholic. They get the Iberian wedding, Iberian Union. I think their ideas are really solid as well. They're one of the best countries, I think maybe even the best country to form Rome with. Pretty chunky mission tree as well, that's true. And their ideas are Well, I'm gonna be honest, they're just kind of okay. They have some good stuff in there, but it's not cracked. You know, they have the trade efficiency, they have the galley combat ability, the morale of armies, artillery fire. That's pretty good, like a flat artillery fire. But are they Arabia cracked? Like that's the issue. Are they considered Arabia cracked? We could just put them in A. High A or a low S? It kind of feels like that. You can hold on to your PUs and get Peasant Republic? That is true. We can put like a high A. I feel like it's better than Axum in a lot of ways. I know I said I wasn't really ordering these, but I might just do that anyway. Except I might not for some countries. It's kind of arbitrary if I'm being honest. Aragon getting carried hard by their starting position? Yeah, no, that's true. That's really true. That is true and real and a fair assessment of the situation. Next, because we don't have that much time per country, we have to remember, tight schedule, folks. So this one would be, I think it's Assam? Is that a country that exists, I think, hopefully? That's not Assam. Arawak. Arawak? Arakan? Arakan. That's the one. Thank you. Is that famous VTuber Matara Khan? Okay, I'm sorry. I had to make that joke. Alright, we got the light ship cost, the... Okay, those are not too great. Tolerance to heathens? That's alright. We got... Isn't Arawak a Pokemon? I don't know, man. Probably. You can sort all tags alphabetically on this page to make things easier. Wait, I have that tab literally open. I can sort them alphabetically? Wait, there's no way I could have done that the whole time. No. No, wait. Oh my god. I could have done that the whole time. But wait, if I did that, I've missed a few countries already. Wait, what? How is it possible for me to have missed Abika, Abenaki, Akoma? Wait, what? And air isn't even up here. Did I split these into 2 sections? Hold on. I might have accidentally split these into 2, because I could only upload like half of all of them at a time. So I might have gotten like half of them, and then the other half is like down in here. Which would sort of make sense. Aotearoa is down south? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, so it is half alphabetical, and then the other half is also alphabetical, but it's split in 2, because I can't upload more than 500 images at once to the tier list maker. So I uploaded half of them, and I thought that I ended up getting the other half as well, but I guess I don't even know what order we're doing this in at this point. It's just, okay, it's chaos. Fun. Yeah. Yeah. We push forward. We continue. Arakan? Theravada? Wow, I hate playing as that religion. Chinese tech group, pretty decent. They get the Mandala system as their government, which is, if I remember correctly, pretty good. That's the... I think it's 100% efficiency for consolidating development. Tolerance of heathens, prone to cultures, light ship cost. They could do pretty well like as a republic, given that they do get Republican tradition in their ideas. But we're sort of looking at it from the starting position a little bit, and their potential. I don't think they have any ideas, and that's going to be missions, and that's going to be a really bad position for them to be in compared to most other countries which do. I'm thinking they could earn themselves like an E tier. Like, it's not F, it's not really that bad. No, actually, you know what? They might actually be F tier. Now that I'm taking another look at these other F tiers, like, they're really not that great. An E or an F? I might even throw that as an F tier, to be honest. I don't know. I'm gonna throw that in F tier. Like a high F tier, maybe. Not as bad as Alaska. Yeah, no, that's really... It's not amazing. This is Ardabil. And Ardabil is actually really good. One, feudal theocracy is solid. They have some really good ideas. Or not ideas. Well, I mean, they do have good ideas, but they have really good missions. They're sort of basically like Persia, but not quite Persia yet. And they have really, really good ideas to make that start off pretty well. Or missions to make that start off pretty well. And I think they also get like a really cracked air or something at some point. Yes, we also get to see John Mayan and synthetics in here. Have combat, national manpower, a lot of manpower, morale of armies, tolerance to the true faith, missionary strength against heretics. They get the, that's really all the good stuff that they get for their ideas. But I think the missions are where they shine. I remember, because I played Ardabil to play Persia, and I remember playing these guys, and I remember they have some pretty solid stuff in their mission tree. It might be biased because I do remember playing them, but they're a solid B tier. Like, better than Afghanistan for sure. In fact, I'm questioning the Afghanistan pick, like, in B tier, but we don't have time for that. Like, I don't know if I'd consider them Andalusia good, because Andalusia's ideas are really good. We'll just call it B tier. We'll just keep it as it is. What do we have out of the next one? I think that's Armenia. Am I remembering that correctly? Perhaps that is Armenia. That's Ardalan, not Armenia. Okay, never mind. Ardalan. Is this based on how fun they are or how good they are? It's kind of based on how well they passed the vibe check. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Okay, Ardalan. Start as a vassal of Ajam. They get Kurdish ideas, Muslim tech group, and the Iranian culture group. They are an Iqta, which is alright, I guess, and they are Sunni. So let's look at Kurdish ideas. I don't think they really have their own missions, so we'll just... I don't know, on the basis, looking at these... I don't know. Okay, it's not yikes tier. It's not yikes tier, but it's really not looking good for Ardalan. That's gonna be an F tier. That's just how it is. Yeah, no. Like, not even as good as Albania. Like, yeah, no. In fact, I don't even know if this should be E tier. Maybe this should be... no, because it does have a better position, sort of. Anyway, next. Armagnac? Maybe? Only bonus is Islam? That's literally true. If they were animists, they would be F tier. Armagnac? I think that's the country. Yes, it is. What do you have, Armagnac? I don't even think I'm pronouncing that correctly. That's okay. This country's probably so bad it doesn't deserve to be pronounced correctly. French vassal? Okay, so it's immediately mid. French ducal ideas. I don't know if there's any reason to put this higher than this country. Just throw it in there, who cares? This is Armenia, I think. Yeah, here we go. Coptic, Eastern culture group. They have really good ideas, for the most part. Well, decent ideas. Production efficiency, national tax, diplo rep, development cost, missionary strength. Can form Armenia. I don't think they have any missions though, do they? No, they do have missions. There are Armenian missions? For real? There are Armenian missions? That's crazy. I didn't even know that. Okay, that's something, I guess. Huh. What do you know? Okay, that does give him an extra point. I assume this was probably in the King of Kings. And looking at these, looking at what they give you, dude, minus 15 aggressive expansion in an idea? Cracked. Not insanely cracked, but pretty cracked. Yeah, this is some really good stuff I'm looking at here. Okay, okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's definitely above D tier. Maybe a high C, low B? Oh, that can go in B tier. That can go in B tier for sure. Like, it's just gonna be... It's kind of tough because they don't start in the game, so their starting situation's kind of hard to really judge here. But yeah, they can also get PUs because they're Christian. Coptic is kind of mid for the Christian faith. It's just like the whole mechanics they have are just kind of okay, but... yeah. One of its missions further empowers their ideas too. Yeah, okay. So, like, that's... I think it's fair to put them in B tier. Next, we have Asakura. Also a releasable. It's funny how many releasables exist in Japan when, like, nobody really plays the releasables in Japan. Let's see what Asakura has. Production efficiency, discipline, goods produced. Actually, discipline at the start of the game as a tradition is pretty good. It's pretty good. We get the goods produced, the development cost, the infantry combat ability, aggressive expansion, tolerance to the true faith. Not terrible. Yeah, we're just gonna throw that right into C tier. It's just another Japanese daimyo. A lot of these are gonna get C tier. I might put Ashikaga in like B tier because, you know, they do start as the shogun. I guess it gives them a little bit to work with from the start. Technically, any of the Japanese countries could become the shogun. I don't know. It really just depends on how you like to play Japan. Anyway, this next one is Ashanti. Ashikaga ideas are awful, though. Okay, we'll get there when we get there. Just in a moment. Ashanti, fetishism. Not a super high-tier mechanic religion, to be honest. West Africa tech group, also not amazing. Just to be honest, really not great. Do they have any kind of missions? I don't think so. Oh, hold on, guys. They have one event for Ashanti. And it could give you 5 legitimacy. Or a little bit of prestige. I don't know, guys. That sounds amazing. S tier broken. True. Infantry combat ability, advisor cost. They got the... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. These guys are going like directly into F tier. The only thing that saves them from being in... Actually, no. Is this yikes? Hold on. Let me think about that for a second. They could be yikes tier. Because fetishism is also not that great. That might go in yikes tier. That might be the second yikes tier we have, actually. Ainu doesn't have events? Yeah, no, that could be yikes. That could be yikes for sure. Fetishism better than yikes, though? I don't know, because like a lot of the fetishist countries are immediately going into yikes tier. Not fetishist, sorry. The animist countries are immediately going into yikes tier. Just because they have nothing going for them most of the time. If you're playing an EU4 and your country doesn't even have a unique religion, like you just have animist, you're cooked. Just straight up cooked. Like 90% of the time cooked. So, yeah, I don't know. So that's for the animist countries. And then for fetishism, you have like a slight advantage. Maybe. Like a little bit, maybe. But it's really not enough to get you out of yikes tier. Next, Ashikaga. Fetishism has some pretty good cults, you just have to travel. That's true. But it's really not amazing. Let's see. So Ashikaga ideas. Someone said that they suck. And they are absolutely correct. These are not amazing. They have advisor cost. That's cool, I guess. Republican Japan, anybody? Because you do get the Republican tradition. Just kidding. Like, dude, yeah, no, this is kind of mid. I was gonna give them a tier above because at least they start as the Shogun, but honestly, like, nah, dude, that's just going straight into C tier. It goes right into C tier with the rest of the daimyos. Like, that is some mid. The only thing that you play Ashikaga for is, yeah, either Subject Swarm or forming Japan and getting different ideas. That's it. Next. What do we have? Astrakhan, a releasable. Albania C tier? No. I'm keeping them in E tier. Maybe they can be D tier. Maybe I was too harsh on Albania. Yeah, okay, they're a little better than Achaea. I was a little harsh on them. Okay, anyway, Astrakhan. Steppe Nomad Government. Immediate Paradox Police nerf. Let's go. Nomadic Tech Group. Horde Ideas. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good ideas. And they start as a horde. And they're Sunni? Which is kind of alright for a horde, to be honest. I think they kind of just get the horde bonus. The immediate horde bonus, which gives them like at least C tier. Just for being a horde. Thought you can't release a horde? You can if you're playing as a horde. We might give him like a C, like a D or a C tier. No, we're gonna give him like a low C. Yeah. Better than the Shogun for sure. They can get like a mid. Yeah, yeah, sure. They're just like kind of okay, I guess. Horde does give you an automatic boost. It's kind of an unfair advantage over every other country, to be honest. Asturias. Catholic, Western European tech group. A missionary and a merchant in their traditions? Dude, what? I've never seen that before. Province war score cost, tolerance to the true faith, diplomat, a colonist. Are they just like cabinet maxing over here in Asturias? A missionary, a merchant, a diplomat, and a colonist in their ideas. They gotta, it's catch 'em all. They're playing Pokemon over there in Asturias. And the missionary strength, and the goods produced, and the manpower, and the province war score cost. That's really solid for where they are. I mean, it's kind of a tough start. Asturias, though, like that's a cut above most of these C tiers. I might even put that in B tier, to be honest. Like, those ideas, the only idea in there that isn't good is, well, not that it's not good, but it's just kind of okay, is the monthly autonomy change. Like, those are some really good ideas. The starting situation's a little tough, because, you know, you do have to fight your way out of Iberia. Yeah, it has a tough time expanding. But like, once it gets to that, I mean, those are really good ideas. And they get the orders, that's true. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep them in B tier. That's actually pretty surprising. Max B? I don't know about that one. I don't know. I think I'm gonna keep them where they are right now. Next, Athens. Athens is a little bit of a weird one because they're actually Latin culture group. They're Tuscan, but they exist, like they're Catholic Tuscan, but they exist in Greece. It's always been a little weird, to be honest. I think they shouldn't have done that crusade. Anyway, their ideas they're pretty okay. I mean, the +4 tolerance of heretics is genuinely something I've never seen before, but it makes sense for Athens. Considering their starting situation. In terms of everything else, I mean, it's alright. Morale of armies, they get the artillery and infantry combat ability. Missionary strength, national unrest. Should have been 2 national unrest in my opinion, but okay. They get the Crusader missions. Oh, I haven't even played with the Crusader missions, not really. They seem alright. They seem decent. You can, like, ask for, some provinces, I think, right? They seem like they have some decent bonuses, the Crusader missions. They're not, like, terrible, but they're not amazing. Athens is the gets eaten immediately tier. You know what, it is true, like, the starting situation for Athens is pretty tough. Like, it's going in E tier, I think, at most. But then, you know, I did give Achaia, I think, honestly, I overrated Achaia. You know what, screw it, we're throwing those guys in E tier. Yeah. Yeah, no, I overrated these guys. They should not have been in D tier. Next. F for food. Real. Yeah, I think I definitely underrated Albania and overrated Achaia. For sure. Anyway. Also tolerance of heretics, but also 1% missionary strength. They're Crusaders state. That's the funny thing, is they're actually feudal nobility. They aren't even actually a Crusader state. Anyway, next, Augsburg. Clerical state, Catholic. Usually I like playing as theocracies, but not when they're this. I don't know. Tolerance of heretics as a theocracy? Okay, bro. Like, why? Genuinely, why though? Anyway, I mean, they can form Swabia. We'll get to Swabia when we actually get to them as a country. But on their own, I'm not really rating them any higher than these guys over here. Yeah, they're just kind of, yeah, yeah. And you know what? Maybe I might even be rating some of these too high. Like, maybe a lot of the HRE countries should be in D tier instead. I don't know, we'll see. Oh, hey! Thank you very much, Acquired Taste 505 for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Aquileia is too overrated too. I mean, within the same tiers, I mean, no, actually, no, you're kind of right about that. Okay, we don't have too much time. I have to keep reminding myself, because we haven't even gotten through, like, a 10th of the countries. We are so cooked. What even is this country? It's just a red flag. That's Ausa, okay. This is gonna be a 24-hour stream, isn't it? Ausa. Starting to regret my actions. I do that a lot, though. What do you have, Ausa? Somali ideas. Ikta, Sunni, East Africa. Okay, yeah, Ausa, you're going in... Going in E tier. You're like, yeah, we're just, yeah. Next. Australia. See, this is an interesting one. Because I'm gonna be honest, they might just be kind of mid. Thank you very much, the Japanese egg roll, for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. Australia yikes tier? Oof, we're getting harsh feedback from chat here. Immediately in the yikes tier. Yeah, no, that's kind of fair. No, it's not yikes tier, it's just F. It's like kind of a similar situation to Alaska, you know? Thank you very much, Lysander1, for the Prime sub and for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. Yeah, kind of a similar situation to Alaska. Like, it can be alright. It's above yikes tier. It's just not amazing, you know? And the whole situation with like, because to form Australia, you have to reach Australia from somewhere else and then make a colonial nation and then release yourself and then form Australia. There's too much involved here, you know? It's just, yeah. Anyway, Austria-Hungary. I didn't even realize that was an actual separate tag. Austria-Hungary. Anything in Oceania is below yikes. That's kind of true. That is very true and real, and you're brave for saying that. How do I even type in Austria-Hungary into the search bar? Maybe I don't use the search bar. Here, I'll just use this. Austria-Hungary. Even at 30 seconds a nation, it's going to be an 8-hour stream. I mean, true, but that's light for me. 8 hours? I can do that easy. The problem is when it's 16 hours. Austro-Hungarian ideas. I think we throw this immediately into either S or Paradox Please Nerf. I mean, it is just an extension of Austria, and Austria itself is already at least S tier. Just because, like, a decent Austria player, and the way that Austria plays, you get like your 7 PUs, you rule Europe by 1500, you've world conquest by like 1550. Austria, they're just kind of cracked from the beginning, and this is pretty much Austria, but more cracked. I don't really know how else to put it. But is it cracked enough to give it an additional tier? That's the real question. Austria-Hungary is a strict downgrade? For real? Do we have any independent, verified Austro-Hungarian nationalists in the chat to confirm this for me? Because it's an endgame tag. Oh, I see. So maybe it just deserves the same tier as Austria, and those would definitely both go into S. Like, I don't know if I'd put Austria into the Paradox Please Nerf tier. That feels reserved for something like the Ottomans. Ottomans is definitely Paradox Please Nerf. It could definitely be like a really high A. You'd put Austria in Please Nerf. That's fair. Like, I can agree with that, but I don't know. A tier? A tier for being a downgrade. No, I think I'm definitely putting Austria-Hungary in S, and I'm also putting Austria in S. I think they deserve each other. They deserve to be in the same tier. Well, yeah, I feel like it's fine. Looking at the ideas, Austria-Hungary doesn't seem to be good at all. No, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. Morale of armies, the Diplo rep, the discipline. The manpower in accepted culture provinces is kind of a weird one, because, you know, most places just give you the manpower for free. I don't know what they were thinking about that. I guess it's because it's 30%? Anyway, the goods produced, the state's governing cost. Don't underestimate that. That is actually kind of cracked. The 20% state's governing cost is really good. It's like state's governing cost is additive. So if you build like a courthouse or whatever the tier 2 is, that's minus 50%. And then you get that flat additional 20%, so it's minus 70. That's why it's so useful. That's why it's really good, right? So don't underestimate that. That's really, really good. Anyway, we have the rest of the stuff just kind of, it's alright, I guess. You know, you get like the artillery combat ability is decent. How we're taking heathen penalties, or no penalties, is pretty, yeah, we'll go with, we're just gonna keep it where it is. Yeah, they're both gonna get S tier. And we're not gonna spend too much more time on that. Auvergne. What about from Hungary's perspective? Imagine considering Hungary's perspective within the Habsburg Empire. Imagine. French ducal, yeah, that's an automatic. This is the French ducal tier right here. We're just tossing it in there. I'm not even gonna check if I'm being real. Next. Bavaria. They do have that one achievement. Iqta, Sunni, Muslim, just kind of generally okay with their starting position, not amazing. They are a one province minor though, aren't they? So it's like a bit of a tough start. A landlocked OPM in Caucasia. Not a great start. Let's see for their ideas. Got the national manpower, attrition for enemies, not bad to start with. The rest of this stuff is just kind of okay. Land leader maneuver and ideas. C for cool flag at least. That's pretty real. But in reality, we're probably tossing this bad boy in E tier. If I'm being real. I don't know, I haven't put something in D tier for a while. That's because most of these countries have something like pretty decent going for them. Actually, I don't know why I put you in here. Maybe you deserve E tier. Well, no, I'm not gonna mess with it now. This is either like a low D or a high E. No, it's an E tier. Yeah, we're just tossing it in there. It's a nice flag. That's kind of all it has going for it. I mean, it's sunny, decent religion. Tech group is alright. Ideas aren't great. They don't really have any missions either, so that's why we're just gonna toss them into E tier. Actually, let me look at those ideas for a second, because they could be F tier. No, we'll keep them where they are. That's fine. Next, Avignon. Which is a releasable, actually. Avignon might have one of the worst starting positions out of most countries in the game. Which is a dumb thing to say. They're just kind of landlocked and surrounded by France. Or Provence. Maybe when I don't type things right. Avignon? Divine Ideas. Clerical State. Releasable by the Papal States. We're just gonna assume that they're released by the Papal States. Discipline? Oh my god, wait, what? His ideas aren't even that bad. They're gonna go in the same spot as Aquileia, though. Yeah. Next. Aedean. Actually, no. Lower. What do you have, Aedean? Anatolian ideas. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good. Discipline, core creation cost, just to start with. Manpower, trade, more manpower, cav combat, construction. They're not horrible, and they do start with they get the Anatolian tech group, don't they? That's really not too bad, actually. They might get like a really low D tier, actually. Might get like a low D tier. Yeah, I'm sticking with that, low D tier. Ayutthaya, a country people actually play. Let's go. Okay, these guys are okay. Siam is really good. Ayutthaya is not Siam though. Those are different tags. So, I mean, it's not quite the same thing. Actual good tag though. It's yeah, it is pretty solid. They do actually have a mission tree and events. B tier? I'm willing to say, yeah, they can definitely get like a solid B tier. Unfortunately, Theravada, which I hate playing as, but like in terms of their mechanics and stuff, like they're a pretty solid B tier. Yeah, no, we'll give them that. We'll give them that solid B tier. Lower B, it's fine. Well, they get a B tier, but that's gonna be above Armenia. Next. Aztecs. Literally, best country in the game, don't at me. If I had an extra tier, that would be above Paradox Please Nerf. I would put that in the Paradox Don't Nerf, I actually respect the buff. Aztecs, sweet baby, let's go. Unironically though, this actually could be like S tier. They're genuine. Okay, maybe I'm a little overzealous. Their starting position is not amazing. But like if you go through the mechanics and you reform and you don't have too many issues, like Aztecs genuinely are kind of insane. Like this would be like a low S, high A maybe. That's a tough one. I actually consider their missions alone make them better than Aragon. They might even be just like a low S tier. A lot of conditionals. Like the thing is, like you get, because the religion is amazing for their bonuses. The missions are cracked. You get that high American tech group. I mean, if you choose to take it, you don't really need it, to be honest. but you can. The reform mechanic is annoying, and reforming is, you know, you lose a few years to start with, but after you do that, I mean, you kind of get carried by the missions. I don't know, I'm maintaining that low S tier. What's the conditions for Aztec High American? I don't even remember. I think it's like taking a province in Europe or something. Okay, are we finally on the B's? Is this Baden, I think? Oh, thank God. We're halfway through the A's technically, because we have the other half to come up upon later on. Can't be higher than Andalusia? Aztecs? No, that's definitely above Andalusia for me. Absolutely, absolutely. Baden. Caravan power. This might just go into the HRE tier, which is generally C-ish. Maybe I'm being too nice to the countries in the HRE. C tier anyway. It would be funny B tier for Baden, but like no. It's just kind of, it's alright. They do have the AE, which a little late in that idea group, in those ideas, but like, yeah, they're okay, I guess. Maybe I'm giving too much to the HRE countries. I'm kind of considering that right now. Yeah, it's probably fine to keep it where it is. Next. Bali. Are you animist? Hindu. Okay, you get lucky this time. Tech cost. That's pretty good. Tolerance to the true faith, missionary strength, morale of armies, manpower recovery speed, and aggressive expansion? Ooh, Bali the sleeper build? That's crazy. They do have missions, too. They have their own missions? Like, unique missions. Secure independence. Eastward expansion, claim job. They have their own missions. Weakest Southeast Asia country. That's why I'm saying it could be a sleeper build, though. $20 years of minus 80% advisor cost. Brother. It's not that bad. It's surprisingly kind of decent. It does save it from being in, I'd say, E tier. But definitely not high up on D. Like, I'd say it's probably about like these, thank you. Probably like there, kind of. Where's Bengal? It's probably in the second half because of the way that these were uploaded. Don't worry, we have like a second set of A to Z to get through. They do start with gold though in Bali? Really? Anyway. Yeah, no, they're pretty decent. Oh, hi, Saf. We have Banten, formable. Sorry, what? I've never heard of this country. Banten? Oh, also, yeah, we're rating every single tag in EU4. We should hop on a call and rate them together. Let's go. If you have a spare 30 hours, that would be a really good collab stream, I think. Okay, I've never heard of Banten, but apparently only appears from 1527 onwards. It is possible for Sunda to reform into Banten as a result of a mission event. Bro, what is this? They do have their own ideas. 20% goods produced? Hold on, chat. The missionary strength, the manpower, tolerance of the true faith, 20% goods produced, 10% trade efficiency, the development cost, 20% core creation cost, 5% discipline? Okay, let's hold on a second. This is some potential. And they do get the Sundanese missions. This is, whoever said E or F tier, I don't know where you got that from, because this is definitely like a solid D, if not C tier. Because those ideas are insane. This has to be like a C tier, like just from the ideas alone. This might even be like a B tier from the ideas. Like these are kind of insane. Potentially fun, yeah. Hidden country. It's if you made a video on this country, it would be fair to actually say, "Oh, this hidden country is insane." That would be a not clickbait title, because that's actually a hidden country that is genuinely insane. Next. By strength or fun factor, vibe check. Either it passes the vibe check or it doesn't. This hidden country is insane. It's Yuan. Yeah. Are you doing releasables too? Yes, 971 countries. Formables, releasables, revolter tags, we're going through all of them. This is Bashkiria coming up. We're gonna be here for a while. Me when I can't type. Releasable by Kazan or Nogai? Step Nomad. Ooh, they might go directly into Step Nomad tier. Right there. I'm not even gonna check. That's what you get to have. Boom. Next. Basra, also releasable. Bashkiria has gold? Good for them. They're still getting B tier. Or not B tier, they're getting C tier. Next, what did I just say this country was? Basra. Where on earth is Basra? In Arabia. They get Arabian ideas, Iqta, Shia. Shia in Arabia. Curious. Okay, what are those ideas like? They're okay. Southern Iraq? They can get like a... Yeah, they can get like a D tier. High E tier. Mid E tier. Maybe even a... There. Okay, we're done. Bavaria. Very dangerous position to be in, though. Yeah, I'm like, over time I was lowering my rating the more I thought about this country. I'm like, it does kind of get worse the more you think about it. Bavaria is the slightly more interesting HRE tier. True. I don't want to get killed by one proud Bavarian, so I have to be careful here. Let's see. You do get the Cav combat, production efficiency, missionary strength, and papal influence, so you're kind of encouraged to stay Catholic. You get the discipline, the dev cost. Remember, you have to talk to OPB again. I know, this is dangerous. B for Bavaria. You know what, it could actually be a B tier just because of the missions. They do have some decent missions. Not that good of a situation, but kind of fun. Yeah, like, it's not bad. And they do have their own missions, and, you know, they're pretty decent missions. Union with Austria. I have played Bavaria. They're decent, you know. They might actually just get Bavaria tier. And you know what? I would say they're probably above Ardabil in a lot of respects. Yeah, they get Bavaria tier. Next. That is Beja. Or Beja. Beja? I don't know. But I have not seen this country before. Maybe I have, because they do exist at the start. Are you gonna go through all the natives as well? Yes. Are you okay? That's a separate question. We'll talk about how I'm feeling after we're done. So... Bea? Hold on. I have lost track of this country here. Oh, it's its own primary culture, I see. So they have Nubian ideas. Okay, we know where this is going. Right there. Next. Who is this? Below zero. Below zero, call that freezing. That was not a good joke. Trade efficiency, infantry combat ability, they get the army tradition, tech cost, goods produced. Not terrible. You know what, they could... And they can form Russia, but again, we're trying not to, like, factor in the formables too much. They get Russian Principality missions. Those really don't seem amazing, but you do get... Is that like a permaclaim on... oh my god, what am I thinking of? Ruthenia? Yeah. But I'm gonna be honest, these kind of look like mid. Like, really not too great. Yeah, no, let's go in D tier. Like, right there, maybe. Sure. But you did around 60 countries in 1.5 hours. This thing's gonna be more than 24 hours. Yeah, we're cooked. Yeah. That's okay. I've gotten enough sleep. A man doesn't need any more than 4 hours of sleep before doing a 24-hour stream. That's easy. That's honestly light work. Benin. Cool flag. Morale of armies, national manpower, siege ability, goods produced, trade efficiency, land fire damage. However, fetishist and West Africa tech group, rest in peace. We're gonna throw that probably in... Wait, do you have ideas? Missions? No missions? Yikes. Not the actual yikes tier, but this... Oh, could it be yikes tier, though? Their flag is two dudes fighting, insane. Yeah, it's actually... their flag is a guy decapitating another dude. I don't even remember where they said they got this flag from, but... this is gonna be like an F tier, if I'm being real. Yeah, no, that's going into an F tier. Next. Can you put Burgundy in S? For you, I could put it in S, but realistically, it's probably going in A tier, if I'm being real. Ducal tier? Yeah, I'm not even gonna check. Let's go straight into the Ducal tier. Next. I've played this country, and it sucks. That is, Betsy Misaraka. I know that country by name. It is so mid. Yeah, no, this is some absolute mid. Not even mid, it's just bad, actually, if we're being real. Why Benin F tier? Yes. No missions, bad starting situation for the most part. East African tech group and fetishist, that's why. Yeah. Betsy Misaraka, my old enemy. So bad, yeah, no, screw it, let's go into F tier. I've played this country, it's F tier. I felt the F tier the entire time I was playing that country. Next. Biapus. What even is Biapis? A small nation located northwest of the Persia region. Oh, I know where Biapis is. That's the place that actually has the trade center in there, right? I can feel the trauma from the fact that you can say the name. I've played way too much Betsy Misaraka. More than any sane person should. Anyway, Biapis. Dev cost? That's a check mark. Goods produced? Another check mark. Infantry combat ability, production efficiency. They get the fort defense, which is... eh. They do get the merchant. That's not bad. They do also have a pretty decent position. They're in Persia. Problem is expansion. Do they have any missions to start with? They get generic missions. Okay, that's not exactly helpful. Those aren't missions. Those are kind of mid-shins, if you will. Biapis is the first country you conquer as Persia. True and real. Yeah, that might get either an E tier. They have good ideas, though. They might get like a high E tier. High E or a low D. No, a low D is okay. We can give them like a low D tier. Next. Beatless. Has an Ardabil core though? We've already moved on. It's too late. It's too late. We can't go back and retcon too many of these because we're already here for like the next 3 days, chat. And unironically, that might kind of be true depending on how long I take with this. Vassal of Karakoyunlu. What do you have? Muslim tech group, Sunni Kurdish ideas. We had another Kurdish country earlier, didn't we? Let's throw that in the same tier. Which one was that? Oh no, I'm starting to forget. Is that you? Yeah, you can go in the same tier. You get same tier. Next, Bohemia. Bohemia, oh, I need to actually play Bohemia if I'm being honest, because I know they updated them and I did not play them after the update. This is a tough one. I'm gonna need more input from chat here because I have not played Bohemia and they got updated recently-ish. Personal unions? True, they do get personal unions. They are insane. A to S tier. The ideas, funny enough, are just kind of okay to start with. I mean, they get the tech cost. That's really good. Like, it's not terrible ideas. I think where it really lies is the fact that they get, like, insane missions and Hussite. Hussite is really good. Yeah, they get their own religion, and that religion is really good. We'll toss that into S tier. We'll throw that, like, right in here, I think. A tier, some people say? Their formable makes them S, but they might be A tier. Okay, I was unaware of the formable. Does the formable actually push them into S tier? Can I get a second opinion on that? I'm seeing a lot of A's here, some S's. As good as Austria, I would say. Ooh. Okay, we'll keep that in S tier. We'll keep that in S tier. That's fine. Next, I think that's also... Wait, no. That's Bosnia, isn't it? I was gonna say, those are fleur-de-lis. That means it's French ducal, but it's not. That's Bosnia. What does Bosnia get? Do you have missions, my good sir? F, #1 Silesian nationalist. Real. Those missions. 4 tolerance of heretics for Bosnia. That's the second time we've seen that. And religious unity. Man, these guys, they're just so cool like that. Technology cost. National manpower. They get core creation cost, I guess. Eaten by the Ottomans? Yeah, they are Ottoman fodder tier, unfortunately. Do they have ideas, though? Or missions? I don't think so. Yeah, it might be F for food tier. No, I'll give it at least like I don't think it's as bad as Avignon. You know, I think it's better than Avignon, maybe even better than the French ducal tier. We'll just toss it in. Look at the flag, okay? They've pretty much put themselves in the French ducal tier. You know, that's just how it is. Speaking of which, French ducal tier, I'm not even gonna check what country that is. I don't care. Next, Brabant. Brabant is, on its own, not too bad. That was Bourbonnais. Tragic. I've never seen someone play Brabant. That is true. B for B tier Holland. Real. Yeah, the ideas are just kind of okay, if I'm being honest with them. They do get the Flemish mission. Let's see what that's about. Isn't Brabant just worse Flanders? Probably. That's a surprising number of missions. I've never seen the Flemish missions before. Werber, do you think Saf will spare your life if you put Burgundy lower than S tier? No, but I think that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I'm actually giving up my life for the integrity of this tier list. That's how much I value my integrity with my chat. I will give my life for a good stream. Anyway, I don't know where I'm going with that. Brabant? No, they're not a theocracy. They actually started a personal union with Burgundy. I'm gonna be honest, like, they're just kind of okay. I might even put them in, like, the Albania tier. That could be... No, you know what? We can put them, like, sort of above the Japanese daimyos. They're just kind of okay. At least they have a mission tree, and the mission tree seems to be alright. And they're in, like, they're in a good area, you know? They get the English Channel, they can make a lot of money. High development in that area, generally speaking. Certainly not great. I might even put them in like a B tier. Like, I feel like they are better than Aachen, you know? I feel like they've got more going for them, and maybe they might even get this tier, and you actually need to be shuffled down a bit, not gonna lie. Okay, next, Brandenburg. See, the thing is, remember chat, we're not rating them as if they're Prussia yet. We're not at that point. So, just on the face value, Brandenburg, what are we thinking? Because the ideas, they're not Prussian ideas yet. They're just kind of okay. You do get the infantry combat ability and the morale of armies and the national unrest, but the rest of it, it's okay. S tier for events and missions. Okay, let's hold on a second here. Let's relax a moment. It could just be B tier. The B Brandenburg tier. Gives AE reduction. Not in the ideas. I don't know about the missions, though. Oh, wow, that's interesting. It actually shows you what permanent modifiers you can get from the missions. Oh, because you do get the Prussia missions. Best country to form Prussia as, or is S tier? No. We're not going to take that into account. Like, it's true that it's good, but mission for Anhalt gives AE reduction. We're tossing B tier. It's getting B tier above Bavaria. A tier? People say A tier? Really? Like a low A? It's either a high B or a low A. That's like... no, I'm giving it a high B. I'm keeping that high B. I've played Brandenburg enough to be like, it's pretty decent, which has a lot of potential, and it is pretty... That's true. It does pass the vibe check. I don't know. Yeah, so the problem... Yeah, the reason we're missing a lot of tags is because they're actually down here. I uploaded them in 2 halves, so it's alphabetical, and then we get alphabetical a second time. Loses 3 arrests of expansion when promoting a culture for the rest of the game. That is good if you're like, if you reduce the cost and you just like farm Diplo to produce that. It is pretty good, but anyway, no, I'm keeping it where it is. Brazil, I'm sorry, it might be going in the colonial tier. Let me look at those ideas. They're pretty decent ideas. They're pretty decent ideas. I put them above Australia because they're closer to most places. You're never even going to see Brazil in a normal game? Actually, you are very likely to see Brazil in a normal game if Portugal loses a lot of provinces. They will actually form Brazil themselves. Brazil is, in fact, I think, the most likely New World country to see out of any of them in the game. Just because Portugal has a specific decision to form them. You know what? We might give them like an extra tier above. C for come to Brazil. I could give him a low E. That's the best you're gonna get, though. Is that Bremen? Yes. S tier for Brazil 2002 football team. More like yikes tier for 7-1. Anyway, Bremen. Free city, Catholic, Western tech group. They get a couple of things. The missionary strength's not bad. Improve relations, trade efficiency. Missionary, not bad, not bad. But it's a little bit of a tough start though. It's Hansa tier. Ooh, true. They do start in the Hanseatic League. They get the Hanseatic missions actually. Conquered by Sweden tier. True. I do kind of like these missions. Back when Lübeck had these missions, and then they actually said, we're gonna change that and give Lübeck their own missions. Are you a free city or not? Bremen? You are a free city. Food tier. Slower Lübeck. Insane read. Yeah, I don't know. We'll put them in the... I'm kind of regretting making C the HRE tier. A lot of these countries are actually not as great as some of these other ones, but I feel like I've kind of locked them into this place. Food for Hamburg, that's true. Food for every other country that isn't part of the Hanseatic League, and no one plays them, so... Yeah, maybe these countries don't deserve C tier. I don't know. It is kind of vibes based. They did pass the vibe check, but now I'm kind of doubting myself. Nah, we roll with it, it's fine. Same with the daimyos. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. We're all over the place with this, I'm not gonna lie. You could get away with having 2 HRE tiers, mid HRE and bad HRE. But these are like in the okay HRE. No, we're gonna roll with it. We're keeping it where it is. It's fine. I never said it was going to be the most accurate of all tier lists. The French miners need to be in the yikes tier? No. Very few countries deserve to be in the yikes tier. That's reserved for Ainu and most animist countries. When we get to the Pacific countries, that yikes tier is gonna be having a field day. It's just gonna be banger after banger straight into the yikes tier. Over and over once we reach the Pacific countries. Like most of the Pacific countries should be their own tier, true. Any of the Hawaii countries, straight to yikes tier. Tuvalu, yikes tier. Fiji, yikes tier. It's all going straight to yikes tier. And there's a good chance like every Australian native, yeah, it's going straight into yikes. Giga yikes, even. New Zealand countries, yikes. And if I could, I'd give it a double yikes. That's not true. It's actually not as bad as the Australian tags. He hates Oceania. True and real. No, I'm joking. Brittany. They do have their own missions, but I know that they're mid. It really strikes me as like a D tier. Like a straight D tier for Brittany. Maybe even an E. No, they do have some missions, but they're just not that good. Like they feel like Albania of France. I don't know how else to put that. Yeah. That's what it feels like to me. Better than French Ducal, but not by much. Precisely. Yeah. Brittany colonial gameplay. Colonial gameplay cannot save Brittany. They just have very little going for them. Do you also do the New World formables? Yeah, we're doing New World formables as well. Next, I think that's Bhutan. That's Brunei. I lied. Never mind. Right, because that's Brittany. Never mind. Brunei. Just looking at them, I feel like that's going to be like a C tier. I'm feeling a strong C tier with this one. Like right here. It feels really just kind of okay. Next. Brunswick. Definitely above Brittany? Yeah. No, absolutely, for sure. Brunswick. There's a pretty good chance we're also just going to throw this into the HRE tier, but this one feels more like a C tier than the others. I can't explain it, but it just, I don't know. Hanover gets a PU on England. We'll get to Hanover when we get to Hanover. Right now we're talking specifically about each tag as a tag themselves. And it's like, you know, they have some missions for Brunswick. They get the Lower Saxon missions, which is like literally 5. They might as well not exist, if we're being real. They don't really have anything else going for them. The only reason Brunswick is cool is because there's a province in Canada that's called New Brunswick, and that's kind of all they have going for them, if I'm being real. Yeah, no, that's kind of it. They do definitely feel a little more like C tier than everything else we put in the C tier. Yeah. Next. Uganda. I'm gonna be real, this might just be an immediate yikes tier. They can form a country, can't they? Or are they the formable? No, okay, they can form a country, and I think they technically have missions. They're not even, like, shown here. Does Uganda have missions? This was updated for 1.33. Wait. What was 1.33? Was that Emperor? So they didn't even update. No, 1.33 was Origins. Yeah, no, screw it. We're putting Uganda in Yikes tier. That's going straight into Yikes. There's so much Yikes about Uganda. Like, the trade node sucks. The tech group sucks. The religion is not that great. According to the wiki, this nation has nothing unique about it aside from a mission. Yeah, no, we're putting that in the Yikes tier. It's going straight into Yikes. Next. What do we have here? We have... I scrolled past it. Wait, genuinely, what is this country? It's not even on my list. Oh no, it is on my list. It's Buha. I don't think I've ever heard of this country. No, I've seen this flag once, I think. Maybe. I think it's also in Central... Yeah, it is in Central Africa. It's also Great Lakes. I'm sorry, that's going to yikes tier. That's going to the yikes tier. It is basically... It's literally like next to Uganda. That's going yikes tier. Next, Bukhara. It's actually a formable that has existed for a while, and I don't think anybody plays it. Tech cost, though, that's not bad. National unrest, the construction cost. I mean, it is a horde, isn't it? No, it isn't. Oh my god. But they do get the Mogulistan missions. Hold on. Pause. Hold up. They might be cooking. They do get the Mogulistan missions. It loses Horde upon forming Bukhara. Okay, but can you get Horde back through the Mogulistan missions? Actually, no, that wouldn't make any sense, because every other country starts as a Horde for this. And for some reason, the missions won't even load for me. That's cool. They do, like, the Mogulistan missions seem to be pretty extensive as far as missions go. But yeah, I don't think it's that crazy. It's like Horde, but worse. It doesn't even deserve to have Horde tier. Is that England in the nerf spot? It's Angevin. The old England flag, new Angevin flag. We look at their missions. They have the cav combat, the dev cost, the core creation cost, the tech cost, national unrest, missionary strength versus heretics. It really doesn't make a lot of sense for where they are, to be honest. Like, against heretics? Really? Okay. I don't know if I'd call that immediately yikes tier, because they do get to have some missions. They just get to complete them worse than every other country that has those missions. Like, just its existence as a tag. The fact that it is a downgrade, I might just put it into E tier for that alone. The fact that, like, why would you ever form this country over just not forming it? It's like a, hey, do you want to shoot yourself in the foot 3 times? That sounds fun. Let's play Bukhara. That's what it feels like. I don't know. Cool flag and map color, though. True. Next. We have Bulgaria. Everyone's favorite vassal to feed. If you binged all of Hawk's A to Z, this would be easy. I don't have the stamina in me to binge all of Hawk's A to Z. A to Z, A to Z, whatever. He calls it A to Z. So I'll just call it by what he calls it. They have 2 missions. Congratulations, Bulgaria. Do they really only have 2 missions? They have 3. I've been deceived by chat. Z is cooler than Z. True, real, and based. They go into the vassal tier, to be honest. They just kinda, I don't know. They don't really have much going for them. They get a little bit of core creation cost reduction, national unrest, kind of, some morale of armies. Infantry combat ability isn't horrible. They're not in a great position. They do get Orthodox, which is like a really good religion. It's not as good as Catholic now, but still really decent. Automatic Empire rank, is that true? I don't know, it gives me like slightly better than Albania vibes. Yeah. Like, are they even as good as a Japanese daimyo? That's a tough one. No, you know what? We can give it. We can give it like a. Yeah, they can have that, I guess. No way better than Daimyo? I don't know. Fine, they get to go there. There you go, Bulgaria. Next, we have Bunyoro. I'm gonna be honest, this is probably gonna be a yikes tier. But I might be surprised. The Bulgarian daimyo. Bunyoro. Yeah, that's going in yikes tier. Tragic. Next. Burgundy. I feel like they could get like it's an easy at least A tier. Minimum A tier. Red France. And France is actually cracked. France with extra steps? That's true. I'm feeling kind of A tier, but like high A tier for Burgundy. Like that's definitely a step above Axum. Definitely a step above Andalusia. Full inheritance of the Netherlands? That's pretty true. That's pretty true. The inherited tier? Okay, but when you're playing as Burgundy, you're playing Burgundy. You know, you're pretty decent, right? H for horse, true. A low S tier, maybe? Possibly. Ooh. Maybe. Low S tier or high A? That's a tough one. It might be like a low S tier. We might keep it a low S tier. Can go Lotharingia. Yeah, but we're trying not to like... Because Lotharingia is a separate tag, right? I feel like Lotharingia, like we need room for Lotharingia to be above Burgundy. Maybe we put Burgundy in A tier, Lotharingia in S tier. Is that fair? I feel like we can do that. Vassal CB on all electors. Ah, shoot. Okay, yeah, that does kind of... Fine. Okay, they get low S tier. Lotharingia is like... They're just going to sit next to them on S tier, maybe. Like, it's just better Burgundy. Next. Burundi. I think we know where this is going, chat. I have a feeling. Because when I click on a country, I get to see where they are as well in the world, which means that I get a gist of sort of like what culture group they're going to have and where they're going to be, so. Yep, that's going in the Great Lakes tier. Next. Busoga. When the country has an Anbanar looking flag, you know their food. That's a crazy read. Busoga. I didn't even type that slightly correctly. There you go. Great Lakes region again. Man, it really just keeps on coming. The gift that keeps giving. Butuwa. That's a change though, because these guys are not that bad. These guys are a step above. They can form the Roswy Empire. Their ideas are not horrible. This is actually a pretty good one. They do get the Central African Tech Group, which is not great, and they're fetishist, which is not great. They have decent ideas. They do have, I believe, a mission tree, don't they? I think they do. Like with the Roswy Empire, it doesn't have a mission tree? Yeah, they get the Mutapa missions. Those are pretty alright. Get a lot of gold as well. These are definitely a step above most of the other countries we've looked at here. This is Mutapa. Wait, hold on. Butua. Or sorry, yeah. This is Butua, which can form Roswi. But we will get to Roswi eventually, won't we? So let's just talk about Butua. They're above Yikes tier. I feel like we could put them in like F tier, like here-ish. And then Roswi Empire, when we get to them, that can be at least E tier. If not even D tier. They could be D tier, honestly. Maybe. They're really not too bad. Awesome Flag definitely puts them above F. Okay, let's... The region is good and incredibly rich. Yeah, it definitely deserves... If it is F tier, definitely deserves to be a cut above the rest here. In fact, you know what? I'd rather play this rather than playing Bucor. I might even throw that... into a low E tier. Maybe. But it's a vassal. It is a vassal. But, like, that's not too bad. It's like... Yeah, no, it could be worse. Like, it's not a great place to start in, but, like, the area is pretty rich. You do get a lot of gold for free. Anyway, Byzantium. Really tough starting situation. They both nerfed and buffed Byzantium. Because they made it even harder to start as Byzantium. But then the benefits you get? Oof. Byzantium, as you pick it up, is kinda crazy. That's gotta be an A tier. It's gotta be like above Aragon in A tier. Bulgaria is better than Albania? Rangar, we're keeping it. We're keeping it where we're in. Where it is. Words. It's gonna be... It's gonna be, yeah. We're trying to start the third Balkan War. Another day, another Balkan War. I think we should have more wars in the Balkans. Oh, I'm joking. Turn it into the Thunderdome. Anyway, we have California next. We're on C tier of the first set. Let's go, everyone. The bad vassal for all those rebels? You mean like Byzantium? Because Byzantium gets a ton of rebels? I mean, that's kind of true, actually. That's pretty real. California, that might just go directly into the colonial tier. We might just chuck it in here with Alaska, actually. It gets some gold, but man, it's so far away from everything else. I mean, We're throwing that in F tier, if I'm being real. And also Canada, this pains me. This pains me a lot. Understand, I care so much about the integrity of this tier list that I will be consistent and I will put it in F tier. We just have to acknowledge there's really not a lot going for Canada, to be honest. B max? No, I'm throwing these in the F tier. The colonial tags, I feel, have a particular additional bad start because of how much you have to colonize everything around you. And you're just so far away from everything else. And you can get some good stuff, but like, even the trade nodes are not that good. There's so much that the New World colonial countries just don't have going for them. Except for like maybe Mexico, because that region has actual development. I don't know. We'll see when we get to Mexico. And like maybe Peru, possibly. Yeah. Mexico has gold, that's true. Canada has nothing. It's just kind of really not that great. That is, yeah, I'm taking an objective stance on that. Alright, I think this is Kandar next. They do have an achievement, and they do have the Anatolian Tech Group. And they do have good ideas. war creation cost, morale of navies, a merchant, admin tech cost, development cost, advisor cost, discipline, goods produced. Food tier? I mean, kind of, but when you're playing as them, they're not really as food tier when you're playing them, you know? You read the E in my name as in A, go to sleep. I will not sleep, but that's mostly because I just had half a can of Monster. I am sort of running on about 5 hours of sleep right now, and that's after a previous night that was about another 5 hours of sleep. Like a total of 10 hours over the last 2 days. Combine that with an energy drink, I'm dying at 37. Anyway. Kandar. They can form room, but again, we'll get to room when we get there, you know? I think they have some really good ideas, and with the Anatolian tech group and the Sunni religion, I think, like, if you can beat the Ottomans somehow in the early game, with, like, you get some good allies and you manage to pull that off, like, you're kind of chilling. The main issue really is the starting situation for Kandar. Everything else is really good. Is it pronounced Chandar? I literally would have never guessed that. Okay, Chandar. I don't know if I'll remember that in the future, but we'll see. Close? Yeah. you gotta cut me some slack on that one. Chandar. We'll give that a... Wait, what are the missions do they have? I don't think they have missions until they form room, and I think room has missions. Maybe, possibly. We're gonna give them... I might give them like a C tier if I'm being real. They have some... I don't know, it's tough. Because like they're like Bulgaria, but better? In a way, sort of. I might give them like a higher C tier. So there's a C with a little, with the accent underneath it. Or however, whatever that's called. Yeah, they should have put that in the actual name of the country. I feel. Yeah, okay, they go into that tier. Next. We have Cascadia. I'm gonna be real, there's no reason for me to put this in any tier different than between California and Alaska. This is actually poetry, if you think about it. Like, directly between Alaska and California. This is a meta commentary, in fact. They get... It's funny that they get the Hudson Bay Company as, like, an idea. Because, like, it's one of the... I feel like it's one of the least traded areas of the Hudson's Bay Company. Historically. Like, I don't even think they owned that part. They owned Rupert's Land. I don't think they actually even owned, like, any part of Cascadia. Maybe, like, a little bit. Anyway. They were there though. Like, they did operate some business. It's just kind of funny that they have it to begin with. I don't know. Also funny because you can form Cascadia from any culture, but you always get the Hudson Bay Company anyway. Me, when I'm playing Ming and I simply conjure up the Hudson Bay Company. Anyway. We have Castile, a country that people play. Let's go. Castile. We're not considering them Spain yet. But you know, we could go with like an A tier. It's definitely like Aragon tier minimum, right? Yeah, like the A tier missions and like the ideas are really good. Like, Spain could probably go in S tier, but Castile on its own, I think, maybe just like A tier. Castile is better than Spain because they're not an endgame tier? Endgame tag? Oh my god, I can't read. But doesn't Spain get additional missions after you form them as Castile? Or do you get the full Spanish missions? Hold on. You get Castilian missions as Castile. And then you form Spain and you get the Spanish missions. I think. Wait, maybe that's not true. Maybe I lied. Hold on. Maybe that's not true. Castile's the same as Spain. You get colonial if you do it as Aragon. They are the same missions. Dude. Okay, maybe they both get A tier. Maybe Spain and Castile get A tier. I don't know. We'll see when we get to Spain. I'll make that decision later. You have 45 seconds to evaluate ideas in mission tree. What's the point of this? Because I said I would and people paid for it. Literally. In the subathon, people paid for it, so now we're doing it. It's vibes. Like, what's the point of this? It's for your entertainment. What's the point of watching a TV show? This was a subathon goal? Yeah, there are like 7 things for the subathon goals that I haven't done yet. This is one of them. Yeah, this was the $5,000 one, I think. I didn't think we'd get here, but here we are. No, this one actually is the $3,000 one. When are we gonna do Anban tier list? Yeah, anyway. Castile under Bohemia and Aztec? Unironically with the new Aztec missions? Kind of. Like, sorta, yeah. Anyway, next we have Catalonia. Kind of an interesting one. It's a releasable. Do they have their own missions? They have the Aragonese ones. It just makes them Aragon, but a little worse. Aragon's 8th here. We're just gonna toss them in B. B for Catalonia. It's Aragon, but just not as good. Vassal puppet tier, true. They do have the Aragonese missions. Like, you can do something with that. It's just pain and suffering, and why not just play Aragon? You know what? I'll even put that underneath these two. Next. Champa. Wait, aren't you a stateless society? No, thinking of a different country. Champa has missions, surprisingly. Like actual missions? Wait, what? Real missions? That exist? Catalonia as good as Brandenburg? Give me a break, chat. Yeah, I'm keeping it there, actually. Screw it, I'm keeping it there. I'm not moving it. That's staying there permanently now. Anyway, Champa missions exist. That's surprising, to be honest. I really didn't think they would have anything going for them, actually. Isolated region and culture in Southeast Asia with multiple powerful neighbors. That is true. That is pretty real. And their ideas are just kinda okay, to be honest. Yeah, we might toss this right into C tier. C for Champa. And, I put them here. Put them low C. Yeah, we'll go with that. Next. Champagne. Just going French ducal tier. I don't even care. Moving on. Champasac. The point is to pique your brain and expertise. That's the problem with 45 seconds. Oh yeah, this is not going to be an objective tier list. This This is barely a real tier list. This is for vibe check and confirming one's own biases for the fun of it. This is not meant to be taken seriously. I mean, yeah, it's actually objective and true, and my opinions are in fact law. Anyway, what even is Champasak? Can I even... Wait. Formable by event. That's not a real country. That's not... No, that doesn't exist. I don't even know what ideas they have. Like, I just can't even find them. Okay. I don't know. I don't know where they are. I don't even know where any of their anything is. Releasable in Lao? Unknown tier. True. Releasable in Lao. I don't know. I can't even... The fact that I can't even find their ideas on the wiki, I think that gives them an automatic F tier. Like, bottom of F tier. They couldn't even be bothered to put the ideas for this country. That's what tier they're in. The forgotten tier. That's where they are. Next. Chernigov. Governing capacity, that's not too bad actually. Morale of armies, national manpower, cav combat, national unrest, tolerance to the true faith, goods produced. It's actually not too bad. Not too bad. Why do you go to the wiki page for Chernigov? At the bottom it gives you the achievements and it says Mare Nostrum. Who is forming Rome as Chernigov? Anyway, Russian Principality missions. I think we already kind of went through one of these countries. I think that was Beluzero. So I'm just gonna throw it in there. Why not? Moving on. Cherokee. We're getting a good chance of this being an F tier. I don't know if it's a true yikes. My general opinion on the whole of the North American tags is that there's a really good chance many of them are going to be F tier, except for maybe Iroquois that could get E tier. And I'm not talking about Mesoamerican tags. I'm just talking about like the tribes, generally speaking. Cherokee's like the best North American tag? Okay, you know what? I'll look at it. I'll look at it. We got the core creation costs, which is not super useful when you consider what they do as a country. But like it could be useful sometimes. National manpower, idea cost, morale of armies, diplomat. You get the fort defense 2, which is it's not a lot though. Missions. I think they get the general missions. They get some interesting Cherokee ones. I actually don't know because I don't remember what most of the missions in North America look like. But these do appear in some ways to be unique. Okay. That's true. Totemism and indigenous ideas are POG. They're pretty solid. We might throw Cherokee into like a low E tier. Maybe. Like there's potential in here. It's just really hard to realize it. Like it exists, it's just kind of tough. It doesn't have nothing going for it. It's in for a really tough time and like maybe it can kind of get its feet off the ground. I don't know. But like, is it any better than the formable colonial missions? Yeah, no, I think we're just going to be sorting this out through the F tier. Like, we might just throw this right in here in F tier. I don't think it's quite yikes. It's close enough to the eastern side of the continent to be not yikes. But, you know, it has something to work with, kind of. Next. Shiba. Probably gonna go into the daimyo tier unless they have unique ideas that are really good. Yeah, no, these are mid. Okay, we're throwing them into the daimyo tier. Low daimyo tier, actually. Chichimeca. That's not the country I have up next. Chile. Honestly, we're just tossing that straight into the F tier with the rest of the colonials. I'm sorry, that's how we're doing things. Also, they have the Patagonia. I think it's the Patagonia node. And that's a starting node, and it sucks. He hates Chile, true. Chile, so much better than Chile. That was a terrible joke, I'm sorry. Anyway, Chimu. Inti, Andean. Laugh track, thank you. I try. Chimu isn't horrible, but I remember playing them once and they're just like a worse Cusco. Inca food country, that's true. Do I toss that into yikes? No, because it is Inti, and Inti is one of the better religions in the New World. There's something you can do with it. I feel like it's like a similar situation to Cherokee, but better. It's either like a high F or a low E. I'd rather play Chimu than Bukhara though, you know? Like I'd probably throw it in like a low E, but above Brazil maybe. Yeah. We're throwing it in there. Next we have Chokwe. At least it's coastal. That really does not do much for the Andean countries. No one there can build boats. Chokwe. Congolese ideas, fetishist, Central African. Does it go into yikes tier? That might be yikes tier. No, it's fetishist. Central Africa is automatic yikes. Well, like, the Great Lakes is automatic yikes. It could be like a high yikes tier. A high yikes or a low F. But I'm feeling closer to a high yikes tier. Yeah, no, that's the vibe I'm going with. Next. Chosokabe. Releasable. There's so many releasable daimyos, man. Has anybody ever seen this country? No, because there's barely a good reason to. Yeah, that's going like not like low daimyo tier, like mid daimyo tier. Only in Total War? Okay. Suddenly realizing I'm drawn towards a bunch of places people would consider yikes. They're just really, really tough to play. And I'm kind of considering moving a lot of the North American tribes into the yikes tier. It's tough? I don't know. The only thing that they really have going for them is the fact that sometimes, when you make a federation, it can be actually insane. There's like, when you form a federation, you have a chance to become like 20 billion times larger, and that can be really good for you. And as long as you play them well, you can like reconquer your territory when you lose. But the Western NA tribes, yeah, those are yikes tier. Absolute yikes tier, because the further you are from the eastern coast, the harder it is, to be honest. Anyway, Circassia is the one we have up next. They're not in a great position, but Orthodox tribe is certainly unique. Eastern idea, or Eastern tech group as well. Stability cost for defense. I mean, the ideas are not amazing for them, to be honest. It's worse Georgia. It kind of is worse Georgia. That's true. Worse a lot of things around them. What about those missions? I don't know. I'm really not seeing much for missions. I'm seeing a really large, detailed strategy that someone wrote out for Circassia, which is interesting. But, they clear Avaria. But Avaria's flag is cooler. Yeah, no, we can do that. That's fine. We'll give him like 1 tier above Avaria. That's fine. Do you have 971 tabs open? No, I'm going through each one as I see it. I'm just right-clicking and opening them, because, like, you know, we have Clan Ricard, now I can see the Clan Ricard ideas. Just right-click them. Well, I mean, they're Irish ideas, obviously. Wait, no, they have specific Clan Ricard ideas. Interesting. Okay. These are not very good. I mean, you get the yearly papal influence and a merchant. The rest of these, though, like you get trade efficiency, that's okay. Tolerance to the true faith, that's alright. But cavalry flanking. There's an idea called Irish Hobbies, and it's 50% cavalry flanking, which is funny. It's not horrible, it's just, I don't know. There has to be an Ireland tier. What are we thinking, chat? For an Ireland tier, I'm really feeling like D or E. Like a high E, maybe a low D for the Ireland tier. I'm sort of leaning closer to like a low D. Really just E? E for eaten by England. Oh, that's real. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. Yeah, no, we can put him in a high E. High E tier. E for Ada. I don't know how to pronounce Ireland. I gave it my best shot. Alright, next. We have Cleves. Worse for Scotland, true. Cleves. What do we have here? Clevian ideas. Riveting. They are in the Rhineland. For some reason, specifically the Clevian ideas are taking forever to actually load up. Okay, production efficiency, tax, Diplo annexation cost, idea cost, not really a sleeper build, also not really that great. I feel like it doesn't even deserve to be in the same C tier with the rest of the HRE countries. I might start shifting some of the HRE countries into D tier, some of them, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like these don't actually deserve to be here. These HRE countries. I'm gonna shuffle some of them around. Like these actually. Well, okay, hold on. No, they're above that country for sure. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna shuffle them around. Actually, I'm getting a second opinion. I'm reforming my opinion on a lot of the HRE countries. A lot of them actually do not deserve their spot. On second thought. E for Emperor doesn't even defend him tier. That's true. Yeah, better now than later. Real. Before I have to put in like 70 HRE countries and move them around. Next, Kuln. What do we have here? They're actually not terrible, if I remember correctly. They do get the aggressive expansion, national manpower, the missionary, the development cost, not too bad. They have the Colonian events, but what about missions? They get 8 missions. No, that's 6 missions. I can't count. It's like a chance, maybe. Maybe they could be a little better than some of these ones. I'm gonna give them at least like a high D tier. Higher D tier than most of them. They're kind of alright. Yeah, it can work. It can work. No, that's kind of okay. I like that they get the aggressive expansion early in their idea set. They're an elector and they have a cool monument. That's true. They do have a cool monument. But I also don't think they're any better than like Adal. Oh, but you know what? I might shift these guys up a little bit like this, and then maybe give them like more than Albania and Brittany. Yeah, no, we'll work with that. That's cool. It's a work in progress. Next on my list, because chat, by the way, for people who don't know, we have like half and half for this. Like we have one A to Z, and then we have another A to Z because of the way I uploaded these. Being an elector doesn't really matter when you can't become emperor. But they do pass the vibe check better. Okay, fine. I'll move them down a little. Okay, so next, I think this is actually Colombia. Hold on. Yeah, that's Colombia. Should have known, of course, obviously. Really? Oh no. They have generic ideas? They didn't even bother to give them unique ideas? Yikes. Not actual yikes tier, but that is... Man, that is, that's brutal. Bottom of F? Dude, it's literally generic ideas. There's no way. That's not real. There's no way they made a country and said, let's just not give them ideas. That can't be true. They couldn't think of anything for Colombia? That sucks. Well, yeah, I mean, that's going in F tier. What can I say? Next. Commonwealth. The goat. The horse, actually. Because you get that cavalry combat ability. That's gotta be S tier? S tier or please nerf? Oof. That's a tough one. High S? I can definitely see it. But are we talking like better than Austria S? I don't know. Austria's early game is so strong, but so is... That's like Poland though. This is Commonwealth. Think Commonwealth generally speaking. Like they're really solid. Really great mid game. They get that huge cavalry combat ability. I don't know. I feel like maybe... Ooh, it's tough. It's tough. Better or worse than Austria? We'll keep them where they are right now. I don't know if they're better than Austria, though, yeah. Should be the same tier as Poland for obvious reasons. I mean, yeah, they're not really too different. Remember, there is also the other Commonwealth, which is the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth. It isn't, like, hugely different, I don't think. Their ideas are a little bit different, but... Yeah, we're just going to treat this as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Because we only get to pick one. It's technically the same tag, I think, but... Anyway. Corfu. They actually do have their own achievement, but I have not done it. They are in the Greek culture group, which allows them to restore Byzantium, but let's just look at them on the face of it. They're a one-province minor that is a vassal... No, wait, they're not even a vassal. I forgot. They don't even start in the game anymore. They used to, but now you have to release them from Venice. Not that it makes it that much worse, but... Yeah, no, this is... It's kind of a tough start for them. You get the galley combat ability, that's something. But that's not going to give you expansion. What else do you have? Morale of armies? Okay. Or defense, yeah. Tax modifier. Really not great to have that in the middle of the ideas. Well, no, it's early enough, kind of. Trade efficiency, naval force limit, culture conversion cost is really fascinating. Merchant, not horrible, I guess. I'm sorry, did I see, is this a European missions? Yeah, okay, so basically Corfu is cooked. That's a pretty, I'd say that's a pretty easy F tier, to be honest. Like, where on the F tier scale? E would be generous. I don't think we're going with E. Yikes tier? No. Yikes is reserved for a lot worse. We can put Corfu like right here. I think they have like a more usable start than Cherokee, but like worse long-term potential if you know. Well, no, that's not true. Depends on the skill of the player, but yeah, they're really not great. Next, Cornwall. Literally S tier, goated #1 country. Just kidding. They do have the national unrest, the production efficiency, the tolerance of the true faith. They get movement speed, which is not terrible actually, underrated. Morale of armies. Can they become a pirate republic? Hold on. Pause. If you are Cornwall and are not a pirate republic and have 3 light ships privateering, you can become a pirate republic. That's kinda goated. I don't think any person on Earth has known this about Cornwall. That is pretty cool though. That does give them like a little boost over some other countries. I might put them in the same tier as like Algiers, where they don't have too much going for them, but they can become a pirate republic. Like they can raid is what I mean. Like it's not great, but being able to raid is a huge benefit for any country. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Corsica. What do they get in Corsica? Hold on. Corsica. I have to type it in each time I right-click it as well. Corsican ideas. Okay, let's take a look at them. Napoleon. True. They get Bonapartes. Shock damage, morale of armies, aggressive expansion impact. Interesting. National unrest. Really nothing too unique for them. I don't know. That could be a solid... That could be like right next to Corfu. They give me Corfu vibes. But like a little better than Corfu. You know what? They can get E tier just because they have some decent ideas. Like, they get shock damage, and morale of armies, and the naval force limit, and morale of navies, which is, okay, that's alright, I guess. They get the aggressive expansion impact reduction, the -2 national unrest. Yeah, they're like a little better than Corfu, and I feel like they're a little better than these countries on average. Next. This would be Greek. They are a formable through a federation. And their ideas are just kind of okay. I feel like they can be put in the same spot as Cherokee, kind of. Because they're pretty close to Cherokee, geographically speaking. Yeah. But maybe a little worse. A little better than Cherokee, maybe. Because I think Cherokee is like... They're a little further away from the rest of their culture group, aren't they? Which makes it harder for them to form a federation. But Creek is already settled. And they have like a decent number of people around them. They can get like some decent show strengths and like an alright federation. Worse ideas than Cherokee? Oh, that could be true. I don't know, I feel like they're pretty equivalent to one another, Cherokee and Creek. Greek is the Federation version, though. Hmm. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Crete. Releasable. Unemployed to the stream. Okay. It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday. You can't even say that. If I were doing this on like a Wednesday, I could maybe give that one to you, but it's Sunday. I woke up early for this, in fact. This is maybe the most employed thing a person could do. Waking up early on a Sunday? I call that being an early bird. I call that being a go-getter, actually. Anyway, Crete, Orthodox Eastern Tech Group, Greek, not a lot to say about them. They're kind of like Corfu in pretty much every way imaginable. Corfu, if it had a chance of the Ottomans not instantly eviscerating it, true. Waking up early on a Sunday, Corfu, that's called going to church. Okay, yeah, but like, this is cooler. I don't see them doing the 971 tag tier list at church. This is a more riveting experience. They just don't have the content over there. Anyway, Crimea. 971 Saints tier list. Okay, Crimea, I think they just get the Horde tier list spot. Let's throw them right in there. Right next to the other Hordes. Beautiful. They do if you go to the right guy? True. It's like, you guys seen that video of that guy who I think he's in a church and they're doing, I don't remember what the event is, but in the background he has the aux, so he gets to pick the music and he's putting on like the Berserk playlist. But because of the soundtrack of Berserk, it actually does pass as like church music. Anyway, next we have Croatia. How many hours do you have in EU4? More than any sane person should. But surprisingly not as many as Flory. I do worry about him sometimes. I have 7,000 hours. I think Flory has like 25,000. Check the Croatian mission tree. There's a Croatia mission tree? Good for them. Flory has 40,000? Someone needs to, like, do a wellness check on Flory. Okay, they do actually have their own missions. That's crazy. Permaclaims. They get some temporary things. Someone said they get like permanent dev cost reduction. Oh yeah, minus 5%. I mean, that's all right. I was expecting a little more for some reason, like minus 5%. I mean, okay, it's something. It's like basically another national idea if you think about it. Croatia is worse Hungary, fight me? No one's gonna fight you over that. No one's pretending Croatia is like a top tier country in EU4. They do have some decent ideas though. They get the get like the cavalry combat. They get national tax. That's not that great. They get the aggressive expansion impact. Minus 15% is pretty solid. The admin tech cost, the 10% infantry combat ability, yeah, it's pretty decent. It's pretty alright. I think we can give that a reasonable D tier. Maybe a C tier, I don't know. It could be a C tier if I really think about it a little longer. Like maybe a little bit above the daimyos. No, I'm thinking like above Bulgaria. Croatia definitely has more than Bulgaria has going on. I would say that with certainty. I'd say that with my chest, actually. They get to have that C tier. They've earned that. Next, Cuba. I think you know where this is going, guys. Colonial ideas? You're telling me they gave Colombia generic ideas, but Cuba gets colonial ideas. How did that even happen? That's gotta be like a Wikipedia, like not the Wikipedia, the EU4 wiki oversight. There's no way that Colombia actually has generic ideas. I would love if someone wants to fact check that and get back to me on it, because I just can't believe that still. I'm probably gonna drop Cuba in F tier with the rest of the colonials if I'm being perfectly honest, but I'm just thinking there's no way they gave Cuba colonial ideas, but gave Colombia generic. There's no way. It can't be real. Anyway, next we get Cyprus. Maybe they put Colombia on the map in the wrong way. I don't know. Cyprus mentioned. Oh man. Hey guys, I think I should actually make I should make sweeping political statements about every country that I'm putting in this tier list. I think that would make me very popular with everybody. We should get political for every single one. Anyway, Cypriot ideas. You have to garner attention somehow. Quick, guys, pretend I said something insanely political. Anyway, their ideas are kind of actually not horrible. They're not amazing either. There's a lot going on here with like Navy. Like they have the galley cost reduction. They have the tolerance of heretics. I mean, that's necessary because they're like a crusader state. They've got the naval force limit. They got the galley combat ability. Production's all right. They got the Diplo rep, I guess. That's true. They're not that great if we're being real. I don't know why I'm gassing them up that much. Their ideas are not amazing. Their situation is really not great. I feel like they're maybe marginally better. I don't know. They kind of occupy the same space in my mind as like. I don't know. Actually, I'm thinking about this. Where did I put Athens? I might be blind because I can't find Athens. I might have forgotten what Athens' flag looks like, actually. There's a real chance of that. Oh, this is Athens. I forgot. That is what it looks like. It's kind of Athens, but like slightly better, maybe, actually. Thank you guys for playing around with that. Thank you guys for following through on that bit. Okay, next we get Dive Yet. I think we've already established the tier that's going in, because we already have Champa, whose flag I am forgetting. Hold on. Right here. Okay, it goes right next to Champa. It's like Champa, but slightly better. We don't even have to look at that very much. Dalmatia. Dalmatia is like Croatia, but worse. Actually, the ideas aren't too bad. But they are isolated in their culture group because they're Latin culture. They actually do have good ideas, and they do get the Croatian missions. I think they're just like slightly worse Croatia. I might even put them like here. But they're not that much worse. They're only like marginally worse. Dalmatia, if released, gets Croatia missions. But wait, you can form Dalmatia? You can. Okay, weird. Yeah, no, I'm keeping them as like slightly worse Croatia. Now rank them on their flag design. True. Is this the rare Twitch only stream? No, we have both. We have both going on right now. You gave me a heart attack when you said that, by the way. I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean Twitch only stream? What do you mean by that? The stream's working, isn't it? Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. I got a slight heart attack from that. You scared me, Adora. No, we're good. We're good. Hold on. Need to open up my other thing. Okay. What are we at next? Ragusa also has Croatian missions. They're just giving everyone Croatian missions at this point. You still owe YouTube the time you weren't streaming with like the time you weren't streaming with Lathe. You mean like the majority of the time? Like what does that mean? Okay. What do we have next? Damot. Not a real place, to be honest. I don't know. I might have seen this country once, maybe, possibly. Damot. Does it even show me the ideas? We have the Horn of Africa ideas. That's a new one. Dev cost, infantry combat ability, a little bit of national unrest, and a little bit of tolerance of heathens. Wow, that is not great. Vassal of Ethiopia. Oh, that's why I never see that country. It gets devoured. It's food tier. Whereas actually it's gonna go into F for food tier. But like maybe a higher F because they do have like a gold province. Yeah. At least a bit better than F. We'll keep it in high F. I think that's fair. High F or it's low E. It's really not getting anything better than that. Gold that goes to Ethiopia. So true. Okay, next we have Danzig. What do you get? That's not even a country at the start of the game, is it? Oh no, wait, right, it's you have the whole thing that happens with the Teutons. Polish food, it is pretty much Polish food tier. Yeah, no, this is really not great. Those ideas are sort of made. I mean, you get a little bit of manpower, some trade efficiency. Yeah, you're not looking at anything too great here. I'm saying, like, Danzig, that's gotta be... I would say D tier for, like, the meme, but no, like, it doesn't even deserve it. It's not even worthy of a D tier. It's really not great. They have a mini variant of... Oh, wait, they do have some missions. Hold on. Hold on. I might be treating them too harshly. Wait, hold on. They actually do have their own missions, and they have missions for Prussia if formed by Danzig. That's crazy. Oh, because they get a lot of stuff that's similar. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, this is pretty much just the Teutonic missions. They get like, yeah, pretty much the same thing. Okay, never mind. Which does actually give them a little bit of a boost. Okay, in that case... That definitely puts them above Ireland. You know, we could put them... In fact, I might even put them above, like, a high D tier. Maybe they do get D tier, to be honest. Because those missions are a little bit of a game changer. I mean, it's a tough start, but... But those missions, I mean... It's something. Oh my god, it's been 3 hours, chat. It's been 3 hours and we're not even close to like a quarter through all the countries. Oh my god. No, we keep going, we keep going. The longer I complain, the longer it'll take to complete them. We're chilling, we're good. Next we have Damot. No, that's not Damot, that's Darfur. Darfur. That is a revolter nation, and it literally doesn't even tell me what it has in terms of ideas. That might go into the F or forgotten tier. Could be, maybe. Yeah, we're throwing it in here. We're throwing it here, actually. Like a low F tier. Next. Date. Daimyo tier? Oh, those are some good ideas, though. Hold on. The core creation cost, the aggressive expansion, the infantry combat ability, the idea cost, the land fire damage, heavy ship combat ability, and reduced heavy ship cost, tech cost, development cost. Okay, I was unfamiliar with their game. That is not even just daimyo tier, like that's a cut above some other actual countries. Like that might even be above a few other countries. Like it exceeds the rest of the daimyos by quite a margin. I don't know if those are like Oda tier. They could be, because Oda as a country, like Oda is a viable country even if you don't form Japan, because they're just kind of cracked like that. Like that could be B tier. Actually, yeah, you know what? They do get B tier. Oda and Date might be the two, unless there's another really good one that gets B tier. I have to ask, did you put Canada low as a meme because you're Canadian, or do you just genuinely think they're a weak New World formable compared to, say, Texas? Oh, I think all of the New World formables are actually just kind of like bad from the get-go, for the most part. They aren't in any particular order, except for these three. California, Cascadia, and Alaska, because this is like a meta commentary. You know, because Cascadia is literally between California and Alaska. Yeah. They have some really broken mechanics, though. Like the New World countries and ideas. They have okay ones. I don't know if I'd say that they're broken. Hold on. Am I gonna go and reassess my Canada pick? I did just kind of toss it in there without checking the ideas. Yeah, that does not change much if I'm being honest. I might check the Texas ideas, maybe. I might check the Texas ideas. But yeah, no, the Canada ideas are really nothing special. No, I maintain that pick with Canada, unironically. Okay, where are we at with this right now? We have who is this? Dauphine. France releasable? Yeah, that's ducal tier probably. Yeah, we're gonna toss that into ducal tier. It's funny how Bosnia just blends in with the rest of the ducal tier countries. Oh, also, I should have put these above the ducal tier. No, actually, they're below ducal tier. These need to be above them. Not Avignon, though. Glad you agree England is broken, but the... Oh, this specifically is Angevin, though. This is like the formable for England, doing the Angevin tree. Because, you know, like they changed the flag. Like that's the old England flag, but now it's just the Angevin flag. Bosnia is in France, right? Yeah, close enough. They got fleur-de-lis on their flag. It's pretty much. I think that's how it works. That was Seer. Bosnia is better France? So I have heard. Many are saying. Anyway, that was Seer. That's looking like a pretty immediate F tier, maybe? Where'd I put the other Arabian countries? Wait. I put Anisa up here? Really? In D tier? Really? I'm starting to doubt myself, chat. I don't think this country deserves this spot now that I really think about it. I mean, I'm gonna shuffle some things around. I mean, I think that gets E tier. Now that I'm really hashing out what each tier feels like to me, I'm doing a little bit of a second guess on my previous selections here. Like I might toss you in here, and I might toss you in here too, to be honest. It's you know, it's a work in progress the whole time. Now you have to reevaluate all countries after this. Some of them I'm getting more of a feel for as I flesh out the whole list, you know? Is that Bukhara an E tier? Yes, actually it's supposed to be a lower E tier, thank you for reminding me. Denmark. Do you have no soul? Yeah, I actually sold that back in I think it was 2015 to buy the Elder Scrolls Online. It really wasn't a good trade, if I'm being honest. Because, like, now I've just, like, the game wasn't even that good on launch, and I still don't have my soul back. So, like, what am I supposed to do with that? Anyway, Anyway, Denmark, let's go. It's more about the ideas than it is the missions. Although I've played Denmark, and you can get some insane annexation cost reduction. Unfortunately, they actually are really good. Because of, like, you can form Scandinavia super early, and I know I haven't been factoring in the formables, but in this case, Denmark uniquely, I mean, this is all the Scandinavian nations, like, they get the ability to form the country early. And so, annexation cost seems mid? No, listen, they can get like minus 80% and integrate both Sweden and Norway within like 40 years tops. Like, that's the thing, like, it's a little bit different for them, because they have some unique things. Yeah, like, they can integrate countries really quickly. And so they can form Scandinavia uniquely early, which is why it's really good. And they also get the really, well, if you play it well, you can get like minus 80% annexation costs, which will let you form Scandinavia like 20 or 30 years into the game. Like, okay, maybe not that early, I'm exaggerating, but they genuinely are pretty good. It's just, am I putting them in A or S tier? I'm thinking like an A tier, but maybe like above Axum A tier. S tier? Really? I don't know about that one. How is Axum of all nations in A tier? Their ideas are cracked. Why is Bukhara an E? Because when you form them, you downgrade yourself from a horde to a regular boring monarchy. It's a little bit about the situation, sort of. It's like, I'm playing a great horde game, let me actually make that worse by forming Bukhara. Then you can form Mughals. Okay, but it's less about that in this case. I'm maintaining my pick here. Well, I might drop him down a little bit, we'll see. Maybe we put Denmark a little bit above Castile. I can live with that. That's fine. Desmond. I think that goes into the Ireland tier, but slightly better. Depending on the ideas, because they do get the province war score cost and core creation cost. It's like a high Ireland tier, which is like here. They might even get a D tier. You know what? We can toss them in D tier. D for Desmond. Yeah, that's fine. Best Irish miner to form Ireland. Yeah. Dithmartian. I do remember the Dithmartian tree is pretty interesting. Desmond can become pirate? Hold on, that would change something. That would change a lot, hold on. If you can, then actually that would change everything. I guess most countries that are small can become pirate republics though. Like Iceland can also do that. Although, I don't know if Iceland has to. All Irish miners can become pirates? Yeah, that's kind of true. Okay, when we're... that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Because we put Cornwall in here because they have a specific event that allows them to become a pirate. A pirate republic. Like, do I grant that same eligibility to all countries that start small? I don't know. No, I'm not gonna think about it too deeply, mostly because we don't have time to. Dithmartian. Dithmartian actually is pretty decent if you follow through on their mission tree. You can get the permanent admin efficiency and the goods produced modifier, and being a peasant republic is simply based, I guess. I don't really know. They're pretty cool. They're pretty nice. Cool to play. They have a cool mission tree. We're gonna give them like a high D. No, I'm gonna give them above Dalmatia actually. Where do I put Dithmartian? We're gonna toss them. We're gonna toss them here actually. Yeah, we're gonna throw them in there. A B tier for Dithmartian. I could see it. I could see it actually. Hold on. Yeah, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I could see that. About vibes, it is kind of vibes based. That's true. A lot of this is vibes based. Following the battle, the Dithmartians buried the bodies of the enemy's common soldiers, but in their contempt for the nobility, the bodies of the nobles were left to rot in the fields. Dithmartian moment. Okay, next we have Jared. Remember, of course, chat, that that we get to go from A to Z a second time, just to remind people. When we reach the bottom of the first half, we have an entire second half of all the countries to go through, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go. Anyway, just reminding people, because like when you think we're almost done, actually, that's when we're going to be at the halfway mark. Jared F tier next. Yeah, no, that's pretty fair. I'm gonna put him with F tier. should have put them here actually, and you should be here, and you should be here, and you should be here, and you. I've been downgrading these countries over time, and yeah, you also get to go here. That's yeah. Okay, next. Dongolia. I do like the name. They get points for the name. It's pretty cool. Dongola. Did I say Dongolia? Dongola. Okay, where's the Nubian tier? I have other countries that are also Nubian that I put somewhere. I didn't put them in the Yikes tier, did I? Right here, I think. Okay, you get to go there. Have fun. Dortmund. They're the only Shia country in the region, which is semi-interesting, I guess. I love when the only thing a country has going for them is that they're like slightly different from their neighbors. And like, that's it. Free city in the HRE. They have their own Dortmund ideas. Okay, how are those? Dortmund is, who cares, HRE country? True. A country that happens to exist at the start of the game. Yeah, those ideas are really not that great outside of the discipline they get at the end. Other than that, yeah, okay. Dortmund, we're throwing you in the in like the low D tier. Low HRE regular country tier. The free lag tier, true. Next, I don't think I've actually seen this tag before. Dulkadir. Oh, I have. I just don't recognize it when when it's like zoomed in. They're like Kandar, but a little worse, right? Dulkadir. Anatolian Ideas, Anatolian Tech Group, Sunni, Beylik, One Province Minor. They're basically Kandar tier. Why'd I put Kandar and C? Oh, right, because of Anatolian. Okay, that's true. Like, if you can get a good start with them, they're kind of okay. Anatolian Ideas, Anatolian Tech Group. It's a tough start, but, like, it isn't an OPM? Oh, I'm thinking of a different one, then. Is it, like, the 2 province? Is that Dulkadir? Oh, Ramazan, I think, is the first one. Wait, they're the ones with the 4 provinces. Really? I thought that was Karaman. Dulkadir. Oh, no, you're right. That is the 4 province one. Yeah, no, I got them mixed up with Ramazan. Yeah, that's the OPM. Okay, in that case, you know what? Yeah, I'm putting them in... I'm putting them above Kandar, actually. They get 2 additional provinces. Congrats. Karaman is 5, that's true. Karaman's gonna go in the same tier, actually, when we get to them. Next, we've got East Frisia. We're at E for the first set. Let's go. Basically, it's worse Dithmarschen. And the ideas are not that great. East Frisia gets the free ticket into the HRE tier. Yeah. They get the everyone no CBs on them to play Theodoro tier. Do they even deserve the HRE tier? That's the real question. I don't know. They're just worse Dithmarschen. Like, it's just really not much to say about them. Yeah, there you go. Next. They're a peasant republic, though. I mean, that's cool. It's pretty neat. East India Company. I don't think anybody has played this. But okay, let's take a look. It's really just a country that exists for you to have when playing as Britain, and like that's kind of it. Yeah. Yeah. They don't really have any missions or anything. They just kind of exist. And then I don't know why they exist. Like, what do they do for you? I don't know. Not much, I figure. Colonial nation, but in India. That's real. But the thing is, they're like a better colonial nation than the other ones because there's actually stuff in India. And they do have decent ideas. They have the governing capacity, the unrest. Heretic and heathen provinces don't give penalties. They get the provincial trade power. 15% goods produced, the merchant, the trade steering. They actually have good ideas. It's just kind of like, why would you play them ever? But as far as countries go, like, it's not even that bad. I might give them like an E? E for East India Company, but also because they have no missions and just have decent ideas, kind of. Maybe like... At least there's like stuff in India, you know? I don't know, we'll give them that tier. Next, we have the GOAT, Egypt. Cracked, genuinely insane, paradox, please nerf. I think that's pretty agreeable. They start off with the admin efficiency. There are like 4 countries in the game that have that. And their missions are also kind of insane. This is our second paradox, please nerf? Any objections? Because I'm ready to put them in there. But could they be... Are they really better than Austria? In some ways. It's just sort of situational. Screw it. We're gonna throw them in there. I don't know if I'd say it's like actually better than Austria. That's the biggest... That's the toughest issue, is that Austria gets so much free stuff in the game. They are in terms of their raw potential, but Austria, with their situation, makes them better. I don't know. Let me get something to drink real quick. I just finished my can. Yeah, we'll sort of keep it as it is for Egypt. I think it's fine to throw them in the paradox please nerf tier. I think that's fine. Then we get to England, actual England themselves. They are not going to be in the please nerf tier because, again, it's not the same as Angevin. They can form Britain, but we're just judging England itself with their missions, and they're pretty good missions, admittedly. But they're not Angevin tier, you know. Definitely A tier at minimum. But S could be reasonable. I mean, even the ideas to start with are really good. A and Great Britain in S. I feel like I could definitely toss England into low S and Great Britain into high S. But above Burgundy, well, yeah, it may be a little above Burgundy. England's better than Great Britain? Nah, there's no way. England's better because it's not an endgame tag. Is that really the only qualifier we're going to use here? Hold on. Let me look at the British ideas. They don't share the same missions until... Wait, hold on. Because to get the British missions, you have to form Britain, don't you? I don't think they're an expanded version of the England tree. No? Their missions are the same? Oh. Well, shoot. They're not the same? Oh my god. I'm getting one guide in 2 directions here. The problem is I'm looking on the wiki, and unfortunately it's just not loading on the wiki, which is really annoying. Yeah, screw it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna say that, like, I think the British ideas are better than the English ideas. They add onto them some missions for former Great Britain. Yeah, no, we're keeping England in this part of the S tier, and then Britain's gonna be a higher S tier. We're going with it. I'm running with it. Anyway, Anaria. I actually do remember this country's flag. Eventually, chat, the tier list is gonna get so big, I think it's actually going to take up the entire screen. Because if, like, remember, this is what it looks like when we scroll down. Look how many countries we have left, chat. It's gonna take up the whole thing. Anyway, Anaria. Horn of Africa, East African, Coptic, Cushitic? Right, yeah, Cushitic. Horn of Africa. Oh yeah, we looked at that, didn't we? Who else is Horn of Africa? Wasn't it one of you? I'm gonna toss you in there. Yeah. Next, Epirus. The Byzantine fodder tier. The voice crack tier. The gets vassalized by Byzantium for their navy every game tier. They get a merchant, tolerance of heretics. There's really not too much to look at here other than the fact that they get discipline and cav combat. In terms of their missions, they get the Crusader missions, which means they are firmly right here. Congrats. Next, Iranshar. Yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah, I think we're just gonna do that, maybe. Everyone in agreement with that one? Insane Nation? Genuinely cracked. Yeah, minus 20% overextension impact modifier. Thank you, Paradox. Very cool. Alright, next. We have Eretna. I think that's going to be in a similar spot to the other Anatolian countries. We're just going to like throw that in there, maybe. We got to speedrun at least a few of these. Corbett, I'm afraid to inform you I don't think you'll break the world record on any % tier list speedrun at this pace. That's okay. The only thing I'm trying to succeed at in this is staying awake long enough to finish this tier list. Next, Estonia. I actually forgot Estonia exists in EU4. No missions, allegedly. Catholic Western Tech Group. The ideas are kind of okay. They don't have like a lot going for them, but I think I'll give them maybe like same as HRE tier, sort of. They're not crazy, but they also, well, they don't even have ideas. I don't know. Maybe they actually go closer to like the Russian principalities. That's fine. Next. Ethiopia actually has a lot of potential as a country. It's a little rough to start with, but they do have some decent missions if you can really get them going. Their ideas aren't horrible. They're just not amazing. Like I feel like they're a solid B, but not like a super high B. Like, I'd probably put them like here for a B tier. Maybe like below Ayutthaya actually, but like above Armenia. That's fine. Etruria. Probably gonna put that in the same spot as like Aquileia, if I had to guess. You guys remember the Etruscan boar meme? I don't know why, but that was a thing like a few years ago. They start with a 655 ruler. Wait, which one? Oh, right, like Ethiopia? I just got here. Can we start over? Okay, anyway. Wow, I don't even get to see the actual ideas for this country. At least they're not on the wiki, so I'm just gonna assume that they're like Aquileia tier. Wait, isn't there another country that was like Aquileia? And then I don't know, I'm losing track of countries, it's fine. They were a Napoleonic client state. Okay, yeah, so like nobody remembers them. We have this. I don't even know really how to pronounce this country. It is Fada Ngurma, I think. Maybe. In other words, ooh, could this actually be, let me look at the ideas. Because this could possibly be a yikes tier. We haven't had one of those in a while. So what are the mostly ideas like? Ooh, I'm gonna be honest, this could actually maybe be a yikes tier. It's definitely no better than Benin, and that's a low F. But is it Ashanti levels of bad? I don't know. That's definitely a low F, maybe. Like we can throw it in here, I think. It has missions to form Mosi. Wait, hold on. Missions. Okay, hold on. This is new information. They can form Mosi. Okay, we'll get to Mosi when we actually get there, but they can form, like they have missions, sorry? Okay, hold on. We might be able to bump it up because it doesn't have an entry on the wiki, so I wasn't even aware of the missions. Okay, we could bump that up a little bit. Like, any missions would be better than no missions. Like, we might put that, like, here, maybe. I could live with that, yeah. Alright, next. Fadl. Fadl is definitely going, like, boop, right there. Just in with the rest of the regularly generic Arabian countries. Just like, boom. Congrats. Actually, they're pretty bad. Let's go into the bottom of the tier, actually. Like, these two feel like a similar vibe, you know what I mean? Yikes tier should be reserved for nations with no national or regional missions at all. Not entirely reserved. I feel like the Great Lakes, I think, reasonably deserve to be in the yikes tier. Ashanti, I don't remember why I gave that yikes tier, but yeah. Like, Ainu definitely deserves yikes tier, in my opinion. Anyway, what do we have next? Fars. That's the country that people can actually play and find fun. And they also get the additional bonus for being a funky color every time they update the game. We've had pink Fars, we've had yellow Fars, we've had like a light blue Fars at one point, I think. You can actually kind of work with this. Okay, hold on. Pause. Fars has Timurid missions for the first slot. When was this updated? That maybe was a really long time ago. I don't know. They change color every game now? Do they actually? If they do, I didn't even notice. Whole new tier below yikes for the Siberian clans? No, those are definitely going bottom of yikes. They get to be next to Ainu because they share a culture group. That's what they get. They get to be with their friends. Anyway. Fars, I think we can throw that into like a C tier probably. When you play as Fars, you get an event to pick your color. That's so based. Okay, the vibe tells me that this is gonna go like right there. I actually don't know too much about Fars to give it a good shake. Maybe it could be a little higher up. Maybe we give Fars, not as good as the, well, they do have better missions in theory, right? Yeah, I can stay there, that's fine. Maybe I'll think about that later. Next, Fergana. Fars can get Iran, not that hard. Yeah, like it has a good starting situation. I don't really know what they did with the missions, which is why it's hard to place them somewhere, because if they do have some part of the Timurid missions, then that's actually pretty good. Fergana has generic ideas. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do we yikes tier this one for generic ideas? I don't suppose they have any. I don't suppose they have any missions, do they? I figure they could have missions. They are in the Alpaic group. In theory they could, but they're also in Ikta though. So if they do get the Horde missions, but no Horde, that's just kind of depressing. It's like that's like it spits in your face. It's like, yeah, you can have a taste of the Horde missions. They probably do have the Mongol missions, yeah, but they just, they're like, go play your Mongol mission settled country without racing. They have Chagatai missions? With generic ideas, man. If they have missions, it's the only thing that saves them from yikes ideas. Or from the yikes tier. I don't know. I feel like they're... Someone can get back to me about that if they actually do have missions. Just like at me to make sure that I actually read the message that you send. But I don't know. I feel like that could just be a yikes to start with. Like generic ideas. Just, man. That is, that's depressing, to be honest. Next we have Ferrara. Ferrara, it's not too bad. You know, it's in Italy. It's got some development around it. B? Okay, we're being a little overzealous here. Let me take a look at this. Naval leader fire, flagship cost is super unique. I've never seen that before. Ship trade power, domestic trade power, artillery combat ability, yearly papal influence, siege ability, and light ship combat ability. Not terrible. They have the Italian minor missions. Just checked from another content creator. Fergana's national ideas are literally called national ideas. Yeah, they have the generic national ideas. The minor Italian missions are really not much. Ferrara, I mean... They're not in a terrible situation. I could give them like a D tier. Like, at least there's money in Italy. I could give him like a... You get to go there, and that's fine. Upside down Ulm, true. Worse Ulm. Yeah, at least they're in Italy. It's alright. Next, we have Fez. What ideas do you have, Fez? Berber ideas, Barbary Ikta. Releasable by Morocco. It's like Morocco, but worse. And where would I put Morocco? I'd probably put them above Algiers because Morocco actually has ideas. Or not ideas, missions. Whereas I think Algiers does not. Although Fez, I have a feeling, probably doesn't either. Morocco, but better flag. Morocco, but like worse, kind of. I don't even know if they have missions. I kind of feel like they don't even have the Morocco missions. I could be wrong, but I feel like if that's the case, then it literally is just like Algiers, but it's pretty much just Algiers but smaller. I don't know, it's like, you get to go there, congrats. Yeah, if someone checks for them to see if they have Morocco missions, then I could maybe bump them up a little bit. But at least the wiki isn't telling me if they do or don't. It's less Rocco? True. True and real. Mods? Mod that guy. Next we have Fezan, which is convenient because it's right next to Fez, alphabetically. And the funny thing is that it's actually just significantly worse in every way imaginable. I might even give him like an F tier. They have Berber ideas. Can they even raid? I don't think they can. They start as a tribal monarchy. I don't think they're allowed to raid. So it's just significantly worse. Berber idea is not the worst in the game. They did buff them like 5 years ago. They have access to the Barbary Ikta? Okay. So they've maybe some potential. We'll put them high E tier because Fez is really just like Mamluk food. They really don't do much. I actually did play Fezan, if anybody remembers that one video I made like 2 years ago. That wasn't very fun either. I remember that was not great. I had to install Europa Expanded to give them some missions so that they were marginally playable. And even then, that was not that great. Berber ideas give rating? I don't think they do anymore. Hold on. I think they used to, but they sort of shifted those into the government mechanics, like the government reforms. I'm seeing here on the wiki that it says that Berber does not have access to rating. I think they used to, back when Berber also had plus 25% core creation cost, or hostile creation cost. Anyway, we're spending way too much time on Fezan. Next, Finland. I'm gonna be real, I can't find Fergana in the files. It's actually just lost media. Is the Synthetic Empire in this list? I think so. Unless I deleted them. I'm sure they're here. Oh yeah, here they are, the synthetics. There you go. Maybe Fergana was actually deleted from the game. Fez has no tree? Okay, it's staying where it is then. Thank you. I appreciate the help. Finland, though. Fergana's tag should be KOK? Oh, like Kokand? Is that what I'm thinking of, regionally? Or is that like a different... Yeah, Kokand is a city in Fergana, Uzbekistan. How did I know that? Why do I know that? I think I'm actually, Paradox brain rotted, maybe. Map games? That's true, yeah. Stare at maps too much. Yeah. Finland. I've been trying to go through Finland for like the 4th time. Let's actually get through this one. They have good ideas, unironically. They start with discipline and tax, which is good in the early game. Cavalry combat ability, production efficiency, construction and development cost, tech cost, morale of armies, missionary strength versus heretics. They do have some missions. Unfortunately, I did do my Finland to Rome campaign before they gave Finland missions, which is unfortunate. But you know what? Like, they're not too bad. They're pretty decent. We'll give Finland a solid B tier, actually. Like a... Yeah, that feels about right to me. Well, maybe above... Well, that's a tough one. Maybe that's fine. Pretty solid, I think. C tier for blobbing. Yeah, but they get a B tier for passing the vibe check. Florence. Starting off with dev cost and yearly papal influence. Okay, pretty cool. What's in the middle of please nerf? Egypt? Yes. The idea cost, tech cost, interest per annum. Imagine taking loans. Couldn't be me. Trade efficiency, production efficiency, manpower, and discipline. All pretty good ideas. They do get Tuscan missions as well, which are a touch older, but they still hold up because that was, you know, that was Emperor. At least that wasn't like Golden Century, because those are like ancient missions, or like Cradle of Civilization. It was even older. At least I think they introduced missions in Cradle of Civilization, right? I think. The permanent excommunication tier, that's true. Anyway, Florence. Florence feels like it could be a pretty solid like A tier. You know, like I feel like you can do a lot with Florence if you give them what they need, which is like a good player at the helm. You can do a lot with Florence, I feel. Like a low A tier though. I'm not talking like high A tier. Pretty powerful for playing tall, possibly the best country for that. Can I introduce you to Korea? If we're talking about playing tall. Korea is so good at playing tall, it even gets the AI to play tall for it whenever Korea exists in the game. Florence is the best nation to play tall with a single state. That may be true now, possibly, only because of the way that they changed the development stealing system. The, concentrate development system. Anyway, I just sort of crashed in my kitchen. I'm sure it's not a big deal. Anyway, yeah, let's move on to... Did I put Florence before Flanders? How did that even happen? What? Okay, anyway, Flanders. Weird. Goods produced modifier, dev cost. They do get like the pretty much the close enough to Netherlands tier. The worst Holland tier. True. What was that other country? That was Brabant that gets the Flemish ideas or Flemish missions. Where'd I put those guys? Brabant. Put them here. You know what? You get to be slightly above Brabant. Congratulations. Maybe we... Yeah. That's cool. Less, about 15% in 4 hours. Oh, we're so cooked. Oh, God. Florida. Just gotta keep going. 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 Why does Florida have the Somalian flag? Yes. Colonial ideas? Okay, where'd I put Cuba? Where is it? Here you go. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Moving on. Next. Wa. French ducal tier. Boom. Next. France. Paradox, please nerf. Thank you. Moving on. We don't have to debate that, right? No one disagrees with the France and the please nerf tier. We cool with that? It's an important country, so I will actually ask France, or ask chat about that. France tier. Real. We cool? Perfect. France's S. We're keeping it. We're keeping it. Yeah, no, we're keeping it. Frankfurt. We're on the France hate stream. True. True and real. Benin F tier? Don't debate me on the Benin F tier. I will describe in excruciating detail why Benin deserves worse. Frankfurt. Please do. Bad tech group and fetishist and that's like mostly it. It's really not that much detail. Not a great position to be in. I don't know. For questioning betting in F tier, I'm putting it in the yikes. That's true. That's real. Okay, Frankfurt. They get some okay ideas, I guess. Really not huge on that. Okay, it's going into the low HRE tier. You get to go, like, here. Congrats. Surprised with Egypt and Austria? I don't know, I might swap Austria around. It might go into the nerf tier. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get short-term memory loss and in 4 hours I'll change my mind. Friesland. Also a peasant republic, I think, or has the potential to become one. Me when I can't spell Friesland? I'm from Friesland. Do you perchance speak Frisian? I hear it's a lot like English. Flurry tier. Let's go. They get the dev cost. I can't. My pronunciation is bad. Close enough. That's pretty cool, actually. The ideas are okay. You know, the dev cost, production efficiency. They get the ship trade power, but it's not much. State maintenance is always kind of a weird one. I don't know what ideas they... Or not ideas. I don't know what missions they get. Friesland. Thought it was pronounced more like Phrygian? I don't know. Like Frisian? Could be. As far as their ideas go, they're just kind of alright, and I don't know what missions they have. I kind of assume that they don't have anything special in terms of missions. Unless there's like a generic, sort of close enough to Dutch, but isn't really Dutch. They get the Dutch mission tree? Interesting. Okay, that actually does boost them quite a bit. Peasant Republic with the Dutch missions? That's actually not too bad. We'll put them in low B. It's like, it's better than the Flemish guys over here, you know? Because it's Peasant Republic, and that's just like inherently more based. It passes the vibe check more. Next. Funge. I'm gonna be honest, there's like a really high chance this is just going straight into yikes tier. But I'll take another look to see if I might reconsider this. You know what? I did give the other Nubian countries a fair shake. They can go into F tier, I guess. Yeah, okay, they get saved from the yikes tier a little bit. Okay, that's fine. Gaeldom. I forgot this was possible as a country. The I feel guilty tier. Gaeldom can choose to reform Scotland. But why would you do that? Why even bother tier? Real. I don't even know what their ideas are. It doesn't even tell me. It just says Gaeldom, and it tells me nothing about it. Does Gaeldom happen to have, like, generic ideas? Because that would be really sad, and I really hope they don't. It is a different culture. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. They get Isles ideas or Highlander ideas? Hold on. Highlander... ideas. Is that a thing? Not that I can find. They don't just have Scottish ideas, do they? Someone said Isle ideas. I'm gonna look into that. They have Highlander ideas. Where do I even find those? I don't even think those are on the wiki. And they get the Scottish missions? So it's Scotland but worse. Okay, that sounds like a solid C tier to me. Yeah, no, hold on, that's worse. Hold on, that's Finland right there. And that's actually, I consider Finland better than Highland. Than Gaeldom. There you go. That's good enough. Galicia. But not Galicia Volhynia. Light ship cost. Tax modifier, the fort defense. These are not amazing ideas. You can form Spain. Yippee. Really not a lot you can do with Galicia, especially since you're in like the northwest of Spain. I mean, you do have... Isn't this an achievement? This Galicia. No, I'm thinking Asturias. Okay, yeah, Galicia... I'm sorry, but that's probably going to go in a pretty low tier. Just on the face of it, they're just not that great. Yeah, they can go in there, and that's fine. Worse Asturias. Where did I put Asturias? Oh yeah, I put them there because their ideas are actually genuinely good. What did Frisia do to get B? Peasant Republic. They're pretty based. Apparently they get Dutch ideas, allegedly. Wait, no, wait, am I thinking Frisia or Friesland? Wait. All the countries are starting to melt together in my mind. Okay, so there's East Frisia and there's Friesland. Friesland apparently gets their own ideas and Dutch missions. I don't know, it's all starting to fade from my memory as soon as I move on to the next country. What did Castile not have to miss out on S tier? Yeah. They didn't pass the vibe check as much. I don't know. I wanted a place to put Spain, I think. Actually, I mean, to be fair, well, I put Aragon and Castile in the same place. I'm like, you know, Aragon's really good, but I didn't want Castile to be that much better than Aragon. And to be fair, it's actually like not that much better than Aragon. In fact, in some cases, it's kind of worse. But in some cases, it's kind of better. I don't know. I'm keeping it there though. It's staying there. We don't have time. We must continue. We must forge our path forward. Otherwise, we'll be here for 30 years trying to get through all these countries. Galicia Volhynia has Ruthenian ideas. They actually could be pretty cracked. I think they have the potential to be cracked, but not at the start. Because I think when you form, there's something about like forming Ruthenia that I don't quite remember, but apparently gives you insane manpower or something. Wait, what? I right-click Ruthenian ideals and it brings me to just national ideas. Why would you do this to me? Oh, because I have to scroll down and find them myself. That's really cool, I think. Ruthenia? Okay, the Ruthenian ideas are actually quite decent. Not too bad. Manpower recovery speed. Max promoted cultures, reduce promote culture cost. You get the Cav combat. Cossacks, max privileges, I guess. Minus 5 years of separatism, minus 10% core creation cost. The Patriarch authority. Tolerance of the true faith, and the discipline. Those are good ideas. They get the Tsar stuff like Russia? Oh, I see. Okay, so that's... They get the Ruthenian ideas, but then actually forming Ruthenia is where you get like the best stuff out of that. So they're kind of like the Russian principalities, but with better ideas, which I think that deserves to put them like here. Kind of. I think like reasonably you could like put them here. Gascony, let's go. Highlander ideas are 50% chance of air and 25% garrison size. Then 15% morale of armies, 1 attrition for enemies, 10 siege ability, 10 stam cost modifier, and 10 religious unity. 15% shock damage. 10% national manpower, and 10%, 1 prestige, and 10 manpower recovery speed. Those aren't bad. They aren't terrible. But I think that kind of like that really solidifies them in the D tier for me. Like they're not amazing, but they're not horrible either. I do like the shock damage though, and I do like the manpower. There's a lot that I like in there. There's a lot in there that I also don't like. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll just keep them there. What do we have next? Gascony. They do have the French ducal ideas. Above other French minors because they have a ton of permanent cores. I mean, maybe? We'll kind of throw them in the general French ducal tier. Oh, right. Yeah, no, I'm thinking of Gascony. You're right. Because you do start off pretty sizable. I guess that does give you a little bonus. Yeah, no. We can work with that. We can definitely toss him in there. Bring him up a little bit. I can agree to that. I don't even remember what country this is. I don't even think it deserves to be up here. I think it was supposed to be over here or something. I don't know. We run with it. Gazakumuk. I don't know if they have much going on here. Caucasus, indeed. They kind of just... They are kind of like Avaria, but larger. Yeah, like they're pretty much identical to Avaria. So, wherever I put Avaria, just boop, throw them in there. Yeah. Works for me. Galetti? I don't think of... No, I actually have seen this country maybe once. Better than Circassia? I just... yeah. Yeah. They have the Somali Ideas East African Tech Group, Sunni, and they are releasable by Ajuran. I think we're going to put them underneath Ajuran. Who I put here. Actually, Ajuran gets a little more because they have a decent mission tree. I don't really know what Galetti gets. Assuming they do get the Ajuran tree, then I would put them like... here, because they're like a little smaller than Ajuran. But if they don't get the missions, then they go down to like here, you know? They do not get the missions? Okay, yeah, we're throwing them... yeah, we can do that. Yeah. Okay, what do we have next? Ugh. Oh my god, it's been 4 hours. No, we're chilling. Guys, look how much we've gotten through this, guys. It's not even that many left. It's easy. Quick in and out, guys. Yeah. Yeah, don't even worry about it. We have Gelre. That's my best Dutch pronunciation. I know. I'm a native speaker myself. Something of a Dutchman myself. They're kind of alright. They have decent ideas. They get the Dutch mission tree, I think. It's, you know, it's alright. Where are the Inca at? We're not there yet. Austrian please nerfed here. I'm thinking about it. But every time someone tells me to do it, I'm thinking about it a little less, if I'm being honest. Where'd I put Flanders? You know what? We're gonna... This is like the low countries lion tier. Because every country here has a lion for a flag, which is really funny. It's like, here's my homework. Please don't copy me directly though, bro. Thank you. We're just gonna toss them in there. And then whenever we get to the Netherlands themselves... that's probably gonna go in like A tier, to be honest. Probably. Genoa. Remember, of course, we have a bunch of other things to get through. So yeah, we're skipping over Geneva, but we'll come back to it in the second half. Let me see those Genoese ideas. Let's go, Genoa. What are good borders? True and real. Can't decide what continent it wants to be tag. Real. The secret is that Genoa is always a non-European country when I'm playing in Italy. Okay, so we're gonna start off with that trade efficiency. We get the... I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to hype this country up. The ideas are not amazing. They have some pretty good like naval stuff, which makes sense for Genoa. And that's cool. But like, you're not Venice, bro. And they do have some decent missions, I think. It's not crazy or anything. A mission where you gain 2 mercantilism. That's cool. Okay, I mean, there are a lot of those, actually, where they get 2% mercantilism. You get a total of, like, what is that, 8% in their mission tree? Unironically, not terrible. But anyway, there's some decent stuff in here. It's just, it's not crazy or anything. They do have a good end node. Like, they start in an end node. It's actually named after them because, you know, they're kind of important. You know what? I'll toss them in like a mid to high C tier. Like, I would probably put them... Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, I think that's kind of alright. Next we have Georgia. Georgia's actually not terrible. It's just that you have the Ottomans breathing down your neck the whole time. I thought there weren't going to be internal rankings within the tiers. There weren't, and I really shouldn't for the sake of time, but it just feels wrong not to. Ottoman food? No, they're a little more than that. You gotta give them a bit more credit. They do have the fort defense and the infantry combat ability. They've got the manpower recovery speed. They've got the tolerance of the true faith, and I think they have some missions, kind of, sort of. They got some with King of Kings, and that was a recent DLC, which means they got the power creep. Yeah, we can probably put him into like a relatively decent C tier. Or maybe even like a low B. No, let's not be that zealous. I'll give him like a... Yeah, I think that's fine. How many countries are left? I'm trying not to count them, actually. Same as Armenia, B tier? Oh, that's actually a really fair point. I just don't know if their ideas justify the B tier. You know, 30% improved relations is actually not bad. Okay, yeah, you know what? We could give them a little bit of a higher... We could give them like a... We'll give them there. I don't know if I'm putting them all the way up there, though. You know, yeah, we're keeping them there. Germany, I don't remember what they did to the German missions. If they improved them... Actually, they don't even have to improve them, because they do give you admin efficiency, don't they? I think we can just say that Germany or HRE? This would be Germany, for sure. HRE will come later. Could have formed something cooler here? Okay. Anyway, I think the German missions, if I'm remembering correctly, are kinda cracked. In some of them, but not all of them. Kinda short though, but I don't know. Let's see. Isn't there one that gives you the admin efficiency, the permanent admin efficiency? I'm just looking for that right now. Once you form Germany, the culture's kind of irrelevant. True, real. Am I hallucinating the admin efficiency? That can't be right. Wait, what? Administrative. Am I crazy? Oh wait, it's in their ideas, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm stupid. Yeah, it's in their ideas. Yeah, you know what? I mean, like, they have really good ideas. The discipline, the trade efficiency, the admin efficiency, goods produced, tech cost, unrest, infantry combat ability. I mean, it's no Prussia in terms of its ability to fight, but I mean, in terms of its ability to be a country without being a military that has a country. They're pretty good. I'd probably put them in like a solid S tier because admin efficiency kind of just like puts you there. Insane permanent missions bonuses too. I feel like we could reasonably put Germany in like the S tier. The only thing is you do need, well, for the most part, I know you can get around it sometimes, but you do need sort of later tech to form it. It feels kind of like the Commonwealth, but you form it even later. I think it's fair to just like keep it an S, but below Austria. Because Austria is too cracked in the early game. Yeah, like it would be higher, I think, if not for being super late game. I'm still considering this. Fine. Yeah, you know what? Fine. I caved. Germian. Look at the Kaiserreich government reform. Oh yeah, that is kind of important, isn't it? That is kind of important. How do I do that? Have you considered events? I have not considered events like at all, except for a very few cases. Because I am not omniscient enough about the game to really know all of that. Wait, if you have the Winds of Change DLC, you get the Germany is disunited, you get the cultural fragmentation government reform? What? They nerfed Germany in Winds of Change? No, I think they changed some things with Winds of Change. Oh man, they actually did change Germany in Winds of Change. I didn't even notice that. I should play Germany again. Choose cultures to integrate? Okay, yeah, that's why you're not going into the nerf tier. You get to stay in the S tier, just because you got, like, a weird nerf with the cultural unity thing. Anyway. Yeah, no, we're keeping it in the S tier because I'm not going to raise it, and I don't feel like lowering it either. Even if something new happens, that's too bad. I don't want to spend more time on it. Next, Germian. Germian, maybe? It's a releasable in Anatolia, and I think just because of that, I'm probably gonna shove it into the same category. Over there, that works. Then you get the new government reform. Oh, okay, so it's not so much of a debuff as much as it's like an additional side mission. You get a side quest as Germany. Gilan in Persia. Those are the guys in the north, I think? They have Caspian ideas. What do you know? Development cost, goods produced, infantry combat ability, production efficiency. They get a merchant, that's cool. Any missions? Generic missions? Yikes. Uh-oh. We might have to toss that in the... Man, generic missions. Might have to toss that in the E tier. But like here, because it's still in Persia, so it has... Like, I like the ideas that they have, but generic missions. But they are in Persia, which means they have that potential to them. There's actual stuff in Persia, actual development. There's real money in there. Like Mazandaran, but worse. I don't even remember where Mazandaran is. Oh, it's like next to them, yeah. Okay, next, Great Horde. I think these guys, or rather the Golden Horde. Okay, this is the formable. And they got new missions too. I'm gonna be honest, this is probably gonna be S tier. But where in S tier is the question. Let's put it like right next to Arabia, maybe. Because yeah, it's Horde, but they also get the really good missions, and I don't know, Hordes are just kind of cracked, just naturally cracked. Like, we're gonna throw Oirat up into here too, probably Yuan as well. Anything like that. What are we doing to tier them off? Or what are we tiering them off of? How strong they are, how fun, mix of both. Yeah, kind of a mix of both. Just generally mixed into the vibe check. It's really vibes based. I have to stress that this is not an impartial, objective tier list. This is me being like, yeah, this country kind of feels like an F tier. I have too many countries to actually go through and try to compare them in a consistent manner against every other country. Yeah, we got the Goatland. G for the goat tier. They have core creation cost to start with? That's crazy. Minus 15%. They get development cost, a merchant, the trade power. Not a lot of trade power, though. Trade efficiency, not bad. They also get their own missions, don't they? The Goatlander. Oh, right. They get their different missions. They have 3 different mission trees, because they're that goated. You know what? Yeah, those guys, they get a solid B tier, if I'm being real. Like, they might get top of B tier. They are pretty solid. The 3 different mission trees they got that replayability. They've got... I mean, they can become a pirate republic. That's pretty cool. A mission to PU Scandinavia. Like, they've got a lot going for it. It's a tough start, but if you can get out of that, it's pretty solid. They got some decent ideas as well. They have a lot going for them. Come on, they're A? No, I'm not going to go that far. I'm not going as far as A. Saw some dude do a wacky exploit where he made Goatland into a pirate republic horde by forming Tibet and then getting the event. How do you even do that? Aren't those mutually exclusive government reforms? Granada. Honestly, they are not that good. Like, once you form Andalusia, that's when things are really great. Well, okay, Granada, they get the religious unity and tax and the tolerance of heathens. It makes invading Andalusia or Iberia easier. Core creation cost, that's pretty good. Construction cost, national manpower, idea cost. It's not terrible. It's like Byzantium of the West, but less fun. Yeah. Albania vibes? That is kind of true. They do kind of get Albania vibes, but with more missions. So like a little better than Albania. I could give them like a solid D tier maybe. I don't know why I can't. Okay, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. That feels like a pretty... Actually, no, I'll put them underneath this. Here we go. You're not as easy than Byzantium? That's true. I actually don't disagree with that. I don't know why that didn't pop up, but thank you very much, Watcher, for the 9 months. I appreciate that. Get yourself some coffee. You look tired. I am actually exhausted, I'm not gonna lie. Going into this stream after getting like 4 hours of sleep, like this is not a good idea, but it's alright. I'll make it through it, and then I'll just like sleep the whole day tomorrow. The good thing I didn't schedule a stream for tomorrow either, because I was thinking about it. But no, I'm like, I gotta take a day off this week, especially after this stream. So next stream's gonna be Wednesday instead. Granada deserves C tier? No, I'm keeping them where they are. I'm not even ranking every province fake gamer. That's true. That's real. Great Britain. I think we sort of agreed that we would put Britain above England, but not in the nerf tier. Not the same as Angevin. And I keep pronouncing it that way. I don't even know if that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. The most Anglo way would be Angevin, but I'm not doing that either because that sounds cringe. Let's put that in the, like a high S tier. I don't know if I'm saying that's better or worse than Germany. It's just kind of, you know, it's just kind of sitting up there. They're friends. You know, they're close enough. Maybe not really competing too much for their spot. Gotta give Great Britain credit for being one of the more successful NPC nations too. Yeah, that's pretty true. They tend to do pretty well. Great Horde. Really not too bad. It's like Golden Horde, but a little less, maybe? Let me do a direct comparison to those two. They kind of have similar ideas, don't they? They're not too much worse than the Golden Horde. But it also doesn't feel right to put them in S tier. I don't know, like high A tier feels... Well, no, they are a horde. And they do start with some pretty good stuff. I could put them like low S tier, maybe. Like a high A... Like, it's one of those classic hordes that's like, you're forming the Mongol Empire and you're doing it quickly with these guys. It just kind of feels like that, you know? Like a high A, low S. Top of A, I could do that, sure. You can just form England so no end tag need anyway, enjoy. I guess. Hi, Lemon Cake. It's Angevin? That makes a lot of sense for French, and I should have known that growing up learning French. But I also haven't actively tried to speak French in like 7 years, so... Yeah, no, that's kind of fair. Angevin. Yeah, that makes more sense. Next we have the Great Moravia, which I do need to play. Allegedly it is just Bohemia, but even stronger somehow. I don't know what kind of magical super serum they put into the Great Moravia, but yeah, those are actually some pretty good ideas. Like some really good ideas, actually. Yeah, we're gonna put that in... Do I put that in the nerf tier? Has cracked missions? Well, okay, yeah, so we're definitely gonna put it above Bohemia. They have the same missions, they share them. Probably gonna put it above Bohemia, just because it feels like Bohemia, but cooler, you know? It's not called Great Bohemia. It's called the Great Moravia for a reason. That just means it's cooler. They do get some really good ideas, like you get the dev cost and the monarch admin skill and a missionary and the overextension impact modifier, which is like, that's wacky, but okay, we'll take it. National manpower, goods produced, 3 tolerance of the true faith. I've never even seen that before in national ideas. 5% discipline and 5 max absolutism in the same idea, sure. 15% max effective absolutism, okay. This guy thinks he's France or something, okay. We got a new Sun King over here in Great Moravia. It's actually, that last idea is so good, I think it puts it above Britain if I'm being real. The plus 15% max effective absolutism? Britain doesn't have that. They're not cool that way. Bohemia with sunglasses. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, then we got Greece. We put that in... Never mind, I'm not gonna make that joke. Greek ideas are just kind of okay from what I'm seeing here. Oh, never mind. I did not see that core creation cost at the bottom. I was not familiar with their game. Okay. The tolerance of the true faith, the infantry combat ability, advisor costs, trade efficiency, diplo rep, and relations. Minus 10% idea cost, minus 10% core creation cost. Orthodox, solid religion. But the thing is, like, at what point does a person play Greece and not Byzantium? That is the question. If you're like, I would like to play a Greek cultured country in EU4. Let me just play Greece. I think one person has ever thought of that, and it's the one person to get that achievement that Greece has. So not me. And the funny thing about it is, like, you can't even form them... I mean, you can, if you culture shift, but not even as Athens. Which is just kind of sad. I don't know. I'm not the only person who has had this experience, I'm sure, but you boot up Athens and you're like, oh, I can't wait to play Greece, and then you check and it's like, do you want to form Italy? Like, no, not really. I know you can culture swap, but it's just funny to me. You can as Corfu? Yeah, you probably can. I don't know, I'm gonna put Greece in the, like, they don't have their own missions or anything, so as a country, as a formable, they're just kind of alright. We'll put them in the... like here. They have some alright ideas. Yeah, I think that's fair. Then we have Asa. If I had to guess before this loads up, I think I'm putting that in E tier probably. Asa. They have their own ideas. Okay. We take that, I guess. Greece can be formed as a Catholic as well. Byzantium only by Orthodox, except for Montferrat, because they're cool like that. So the Hassa idea is to get cav combat ability, tolerance of heretics, cavalry cost, tolerance of the true faith, goods produced, port defense, trade efficiency, ship durability, yearly navy tradition, privateer efficiency, naval force limit. It's not horrible. I feel like they don't have their own missions though. Just a hunch I have. They're also not in an amazing situation either. They have, what, 4 provinces, a lot of those are desert, and then they have the one island. And, like, that's kind of all they have going for them. I feel like they'll sit pretty firmly in the E tier, or maybe like a high F. We'll put them in like a low E. Maybe a little higher on the E. Now, I might reconsider this Bukhara pick if I'm feeling generous at some point. We'll see. Okay, we have Hadia. It's in the Horn of Africa, probably going to go in a similar tier to the other countries in that area. Kind of depends on the ideas, though. The Hadias, if you will. That was a funny joke. I think you guys should laugh. Ooh. Vassal of Ethiopia. Brutal. That's pretty tragic. Okay, where did I put Damot? Right there. Boom. Same tier. Put it next to Enaria. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what their flag looks like, so, I hope it's close enough. The content creator career suits you better than a stand-up comedy career. Props to you. What can I say? I love my job. It lets me make jokes, but no one expects them to be funny, so there's no pressure. It's actually... It's great if you really think about it. What do we have? Hadramut. I like their name, so I'm willing to give them a few more points for that. What do they have going on? Hadrami ideas. Cool. And, okay, here we go. Emerson trade power, +1 yearly navy tradition, attrition for enemies, national manpower modifier, national unrest, trade efficiency, naval force limit, tech cost reduction, a colonist? They just threw a curveball at me like that, what? Okay, dare I say based? Free colonists and their ideas? Hell yeah. You know what? They get a point for that. That's so funny. They actually get a little more credit. Screw it. We're giving those guys... I don't think they even have a mission tree. Screw it. They're getting like a low D tier just because that's really funny. They just get like a colonist at the end of their ideas for free. Why? I don't know. Because they're cool like that. Screw it. Okay, now we got Aino coming up. Chat, if you think of it, we're almost a quarter through this. We are not making it in the first 12 hours. It's kind of cooked, actually, I think. Yeah. Anyway. French ducal? Yeah, I'm probably just gonna throw him in that French ducal tier if I'm being honest. I was gonna give them like a special mention because I do see these guys pop out of France every now and then, but actually I don't care that much. They pop out of Burgundy mostly. More of a Dutch vibe, yeah, but they don't get the Dutch. Wait, no, they don't get the Dutch mission tree. They probably get the French ducal mission tree, which means they're not that different from the rest of them. But they, you know what? They can get like a slightly higher tier because they're close to a good trade node. There you go. That's what they get. We have Haiti. Okay, someone... Okay. I was gonna say, who messed up the ideas for Haiti? Because it says French ducal ideas, but no. Forming Haiti does not change your national ideas. And I'm gonna be honest, that flag that they use is horrendous. I really don't like. They got like the purple stripe on the black stripe with the white background. I'm really not vibing with it. It looks like a missing texture in a video game. I'm really not a huge fan. It is a formable country that doesn't have its own national ideas. Dude, yeah, Is that like the first colonial yikes I might just add in there? It doesn't even have national ideas. It literally does not have a purpose in the game. It is a formable without national ideas. It doesn't even have its own ideas. Both have meme purposes? Yeah, like everything else in the yikes tier. Have fun. If Cuba is already taken, I guess. True. Like, they don't even get colonial ideas. It's just, why? Give them something. Hamburg. They go straight to the Hanseatic, but not quite Lübeck tier. They get to go where Bremen is. I always mess up pronouncing Bremen because I'm bad at rolling my R's. Anyway, that gets to go right there. You know what? Actually, better than Bremen. Just based off of vibes, that's it. Next. Hanover. Bremen is better than Hamburg? Not in my mind. Okay, I didn't actually look at their ideas. I should have looked at them. Maybe their ideas aren't even that much better. Yeah, okay, I looked at those ideas. Never mind. Demoted. Hanover. That is an actual formable. We might get a decent tier of, yeah. Of HRE country, maybe. Why are you rolling R's, though? Isn't that how it's pronounced? Like, Bremen? You don't roll the R in German? That's gotta be a lie. That's gotta be a lie. I was harshly criticized by my German professor for 3 years for not rolling my R's correctly. No, there's no way. Was I being trolled the whole time? No R rolling. You have to be kidding me. Huh? Okay. It's cooked. It's cooked. As a German, I don't roll the R. Okay, wow. How do you pronounce that, man? It's like a Bremen. Like a Bremen? Bremen? Not like a R. Bremen. Not like a R, but Bremen. Bremen. Same R as English? No, there's no way. I'm not doing this today. I'm not doing this today. Like in branch. You're telling me it's Bremen. Bremen. Like the French R, but the French R is rolled, isn't it? There are some dialects, particularly in Bavaria, that roll the R's hard. I give up. You know what? I'm not even... speaking the language anymore. I give up. I give up. Fake language, to be honest. No one can agree on how it's pronounced, not a real language. Me when I'm in Germany and I go and I take a 20-minute walk from one neighborhood to the next and they speak basically a different language? Okay. Alright. Anyway, Hanover. Ist kein Problem, klein Amerikaner Junge. Aber ich bin kein Amerikaner. Anyway, Hanover. I got completely stunlocked. Hanover. I'm gonna get through this one. They get a PU on Britain, right? I think. Ooh, that is not a lot of missions, but they do have good ones. Not a lot, but the ones they do have are pretty good. Yeah, you get the restoration of Union CB against Britain. That is pretty solid. Decent ideas. You know what? I'm gonna, just for the PU over Britain, that bumps it up a tier. We might even put that one in like a, well, you know, it's not like crazy better than these ones, but you know what? That would be like a solid A tier. I might give it an A tier for that. Like a low A tier. The German formables are kind of between a high B and a low A tier, generally. Like this PU on Britain might just put it above the other ones. Harar. That's a country, I think. Probably, in existence. Don't mock Prussia. Okay, that's true. Prussia's gonna get, like, probably high A or low S tier. Probably low S tier, if we're being realistic. Or even mid... no, we're gonna go low S tier for that one. They got a little nerf on the governing capacity. Anyway. Harar. They have Somali ideas, East African, Sunni, releasable by Adal. Okay, so it's a worse Adal. Cool. I assume they don't have any missions? I'm trying to find Adal. Where did I put them? Here they are, okay. They're like you, but worse. Because you don't have any missions, which means you're kind of actually sort of, here-ish. But no, without missions, that makes you kind of a lot worse, in my opinion. But not Fez tier. Why did I put Fez so high in the E tier? Oh, right, because they can raid, technically, I think. Okay. Yeah, okay. Adal is actually amazing. It should be A. Why is Harar D tier and Benin F? Because Harar starts Sunni. and with feudalism. I don't know if they actually have feudalism, but yeah. We have Hatakeyama, a country that actually exists as the start in Japan. Nice. Morale of armies, national manpower, land leader shock, advisor cost, hold on to the true faith, land fire damage. Okay, this is just going squarely into the daimyo category. There it goes. Are they the biggest daimyo? Okay, that doesn't stop them from being the most cringe daimyo then. You know what, just for that, I'm actually making them one tier lower. No, I'm kidding. They might even get one tier higher, actually. There you go. It doesn't really matter. Wait, yeah, no, you're thinking of a different one. That's Hosokawa. This one is like 2 provinces, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah, that's Hosokawa. That's larger, I think. Maybe? I'm keeping it where it is. It's fine. Okay, Hausa. That is a formable in West Africa. It could be good. Maybe. Let's look at those ideas. Diplomat, domestic trade power, diplomatic relation, yearly prestige, production efficiency, caravan power, shock damage received, construction cost, institution spread, and development cost. There's a lot that's good in here and a lot that's mid. They do have missions. Look at the House of missions. Okay, you know, it's not bad. Having missions is better than not. I think a lot of these are formation missions, but some of them aren't. Some permaclaims, developing cities. I think they can also convert to Islam. They can convert to Sunni if they want to, which is something. Oh, hold on. If you can become an empire easily. Okay, that's not too bad. I wouldn't say they're necessarily amazing, but they're not horrible. They could get maybe like Fez tier. Maybe like a little higher than Fez. No, I've changed my mind. They get to go there. Maybe here, yeah. I finished a full chapter of RDR2 since the start of this stream. Guys, it's only been a 5-hour stream. That's actually not even that long for my regular streams. Didn't I do like a 6-hour long stream literally yesterday? Just don't worry about the fact that we're not even a quarter through this. Man, I really thought it would be a 12-hour stream. I was a fool for that. I don't even know what my plan is anymore. Okay, the plan is to keep going. The plan is to find a reason to continue, and that is for the bit. Hejaz. You gonna read all the EU5 dev diaries afterwards? Oh, for sure, man. Yeah, because they're releasing one every single day this upcoming week, too. It's so cooked. I am never catching up to them. Back when they were releasing like 2 per week, I'm like, oh, that's a lot to read in a week. And now they're like, how about 5? Wouldn't it be funny if we released 1 every day of the week? It's cooked. Anyway, Hejaz, they have some, actually not bad ideas. Tolerance of the true faith, national manpower, they get the aggressive expansion decrease. Missionary strength, cavalry combat ability at the end. They're not horrible. They also start with mecha. That's nice. They are a subject to the Mamluks, which makes it a little bit harder to start, but, you know, overall, it's not terrible. And they do have access to the Arabia missions, the really default ones. Wait. These are not the default missions. These are the actual Arabia missions, which are, like, good. Okay, I might have misjudged them. Okay. You know what? The ideas aren't amazing, but the missions are, so I'd rather put it somewhere like... It's like similar to Afghanistan, where the missions can be huge. But the ideas aren't, like, amazing or anything. Thank you very much, Ian Natil, for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Chat, this is a subathon. We have to unlock the body pillow. Oh, man. Okay. We continue. We continue forward. We have Hesse. Covering this in a 12-hour stream would be 1.35 tags per minute. I could probably speed it up and actually, like, fix it a little bit. Like, I'm gonna be honest, once we get to a lot of the tags in North America, I'm gonna be rapid-firing those. That might even be, like, 3 per minute, just like, bop, bop, bop. Just put them all up in a row. Anyway, Hesse. You have... missions? Presumably. Nah, slow down? No. Hi Corbett, hello. I unfortunately don't know how to pronounce your name because I cannot read the Cyrillic alphabet. One country per hour, please? Okay. So we get the Westphalian missions. I like when they just don't load on the EU4 wiki. That's really cool. But the fact that they do have missions is a start. What about those ideas? Idea cost reduction, development cost, discipline, land force limit. Not bad, not bad. Okay, we'll throw Hesse into like a high tier of the HRE tags. Maybe next to Köln, not bad. This huge undertaking of a tier list needs to be supported. Thank you, I appreciate that. You probably couldn't cut it into a 12-hour stream highlight video? No, probably not. This wouldn't even make for a good video. Like, there's no content here. It's just me looking at the ideas, thinking of the starting situation, being like, yeah, I should probably go somewhere here, you know? The problem is that I don't have enough time to give any substance to the other countries or any of the countries. I don't have enough time to actually analyze them. It's just like, yeah, this gives me this vibe based on these reasons, and I cannot fully explain why. I need this as a video. There's a good chance it's not going to be a video. For some reason, the message wasn't sent. I didn't just want to say hi. Oh, okay. You need it as a VOD. It's going to be a VOD. The VOD's going to stay up. Don't worry about that. It just, it might be 2 VODs, actually. Anyway, we have Hissen Kaifa. I know they were just updated, and I haven't played them. The last time that I played Hissen Kaifa was way before they had their missions updated and all that. So I'm thinking they might just be A tier. Like, looking at the ideas, they got the core creation cost, cav combat, goods produced, discipline. Did I mention the manpower? Probably not. Reduced shock damage received, and then I know that they have like a massive mission tree now, don't they? So it's a shame that I have not played them since they've gotten their mission tree. I only played them like 2 years ago. But whew, that is a big mission tree. Absolutely, that's got to be an A rank. That's the vibe I'm getting. I'm putting that like I don't know, here for A rank? I might downgrade Axum. I don't know. Some countries are in A tier for different reasons, because Axum just has cracked ideas, that's it. Look at the Aragonese flag. There's one that looks just like it below it as well. Yeah, there's the Aragonese flag and the Catalonian flag. Your videos help me sleep. I'm in Kyiv. It's loud here. I'm glad I can be of some use. I'm glad they're helpful. Once the stream's over, it'll be going straight in my background noise for sleep rotation. I should edit in a random loud noise to play. Just every now and then, just to keep people on their toes. Anyway, Hobio. It's like, I don't know, okay, so me, what I like to do is I like to put on sounds of like ocean waves or like rain in the background. I'll put on like my Bluetooth earbuds and I'll fall asleep to the sound of like ocean waves. But there are some YouTube channels that monetize in the middle of those videos, and it's like, are you insane? Do you understand the service that you provide? And how putting an ad in the middle of that can absolutely destroy the service you are providing? Because I'll be listening to ocean waves and then it'll be like, intense music for a new movie that's dropping soon, and it's like, oh, come on, man. You couldn't give me like 10 minutes to fall asleep. Anyway, I'm just ranting about nothing. Hobio. And the ads are always louder than the noise too. True. Metal pipe falling would be perfect for that. I should get a soundboard button that's just... Actually, I could program that myself. I have buttons on my actual audio interface that I could program to have a metal pipe falling sound. Anyway. Hobio, releasable by Azuron. I'm gonna be honest, I'm tossing that in the same tier. Not the Azuron tier, but like the other one with countries that are near them. I think it's like over here. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really checking anymore. I'm just gonna toss it in there. Next. Hojo. In Japan. Development cost, morale of armies, land leader shock, idea cost, national unrest, national manpower, fort defense, manpower recovery speed. Yeah, we're tossing that. Tossing that, like, right there. Holland. +1 tier for the Triforce flag. That's pretty true. That's pretty real. Holland, that actually gets to go in, like, a better tier than these guys. So instead of being in, like, the C tier, you actually get to go in, like, get to go here. The coolest of the countries that can use the Dutch missions. In YouTube, you have to cut stream every 12 hours? Yeah, I know. So, like, if we get to the point where 11 hours have passed, or like 11:55, yeah, we're gonna have to, like, stop the stream and start it. Or, I'm gonna be honest, chat, like, there's a good chance that if we reach 12 hours long on this stream, there's, like, a real possibility of me just actually passing out at that point. We'll see. Not really. Well, we'll see when we get there. I'm just on, like, really low sleep over these last few days, so... Next, Holstein. Let's go. You don't have any unique missions, I don't think. Pretty sure. -1 national unrest, national manpower modifier. These are not amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna throw this into... Yeah. Yeah. Next, Holy Roman Empire. S tier, maybe? But you can form it earlier than Germany. They share the same ideas, don't they? Not ideas, missions. No? They don't share the same missions? Some of them are different. The streamer doesn't follow work regulations regarding breaks and work hours. That's true. I cannot be held liable for my own working conditions. I can actually work myself to death. Let's go. That's the benefit of being your own employer. Can't be reported for abusing my employees when I'm my own employee and I'm the only employee. Let's go. Grayer Germany. You can form it earlier, which is why I'm thinking it could be better than Germany. Unless you're playing the Teutonic Order, and then yes, I know you can form Germany really early, but that's not what I'm talking about specifically. Oh, hold on. Upon formation, the various bonuses the Emperor benefited from the previous imperial reforms are not lost. You get a ton of stuff. You get Rome Reborn, which gives you insane buffs. Plus the Holy Imperial Monarchy? Is this just Germany but more cracked? Hold on a second. Now let's pause for a minute here. Is this in the nerf tier? Is this in the please nerf? That might go in the please nerf tier. That's actually just better than Germany. Straight up. In like every way. Then we look at their missions, the ones that are different. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, they're... Oh my god. The final mission gives them plus 20% max effective absolutism? Does Germany also get that? Hold on. I'm getting sidetracked when I already know what tier it's going into. Germany doesn't get that. Germany is just worse HRE. Hold on. Hold on. What about the Kaiserreich government form? What does that give you? Hello, Mr. Corbett. How was your day? What is currently the best and worst country and why? I don't know if we have time to go through that. Me when my cursor is lagging? Uh-oh. Oh, are we good? Are we alive? Oh, okay, the Kaiserreich doesn't do that much. It just gives you the government capacity or whatever. Okay, let's not waste time on that. Let's move on. I don't know what happened, but for some reason, like, things kind of broke for a second, and I think they're back now. So that's good. Next, Hormuz. They're pretty good, actually. Sorry, I'm mining crypto on your PC. Understandable. It's what I provide to the people. Free crypto mining. Hormuz is actually not too bad. Did they change Formosa's ideas? I thought they had more... Well, everything. But they had more Diplo rep than that. Okay, they're not amazing or anything. Do they have missions? They do have missions. Quite a few missions, actually. Ooh, do they get access to the Arabian thalassocracy thing? They do get the thalassocracy government reform, but I don't think that's what I mean. They do? Oh, hold on. Arabian mercantilism also gives you an extra 10% scale and trade efficiency. I see. Okay. They do get access to that. So they can be quite strong in that case. They can be a really good country. Like, even if their ideas aren't great, they have a really good trade playstyle. I feel like they're probably like Oman in that sense, where they can actually do some pretty interesting stuff. Just lame Oman? Okay, so maybe I'll put them in like... No, not you. Maybe I'll put them in like C tier? Like a high C tier, and then Oman will maybe be like a low B or a high C. Because when I played Oman, like they're really strong, to be honest. A very strong trading country. Hosokawa, that's one that somebody mentioned. Germany can get army with a state government reform instead of the Kaiserreich, though, and then get militarization without the governing cap malice from Prussian monarchy. Okay, so they have different things. I thought we skip ahead to the L's. No, we gotta rate Ireland still. We can't skip past those guys. Okay, looking at Hosokawa, I gotta be honest, they look pretty default. I don't really care how large the daimyos are when they start in the game. I'm just judging their ideas, because any daimyo can pretty much do anything. It's not really a big deal. Next we have Hungary. Have combat ability, discipline, national manpower. I know they have a really good mission tree as well. We might just throw Hungary straight into A tier. Maybe like there for an A tier. Hungary's just bad at Poland? Damn, crazy read. Just got here, could we go over all of them again real quick? Yeah, no problem. Okay, so first we went with Aachen. Next, Huron. High A, low S. For Hungary? Oh, right, yeah, you know what? That's actually fair. I am easily influenced by chat. Huron ideas. This is gonna be a bit of a tough one. I mean, it says, man, I don't think Huron is even at the start of the game anymore, is it? Like, you have to form Huron now, don't you? Huron S tier because of the flag? So true. That is real. Why are there 4 Germanys? They copied each other's homework. And they just have the try not to fall asleep debuff. True. Okay, looking at the missions, I'm gonna be honest, they're nothing special. Kind of okay. Sometimes I feel like when they're making the ideas... Did I say missions before? The ideas. Sometimes I feel like when they make them, the ideas for some countries, they just kind of like throw them together because they don't really know what to put on there. This feels like an example to me. They're like, what do we give for Huron? 10% stability cost? And if you're out of ideas, there's always the classic yearly prestige. That's a good one. They're close enough to the east that they could reasonably reform in a period of time that isn't a whole night of speed 5. So I think they can kind of get like the same tier as like Cherokee. Because at least they're like close enough to the east side that they can reform in a reasonable period of time. Then we got Iceland, which is kind of a sleeper build, honestly. The 20% culture conversion cost is probably the funniest part of Iceland. Emphasis on sleeper. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, you literally have to release them too. But they can do stuff. Kind of. Sort of. Sometimes. You can become a pirate republic. That's like every single country is just like that. Like, but piracy, we love piracy. Every single small country with a coastline. Yeah, they don't have that much going for them. I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. I think it's gonna be like an E tier. Like, not even like a great E tier. They have good ideas though, for the most part. So you know what? Boom. You can make Vinland true. Someone get Rosset. Or can you do a poll for me? Depends. We have another Japanese tag next. Who should I play? Mamluks, Scotland, Livonia, or Switzerland for the poll? I'm sorry, man. I probably will not. Unless, like, if a mod wants to do that, they can do that. But I don't know if I want to take a break from the momentum I have here. Actually, I don't even know if any of the mods are in chat. It's a lawless land in here. Or you pick one. You should play Livonia, but then go colonial as Livonia. Yeah, no, that's it. Colonial Livonia. I think it would be funny. It wouldn't be very useful. In fact, it would be an enormous waste of time and money, but it would be funny. Okay, yeah, next we have Ikeda, who is a revolter tag, and I don't get to see what their actual ideas are, which means I'm just going to throw them right in the middle of the daimyo tier, because if I don't know their ideas, then I get to pretend that they're mid. Oh, by the way, for people who are like, oh, we're on letter I, actually, we're not even halfway through, because the way that I uploaded these, I did A to Z the first time, and then I did A to Z a second time, because you can only upload half of the countries at a time. How did that even happen? I don't know. But once we get down to Z the first time, we start again with more countries. So, that's kind of where we're at with this. Next, Illinois. Please have your own ideas. Please. Also, yeah, I need to drink something. Genuinely, I do need to remain hydrated throughout the entire stream. Otherwise, my voice is going to die, and that would be bad. Illinois, colonial ideas. Okay, congrats. You're gonna be like Cuba, but maybe a little bit cooler. But like barely. You know what? You can. Yeah, yeah, that works. That works. Imagawa. Let's go with that. Land force limit discipline, trade efficiency, idea cost, national unrest, or creation cost reduction. Cool story, bro. You get to go there. Imereti. Port defense, infantry combat ability, construction costs, manpower, Tolerant to the true faith, okay. They have an interesting starting situation, because they can also form Georgia, but we already kind of went over Georgia. I don't know if they have any missions, Imereti. The starting situation is very rough as well. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's like Georgia Light. Which means we're gonna throw that. Where did I even put Georgia? Up here? Okay, you're not getting anywhere close to that. Your ideas simply are not good enough for that. I mean, they're not bad ideas. It's just, yeah, that's probably gonna go in like D tier. And that is in fact like that's like a Fez D tier. E or F? No, their missions are not their missions. Their ideas are good enough. E is generous? E is generous? Seriously? You mean D? Really? I could see it maybe. Okay, you know what? I'm easily influenced by chat and I don't have enough brain power or energy to push back. Yeah, we take that. That's fine. Imarina, that's probably going to go into the Betsy Misaraka tier, which means it sucks. But let's just take another look at this. Tribal despotism, fetishist, East African tech group. And you know what? The ideas are not as bad. Maybe you get like a couple of... There you go. Well... I think the ideas are a little better than Betsy Misaraka. You know what? You actually get a little buff up there. There you go. Inca, the goat. The main character, to be honest. I think at this point, I don't know if I'd say that they're S tier. I think I'd probably give Inca like A tier. If I'm being real. Like, yeah, they're kind of goated. High A for sure. Because they're easy to reform. They have an amazing mission tree. You get a bunch of gold. Low S? People are feeling more S tier for Inca? Maybe. Infinite cash? Yeah, it's literally free money. You can conquer Mexico before the Europeans even know what Mexico is. Amazing goods, huge money, fat stacks of gold. Easy to reform because you're big, so the Europeans don't try to immediately kill you. Easy to reform, just generally speaking. Yeah, they're not as good as the Aztecs. Not in totality, but like... I don't think it's S if Hungary is A. I don't know. I don't know. You know what? We'll give it like an A tier, like right up next to Hungary, sure. I can live with that. Then we have Iraq. That is the feed vassals cores tier. That's pretty much what they exist for, and we appreciate their function, but when trying to play them, do they even have their own ideas? They get the Arabian ideas. Do they get the Arabian missions? Because if they do, that's a huge buff for them. Oh, not Arabian missions. Arabia missions. They do not get the Arabia missions from King of Kings. Okay, so yeah, no, they're not that great. We're gonna give them... Where'd I give the other Arabian countries? Or, you know what I mean. I'm tired. We'll give them, yeah, like they don't have like a huge anything going on there, to be honest. They're not great. They have some potential, maybe. Ireland. They have ideas and missions. The missions just aren't as good as anybody else in the British Isles, but they do have them. The correct way to play Ireland is actually, unfortunately, to form Great Britain. It kind of sucks, but it's just kind of how it is. Like, the missions are just not good for Ireland. They're okay. You get, like, what, 10 missions? You form Ireland, and then you're like, yeah, let's rule Britannia. And then that's it. That's everything you get as Ireland. There should be Celtica. I have amazing news for you, Zero Saki. In EU5, you can form the Celtic Union. And it's very cool. I never got a chance to do it, but it is something you can do. In terms of their ideas, though, they're not actually that bad. Morale of armies, trade efficiency, shock damage received reduction, cost of advisors with rulers' culture. That's always been a weird one to me, but it works. Yearly papal influence, missionary strength versus heretics, national unrest, goods produced, discipline, and you could have a reasonable run as a Republic of Ireland, because you get Republican tradition as well, if you hate having PUs. Anyway, yeah, I feel like we could definitely throw Ireland into like a solid C tier. It's not amazing, but it's not bad. It's just kind of there, and it sort of exists. Next, we get the Iroquois. Literally goated, S tier, top of the charts, Paradox please nerf. It's funny because if you play Iroquois in a particular manner, then it genuinely does deserve the Paradox please nerf tier. And that is not a joke. However, if you don't manage to get that to work, then they are not that good. It is a resident sleeper, and boy, it is hard to wake them up. But if they do, you are owning all of North America in the first 70 years of the game. It's genuinely insane, and I don't think they patched that yet. So it's like, man, it's hard. It's hard to really place this. I think the average run for them is going to be tough. I'm willing to give them like an E tier, because it's like the average between the normal Iroquois experience, which is not great, and the potential they have to literally win you the game in the first 60 years. It's really a toss-up. Yet, yeah. It really is. It's an insane sleeper build. If it can be done well, then yeah. But how is that E? I thought I explained it. Like, the average experience is you're close enough to the East Coast that you can reform pretty well. But it's really hard, I think, to actually pull off the North America Federation. If so good, when good? Because I feel like the way that I managed to have that work was like chance. Actually, I have a question. Has anybody seen anybody else replicate that run that I did? I want to see another person do the same thing, but I haven't seen it yet. And I don't think they patched it yet. It should be doable still. Because I'm gonna be honest, I didn't plan that in my Iroquois run. I had absolutely no plans on making that work. And then I just kind of did. Like, I stumbled upon that, and it turned out to be game-breaking. So in theory, another person should be able to stumble upon it. But I haven't seen it yet. I did it with copious cheating? Fair. That's real. That is real. I don't think I've seen what you did. Man, I gotta do it a second time. Because it feels weird to have done it and then not seen it a second time. I want to try to make it replicable. That would require a lot of time, and I don't know if I can be bothered. I don't know. Anyway, as far as this goes, yeah, 97% of the time, low F. Like, if it weren't for that one strat, then Iroquois would be like here. Because it's just kind of like close enough to the east of North America to reform quickly. But the thing is, the Iroquois have a special ace up their sleeve, and that's diplomatic reputation. Well, it's not a huge thing for them. They also have decent ideas. The extra diplomat, the manpower recovery speed, the discipline. 50% improved relations is kinda crazy. New tier, 1% chance, 99% hope. True. I think I'm gonna give them the highest out of every single New World's native that isn't like the Inca or the Mesoamericans. I think that's fine. Because I don't think that the strat that I did is particularly replicable. Anyway, next. Isfahan. They get generic ideas. Let's go straight into the low F tier. Well, maybe they get... Maybe they get, they can have this, actually. You know what? Yeah. At least they're in Persia, but generic ideas, rip. What stream should I watch to see this strat? I made a 3-part series on playing Iroquois. And the first one is called something like, I broke North American tribes, sorry paradox, in quotes. Or in brackets or something. Generic ideas are good, but they don't pass the vibe check. Are they even good? I feel like they aren't. I looked at them at least twice in today's stream. They never seemed very good. Let me take a look at those generic ideas. They have discipline? Okay, that doesn't make them good though. .5% discipline, 5% tech. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, man. I cannot call these good ideas. I cannot in good faith call them good ideas. Also, they have negative aura. And that's even worse, actually. Okay, we got Ishiki. Why is AQ so low? This AQ up here? You're fine. Ishiki, what do they have? Some mid, more mid, a little bit extra mid, and you sprinkle on a bit more mid, but you do get land, fire damage, movement speed, and development cost. So basically that's going right in the middle. Congrats. Italy. They have good ideas, don't they? 50% improved relations. Wow, that's like the second country that has that. There's Italy and there's the Iroquois. And maybe another one, I don't know. Infantry combat ability, galley combat ability, national manpower, tax for Italy? That's kind of cringe. 25% core creation cost, that's huge. That's pretty big. What about Italian missions? That's a lot of missions. Okay, yeah, that's a lot of missions. Fair, real. We can drop them in, like, I think A tier. Like, the core creation cost alone gives them A tier. They've got missions to form Rome. That's kind of true. That's kind of true. If I put England in S tier, I feel like we can reasonably put Italy in S tier, you know? Core creation costs, that 25% is hefty. That's pretty big. And that's before the missions. The missions give you a bunch of stuff. You lose separatism, you have reduced AE impact, more governing capacity. I don't think I've played Italy in a really long time, actually. Mitigates the Rome debuff. The what? There's a Rome debuff? I should play more vanilla EU4, maybe. Maybe that's what I should do. Let me go look at that last Rome mission they have. Oh, right, you mean Rome as in, like, the province of Rome debuff. Oh, yeah. Okay, for sure. But then when you actually form Rome, what else do you get here? Oh, okay, it merges things. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say whole. That's a huge buff at the end, but it's just merging them together and probably giving you a little bit more, maybe. Anyway, we're spending way too much time on Italy. We're just gonna keep it where it is. That's cool. It's pretty good. Maybe actually, screw it. We give it one step above England, just cause. We have Ito. Looking at these, they are kind of decent. Actually, not too bad. In terms of their ideas. I put them a little higher in the daimyo list. And you know what? My opinion of Ashikaga has decreased for no reason. I feel like doing that. We have Janjiro. What do we have here? Horn of Africa ideas, tribal monarchy, fetishist, East African. Yeah, I'm gonna put you in with the rest of those tags. Join the group, buddy. Japan. Okay, now we get into cracked tier. I don't even have to actually check Japan. Are we thinking nerf or S tier? Those are the two options. It could go into the nerf tier, maybe. They got some insane buffs. Like, I don't know, I would kind of put them in like the same category as Great Moravia, maybe. S tier since you lose Shogunate? Real. Nerf actually means nerf, or just like it's higher than S? It doesn't actually mean please nerf these countries, it's just a joke that means higher than S tier. Japan IMO isn't really that big of a deal? Okay. So we're not talking about the ideas for Japan, because you can pick any ideas you want for Japan. What we're talking about with Japan is their missions for the most part. And the new Japanese missions are kinda crazy. Like, a little bit insane with how much you can develop. A little bit insane with... Well, no, it's mostly the development. You get insane development with Japan. You also get some insane stuff towards the end, where you get to choose, like, your unique branch. And so... I mean, yeah, you can also become Emperor of China if you feel like it, but the main thing is, like, the end gameplay for Japan is kind of cracked every single time. Like, yeah, Kirishin Japan, the Shogunate Japan, even the restoration of the Emperor. I mean, all of those options give you something crazy every single time. Which is why they get the same tier as, like, the Great Moravia and, like, Germany. What number are you at? I'm trying not to count them. Because then it just... Then it sort of reveals how much I have left to go through, and that cannot be healthy for me once I realize that. Anyway, next, which country is this? Okay, we're skipping a few because, again, we have to go back through the alphabet a second time. So we are on Jima. And Jima is a revolter nation that allegedly has ideas, but it doesn't tell me what they have. So this might go into the F tier for Forgotten, which we have seen a few times already. If nobody bothered to write down what ideas they have, then that's unfortunate. Next, Jolof. They're in West Africa, Tribal Confederacy, and Sunni. And their ideas are not too bad. I've never seen a country get 2 diplomats from one idea. They get unique ideas? Okay, hold on. Or unique missions? Hold on. Yeah, let's not jump to a conclusion here. They might have something going on here. Replace Mali, the Songhai threat? West African Great Power? Ooh, okay. Okay, we can work with that. He says something about, like, oh yeah, and they can colonize South America pretty easily. They have a little more potential than most of the countries I've seen in West Africa so far, and their ideas are pretty good. Siege ability, 10% nobility loyalty, just from a tradition, is kinda crazy. Diplomatic reputation, religious unity, and clergy loyalty equilibrium. Liberty desire reduction in subjects, as well as income from vassals. 2 diplomats in 1 idea group, which is like, okay, why not? -2 national unrest. You get like the yearly legitimacy and whatever. Tax, that's whatever. Autonomy, that's
Actually.
Oh no, it's actually happening. Is this a dream?
Thank you very much, Braden Clampett, for the $2 Australian. It is happening. It has been happening for 6 hours, unfortunately. And it's going to continue happening for at least another 6. So Jolof, they've surprised me, to be honest. I don't know if I'm putting it all the way in the B tier, but it kind of gives me like Ireland vibes, but like not as good as Ireland, because the tech group is still not great. But it's not horrible. You know what? Like, I could give it like a Fars tier. But like, it could reasonably, you could do something with this, I feel. You also get that gold in West Africa. I don't know, I'm feeling generous. Maybe that's it. Okay, Kabylia. How does the Fars tier change with color? If Fars is pink, they get to go up a tier. Belia, they do get the Berber ideas. Tribal monarchy, releasable by Tunis. We're gonna put that in the same tier as Fazan, I think. Like, they feel pretty Fazan to me. In the fact that they have been given exactly the same stuff. Like, they are both literally a tribal monarchy that starts Sunni with the Maliki school, with the Muslim tech group, and the Berber idea group. Like, yeah. How is Castile not S tier? I wanted to leave room for Spain. I don't know, I might change things, it happens. They are worse Fazan though? Okay, so it's worse on the E tier then, fine. Actually, that's true, you do have to release and play as them. That's pretty fair. Okay, there you go. Next. Kaffa. I feel like this country exists for an achievement somewhere. As Kaffa, develop in Kaffa, while a subject of yours owns it. That's cool, thank you. Better than the other Ethiopian miners, but not by much. There is an achievement that gives it a little bit of a vibe score. Slightly. And they do have a gold mine. +2 tolerance of heathens, movement speed, production efficiency, promoted cultures, goods produced, national unrest, discipline and trade efficiency. Hold up. They're kind of a sleeper build on those ideas. But not that much. So, yeah, they actually get to be in a tier above the other Ethiopian minor countries, but not super high up on that tier. I might give them like a... Yeah, no, that's fine. Next we have Kalundwe. I'm gonna be honest, it could be an instant yikes tier on this one. Let's see. Congolese ideas. Maybe it's not so yikes. I put Chokwe in the yikes tier. Yeah. 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 It's tragic. Kanem Bornu. They get events? Okay, interesting. Minus 10% AE, income from vassals, production efficiency, national unrest, goods produced, missionary strength, tolerance to the true faith, shock damage received. Not bad, not terrible as far as countries go. Still West African tech group though, that's kind of brutal. We could give it like an E or like a D tier, and that's true. Yeah, you know what? We'll give it like a solid... It's kind of like Fez. It's like it's alright. Doesn't have any missions, but the ideas are pretty okay. Yeah, it's not high enough to be a C tier. There's not enough going on in its area for a C tier, I feel. I mean, there's gold, I guess. That's true. But I'm not thinking that much. Karabakh. They have Armenian ideas. Do they get Armenian missions? They do get Armenian missions, which is a little bit of a buff. So not horrible. They're Coptic Eastern Tech Group, so not too bad. Their missions, or rather, their ideas are pretty decent. Missionary strength, development cost. Okay, maybe that's the best of it. They get the Diplo rep, and they get Army Tradition and Production. That's just not bad. It is a little bit of a tough start, though. They are a vassal of Karakoyunlu. So, yeah, we might... Where did I put Armenia? Put Armenia up here. They're not quite there because this is when you formed Armenia. So I'd be willing to put this in like a high D, low C tier, maybe. Armenia is B somehow. Well, yeah, Armenia when it's formed is B. I feel like they could be given like a reasonable C tier next to Bulgaria. Being a vassal is sadly the best thing you have going for you since you can get supported. That's true. That actually, that's pretty real. Yeah, no, I'm throwing it in there and I'm standing on that. That's fine. Karagwe. Decent chance this is going high B, low C. I got 4 hours of sleep. You're gonna have to give me a break here. Me when I don't spell things correctly? Congolese, Central African fetishist tribal monarchy. Man, that's Kolundwe. That's not even... It's Karagwe I'm thinking of. My bad. They're right next to each other on the list anyway. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm throwing them into the yikes tier. It's between Central Africa, like on the Great Lakes side, I think, and the Congo side, and both of them are also in the yikes tier. How many of the tags did you ever play? Not all of them. But sometimes you don't even have to play them. After a certain point, it's like how many math equations have you solved? Have you added up every number known to man? Probably not. But if you look at two numbers, could you figure it out from what you've known so far with your experience? Probably. And that's how it feels rating a lot of these countries. It's like, have I played all of them? No. But if I look at all of the things they have going for them, could I safely figure out a reasonable place to put them? Probably. A lot of it's vibes based though, I'm gonna be honest. Anyway, yeah, we have Karaman coming up. Karaman, I think we're gonna put in the same as the same tier as the other Beyliks. Where did I put those? I think I put them here because Anatolian Tech Group. So we're gonna put Karaman, and we're just gonna we're gonna put it there, but maybe a little bit higher. Because I think I like their ideas a little bit more. They actually have really solid ideas. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna bump them up a little more. Maybe I'll even put them in a low B tier. I'm feeling generous. Karaman has some pretty solid ideas. They have a better fighting chance. They're also the Anatolian Tech Group. Yeah, no, we'll take that. We'll take that. Next, Karelia, one of the countries in EU4. They can form Scandinavia. That is kind of funny. Hi, Corvo, back from my nap, still suffering. Oh, you know it. Hey, Karelia. I really don't think they're that great, to be honest. They look kind of mid, and they have no missions, and the land they exist in kind of sucks, and you're sandwiched between basically Denmark or Sweden, and either Muscovy or Novgorod, and it's pain and suffering, pretty much. So yeah, we're gonna throw that in like F tier, maybe, if I'm being real. There's just not a lot going for this country. Just, yeah, you get to be... Ah, shoot. You know what? Yeah, you get to go there. That's cool. Questionable tag when it comes to existing. Something like that. Next. Cassandra. There's a really good chance this is going to... I mean, I don't remember where Cassandra is. Do I keep saying Cassandra when it's not? No, that one actually is. Wait, there's Kalundwe, Cassandra, and... another one that I'm forgetting? And they're in a very similar area. Anyway. They get... Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. we're tossing them in with the group. We're tossing them in with the group. It's... the most Congo countries and the Great Lakes countries. I just... yikes, dear, unfortunately. It's very, very unfortunate, but yeah. Except for Congo. Like, Congo itself, when we get to here, actual Congo, it's probably going to be a little bit higher up, because they have a mission tree that's pretty decent. They have alright ideas. They can work with, like, you can work with Congo. Like, that works. These other countries, not really. I mean, they can form Congo. They have that going for them. But other than that, not really. Not really. Next, we have Kazakh. Luba is cracked, though? Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. We're only at K? We're only at K in the first half, actually. Yeah, no, like, look, we have way more countries than you think we do. Anyway. Zach. They are a steppe nomad. They might just get the horde buff. Yeah, okay. They go into the you're not amazing, but you are a horde tier. Next. Kazan. You can't release as horde? When you're playing as a horde, can't you release as a horde? I don't know. Kazan A? Okay, let's relax a second. You can't release a horde nation. You can release a tribal nation. I mean, they'll be tribal because you release them and they become tribal if you're tribal, right? But then can't you just like swap to horde? Oh, does it swap you? Do you get released as like a normal tribe? Not even as like a horde? That's horrible. It's still doable. But it sucks for longer. Anyway. Kazan, they get the tolerance of heathens, reduced AE, religious unity, core creation cost, cavalry combat ability, national manpower, trade efficiency, cavalry flanking, and they can form the Golden Horde, okay, and they get the Tathar missions. Okay, they might be goated actually. I was not familiar with their game, I apologize. Okay, yeah, I was not familiar with them. Yeah, that's definitely like an A tier. That is like a great horde A tier. They also have a cool dragon flag. True. Next, Kazimbe. Southern Africa / Central Africa. Oh, I have a feeling about this one. Unless they have good ideas. You know, it can happen at some point. It has been known to happen. I've been surprised before. Yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll get to Congo, and then there will be like one country in Central Africa that gets, you know, a good tier. There will be one that gets a good tier. Next we have Karaman. I've never even heard of this country. Okay. Let's see. So you're saying that Luba is cracked because it unifies both Congo and the lakes right away? You can do that as any country in the Congo Basin. That's like the standard opener for any country in the Great Lakes or in Congo. Like, for literally any of them. Kerman is... Ooh, generic ideas? Yikes. Where do I put the generic ideas ones? Well, you know, it is in Persia. It occupies the same space as another country that I'm kind of forgetting where I put it. Where it's not good, but it is in Persia, so like it has something going for it, maybe? I don't remember what country that was. I feel like I put it in like F tier, like a high F tier. Or no, it was here. I put it in a... Yeah, okay, because the ideas suck, but at least they're in Persia. Luba has unique ideas? Ooh. We'll put it below you, actually. It's like the worst Persian tag. Yeah. Well, it's a battle between Karaman and Isfahan. They both kind of suck. They both have generic ideas. Actually, that's a good question. Where did I put that other one? Oh, I put that here. Oh, never mind, never mind. This is the country I was thinking of, the generic idea one, yeah. Because at least Gilan has their own idea group. Which is a better vibe check than having generic ideas. Okay, then we have Kiva. They have their own ideas. Okay. Land attrition reduction. Actually a good stat, not gonna lie. Cavalry combat ability, attrition for enemies, caravan power, missionary strength, trade efficiency, fort defense, improved relations, and reinforced speed. Good releasable, yeah, but in terms of the vibe check while playing as them. They can also form the Mugals? Pardon me? Well, I guess being in the Turkmeni idea group does that. Oh. Okay, but on their own, not forming the Mugals. We'll get to the Mugals. Those are already... Like, the Mugals are already going into the Paradox Please Nerf tier. We already know that's where they're going. So, yeah, there's really not a huge vibe from Kiva. We're gonna toss that in the... Wait. No, you're not a horde, okay. Yeah, you're probably gonna go in, like, the F tier, if I'm being real. You're gonna go, right there. Have fun. Next, Khmer. Khmer has an interesting start, at least. They might not be amazing to begin with. They get a couple of buffs, but they do get aura if you win their disaster. They do have missions. It's not terrible. Like, you have missions to take the mandate. Khmer was B rank before, but the new disaster sucks, so kinda C at best. What do you mean by the new disaster? Like, after Leviathan, or with Leviathan release? You start cooked as Khmer, yeah. With Leviathan? True, I mean, it does make it a harder start. But, okay, hold on. When you leave the Dark Age, what do you get? You get the Khmer Resurgence, which, oh my god, you just get 1 stability. Oh, man. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. They're cool, and I guess you get aura for playing a run as them, but... Okay, what about their ideas? Morale of armies, advisor cost, tax, true faith, tolerance, improved relations, trade efficiency, discipline, national manpower. They aren't anything crazy. Yeah, it's not like they're insanely cool or anything. They're just kind of alright. Okay, Khmer, you're gonna go in the... They can get like a reasonable B tier, maybe. Like a... yeah, maybe. D for dead? D tier, I'm seeing C tier. I don't know, I feel like they could... Like, they're alright. There's something to do, I guess. No, I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Let's go in... Like, they don't have more aura than Diviet. That's not true. Yeah, no, we're putting them below Diviet. Why is this in Kaifa so low? What do you mean? They're literally an A tier. That's not very low at all. Okay, I've never seen that flag in my life. I don't think. Oh, it's Khorasan. I have seen that. I saw that flag literally yesterday. I'm losing my mind, chat. I literally fought this country in yesterday's EU4 stream. I think I'm mentally cooked after 6 hours of raiding EU4 countries, and I'm not even like a third of the way done. Okay, morale of armies, cav combat ability, diplomatic reputation, yearly army tradition, national manpower, you got the goods produced, tolerance to the true faith, tech cost, trade efficiency, not too bad. They do have some missions. They have the Timurid missions. Okay, yeah, that's going next to Afghanistan for the same reason. They both get the Timurid missions. And those are pretty based. So, yeah, we're, yeah. We have Kiev up next. National unrest, missionary strength. Wait. Oh, versus heretics, and then more missionary strength later. Tolerance of the true faith, a merchant, morale of armies, production efficiency. They got some decent stuff. But I think ultimately they're going to go in the same category as the rest of the Russian principalities. Which is right here. Quick question, how are you going to rate the North American natives? Just chuck everyone in the yikes F tier. Most of them are going to go in the F tier. The ones that are closer to the eastern coastline are going to be in the F tier, because at least you can reform faster. The ones that are further out west, I'm just going to toss them into the yikes tier, if I'm being honest. I know that you can migrate over to the east. You can do that as a player, but yikes tier. That's just how it is. Sioux Horde? Unfortunately, yikes tier. I know. We have Kikonja. Me when I don't spell? Yeah, I'm sorry, they're just... Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Kikuchi. I looked at their ideas and I'm like, okay, I've put this same country in the same tier 7 times in a row. Unfortunately. Ikuchi, what do you have? Regiment cost, national unrest, morale of armies, tolerance of heretics and heathens. Okay, I guess. Diplomatic relation? Yeah, no, this is going like probably pretty low on the daimyo tier. It's not that great. Maybe even like lower, to be honest. Kildare? I don't know. Ireland moment. K first round. Yeah, we have finally made it. I don't know, what is that? Halfway through the first half of the countries that exist. There's so many, chat. No, we'll get through this. This might actually take a second stream, which I didn't anticipate, but we might have to do that, to be honest. I might have to postpone a second half of this until, I don't know. I didn't think it would actually take this long for some reason. I thought I'd get through it faster, but I don't know myself well enough. Let's look at those ideas. What do they have? National unrest, fort defense, diplomatic reputation, improved relations, morale of armies, tech cost, cavalry combat ability, national manpower. It's going to go into the Ireland section, but not that Ireland section. This one, which is kind of here. Just gonna toss you right there. Yeah, sure. At which point did you realize you made a mistake? I think like 3 hours ago. You didn't anticipate ranking 971 countries would take long. I thought I'd be rapid firing them, and then people started asking questions and I had to like justify stuff instead of just doing it based off of vibes. I don't know why. Kill was actually good. We're throwing that in the... I feel like that's a solid B tier. Kilba has stuff going on. A tier? No, like a low B tier. Way too much cash for B? Gosh, you people. Their ideas are kind of okay. Reduced monthly gold inflation modifier. Okay, that alone might actually bump them up a few tiers. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that's cool. That's fine. Next. This is... Kitabatake. And your ideas are... kind of alright. National unrest, years of separatism, tolerance of the true faith, galley combat ability, 20% of that. Cost of advisors with rulers' culture is a little worse in Japan because there are 3 culture groups in Japan, so I don't know what they were doing with that. Or not culture groups, but 3 cultures. Morale of armies? Yeah, we're gonna toss that into like the middle. Sort of like the upper end of the middle of the daimyos. Kitara, that's a formable, actually. And I played as them, and I did not have fun as them. I mean, yeah, it's... They have decent ideas, at least, sort of. Like, they have the core creation cost and infantry combat ability, and they have construction cost. I don't know. It's not going to go immediately into the yikes tier like the rest of the Great Lakes countries. I feel like it deserves at least F tier. Like, the Great Lakes countries have suffered enough on this tier list, so at least their formable can have a higher tier. I might even be generous enough to give them like a low E tier, but like nothing more than that. That's stretching it a little bit. Kitara is the easy max culture change cost reduction. I mean, that's true. It does have the minus 25% culture conversion cost, but I don't really care that much about that. So, some people, that's like extra aura. Me, it's like, Isn't Kitara quite good? You will have to explain that. The ideas, not from what I'm looking at. I mean, tolerance of the true faith, manpower recovery, construction cost, core creation cost. You know what? That core creation cost isn't that bad. I'll give him a little bit of a boost, actually, because core creation cost in any ideas is like, yeah, you know what? That's fair. That is fair, and I will bump him up a little bit more. I might even bump him up a little bit more. I'm feeling really generous today for that one. Screw it. You get to have Brittany tier. Because your region still sucks, but you do get core cost reduction. They just shot up the ranks for me rereading their idea group. Congo. Congo has something going for it. It has that 5% discipline, the 30% improved relations, production efficiency, infantry combat ability, provincial trade power, military tech cost reduction, trade efficiency, big land attrition reduction, which I do value, by the way. That is good, and you should care about it. And they have missions. And the missions aren't even half bad. There's like actually something in here that you can use. So, you know what? Congo, you can get a solid B tier, I think. Just for being playable. There you go, buddy. Congo can also switch to Catholic and get Curia bonuses. That's true. Congo lets you do a thing that's good. I learned that on a stream. I don't know what the thing is, though. You get permanent power projection, which is pretty cool. I think it's like 20 permanent power projection as Congo at the end. You also, again, yeah, you can swap to Catholic, which is pretty useful considering you start as fetishist, and that's like alright. But I think they also get good fetishist bonuses if you decide to stay as fetishist. They have an actual mission tree, though, that has good bonuses, so that's the big thing for the most part. Next, Kono. Congo, but without the G. Naval Force Limit Modifier. Okay, that's alright. Yearly Navy Tradition could be useful if you care about Navy more than spamming ships. Morale of Navies, same thing. Galley Combat Ability, unironically, pretty useful. And Trade Efficiency. They're really navally focused, and so that means that when you form Japan, you just don't keep their ideas. And so because of that, they go into the mid, and not mid as in middle, mid as in tier of Daimyo. Next, Korea. We don't even have to debate this. They're going into S tier. But where in S tier? Low S tier, maybe? The sheer amount of dev cost reduction you get as Korea is genuinely insane. I feel like a low, maybe like this S tier, high S, maybe. Yeah, no, I could see that actually. Not please nerf? I don't know. I feel like it's not the same level. Not quite the same level as these countries. Yeah, no, I'm keeping it S tier. I'm keeping it S tier for sure. One more place up. Maybe. Maybe one... Okay, maybe. Okay, where are we at here? Krakow. It was like, Corbin, he forgot Oda. Oh, don't worry, we're gonna get to Oda, but there's a good chance it's actually hidden in the second half of this tier list. It is somewhat alphabetical, and then you reach the end, and then it restarts alphabetically again a second time. Where even is Oda? I'm not gonna look for it. We don't want to waste time. It's there, I saw. Beautiful. Okay, this is Krakow, which I didn't even know was a tag in the game. But that's cool. Trade efficiency, trade steering, morale of armies. It's in Eastern Europe. It gets the tech cost as well. Diplomat and diplomatic relation. Doesn't really have any missions. It's kind of in an okay spot. I'm not even sure how to release Krakow. Wait, hold on. It does not exist in the 1444 start, although it has a core in the city of its namesake. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, that's like E tier. Like not even a good E tier. That's like pretty low E tier. Maybe even like an F tier. Like like a high F, low E, maybe somewhere in here. It has, I don't know. No, we're gonna go with like low E. The problem is like you start as a landlocked OPM, and it has okay ideas that are pretty alright. And then, I mean, yeah, they can join the HRE. But you start as a subject, as an OPM, when you release Krakow. Yeah, no, I'm keeping it there. Next. Cuba. It does have an amazing monument and coal, but you're not looking at that coal for a few hundred years. Okay, hey, this is new. Cuba actually has their own ideas. Production efficiency, Diplo tech cost reduction, development cost reduction, national unrest, and a diplomatic relation. It's not getting too many extra points, but at least they're not like generic or part of like a shared group that is just kind of mid. It might just barely escape yikes tier and go into low F. Just barely, not by a lot. Extra points for Cuban cigars? True, it does have its own achievement, and that's extra aura points. Okay, there you go, buddy. Courland. Is this the sequel to the Smasher Pass video? Oh my god, I forgot about that. I thought you weren't counting achievements. I betray myself for nothing. Don't worry about it. Courland, they have the Coronian ideas. They also allegedly have missions, the Livonian ones. Hey, there you go, that's something. They get discipline, yearly army tradition decay reduction, national unrest, production efficiency, naval force limit modifier, cavalry combat ability, trade efficiency, and they actually have some missions. And since they're the same as the... Wait, are these Livonian, like for Livonia, or do the Livonian orders also get them? I don't know if that was a real English sentence I just said, but... Okay, I think the Livonian order gets these missions. And then they secularize into Livonia, if I remember correctly. So you know what? Courland, you're not half bad. We're gonna give them something. Also, primary culture Prussian. No, I'm not. Never mind. I'm not gonna take into account. Wait, you can't even form Prussia, can you? Maybe you can. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Because we're not factoring that in. We'll give you a solid C tier, maybe. Like a high C tier. Next, we have Hutch. You know, wait, we're still talking about Luba. Still waiting for the Kuba Luba formable. Okay. Wait, that's not Kutch. That's Lan Na. You're right. I've maybe lost all brain cells, possibly. That happens sometimes. Is this the first Indian tag? It actually might be. Which is weird. Okay, chat, I think what we're gonna do today is we're probably gonna get through like the first half of this and then maybe save the other half for another day because it's either that or I grab a second energy drink. An unprecedented second energy drink for the first time ever on any stream. And once I start doing that, I'll have to let people know I might just die in my office. That could happen, maybe. And also, yeah, Lan Na's not really in India. If it were Kutch, then it would be. Kutch was. You've been live for 6 hours? It's just the 6 hours. It's not that bad. But we know that we're not even halfway done the first half, so I'm just... Yeah. We already ordered food and such, that's true. I am the evening entertainment on this Sunday. Anyway, Lan Na, Theravada, negative aura for having Buddhist mechanics. Chinese tech group, that's a good one. Provincial trade power, national manpower. Goods produced, tolerance of the true faith. Cavalry flanking, 1 max promoted culture. Curious. Reduced development cost, that's pretty good. And they do have missions. They really don't have missions. They have 4. I don't know if I'd call that missions for Lan Na. They do get 1% missionary strength and 10% fort defense for the rest of the game, which is like basically another national idea. But it's not that great. We're gonna throw you squarely into the high D tier, because the region is also not that great. Lower than Dai Viet.
Real, actually.
You've earned
True.
the money today. Get yourself a treat with this.
Thank you very much, Christian Dimitrov, for the 5.99 euros. I appreciate that. Get yourself a treat with this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna go and grab something after this, maybe. Like, I don't know. I've had too many treats recently. But maybe one more isn't the end of the world. Do squats? Unironically, I've been sitting here for 6.5 hours. It actually is not good for me to be sitting this long. I'm gonna stand up and like stretch for a little bit. Oh, actually, you know what's a good idea? I'm gonna refill my water bottle. Another thing that I have to do. And that kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not?
Money's not even real, actually.
Use this to help fund the water bill. Smile.
Alrighty, we're back. Quick chat, bump Albania to S tier. Okay. We live. Sort of. Where are we at with this? Did I even rate that country? I did, okay. What do we have after La Plata? Of course. Of course. Generic ideas? Interesting. Oh, okay, I think the generic ideas are the same as when Colombia did, which means that they just don't have their own ideas. And in that case, you get to go in the same tier. Congrats. Next. Latgalia. That's not even a real place, to be honest. Manpower recovery speed, -1 national unrest, trade efficiency, 30% improved relations. It's not that bad. +1 max promoted cultures, -25% promote culture cost. Fort defense, -10% fire damage received. It's not even that bad. Colombia gets colonial ideas, the wiki is wrong. Nice. Okay, Latgalia. Latvian, Baltic. They only get generic missions? Where did I just put that other country? I just put it there. Right here. But you only get generic missions. If you only get generic missions with those ideas where you're situated, I'm gonna put you in here. Congrats. Well, you get to go here. There you go. There you go. Next, the Latin Empire. Imagine actually playing the Latin Empire instead of just playing Byzantium. That's kind of weird. You get Byzantine missions. You get Crusader missions. That actually makes a lot more sense, and I should have guessed that. Okay, so it gets to go in the Crusader tier then, right? But I do like these ideas. I like them better than the normal ones. So Crusader tier is usually... Where did I put them? Put them here? Really? Well, they are a tough start. I like these ideas better, though. You know what? The ideas are gonna bring them up to like a... I don't know, they do have aura, actually. Okay, the aura raises them to C tier. They get some aura. Yeah, if you're Latin Empire, you're already in a better position. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, you already have Constantinople at that point. So, yeah, you get to have that. Next, we have Lebanon. Do they have their own ideas? Hopefully. Latin Empire has bad vibes. But they do have more aura than the typical Crusader state. Negative aura. That's a tough sell. Compared to a normal Crusader state like the Knights? No, it represents like a higher state of being than the Knights. It's an evolution of a typical Crusader state. Anyway, what am I saying? Lebanon. Levantine, Syrian culture, Arabian, Muslim, Iqta, releasable from the Mamluks. Not in a, amazing situation, but Where'd I put those other countries typically? You get to go. Have fun. There you go. Next. Ireland, but not Ireland. Leinster. I think the vibe analysis is more important than silly things like national ideas. I kind of agree with you on that, to be honest. Leinster, Ireland tier? Okay, but where on the Ireland tier? They get the attrition for enemies and fort defense, missionary strength, rebel support efficiency? Really? Okay. Fire damage received, domestic trade power, military tech cost reduction, a missionary, okay. Maybe I judged them too harshly. That's not too bad. A whole missionary, that's not horrible. I think that actually bumps them up a little bit. Like the fire damage received reduction, they might be a little higher on the tier of like the Irish minor countries. You know what, and the more I think about this, screw Fazan, I'm bringing them down a little bit. Yeah. Next, Leon. Leon, maybe, because Spanish. Tolerance of the true faith, yearly army tradition, tax, national unrest, a free colonist, that's pretty cool. Idea cost, naval force limit modifier, infantry combat ability, production. They have decent ideas, they just don't have any missions, and it's kind of difficult to get anything done. So, I'm gonna put him like in the Galicia tier. Moving on. Liège. Leon is like a bit fatter than the other Spanish minors. Not by much. A little bit. They do have like a really good province that has coal. But that's kind of like with the Krakow situation, where you're not going to see that coal for 300 years. So it doesn't really matter that much. Is Galicia the only Castilian releasable to not have a colonist? I think they do. Just gonna quickly vibe check that. Oh my god, they don't. That's embarrassing. Imagine being in Iberia with no colonists. Just don't pay attention to Aragon. Okay, they have their own ideas, Liège. Morale of armies, people influence, stability cost, manpower recovery speed. 20% manpower recovery speed is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Improved relations, that's solid. The 30% improved relations. Construction cost reduction, national unrest. It's not too bad. Not too bad over there in Liège. I remember, real gamers remember back when, okay, exactly, yeah, Liège should go in B for war with Burgundy. Real gamers remember back when Liège would just declare war on Burgundy every game and get utterly annihilated. Good times. But with these ideas, we're gonna put them in like the HRE tier. Maybe a little up on that list. That's cool. Lithuania is next. I forget what the Lithuanian ideas look like, but I know they're good. Manpower recovery speed, 3 tolerance of heretics, 1 land leader shock. Oh, maybe they're not as good as I thought. Oh, no, never mind. What am I saying? They get the production efficiency, 25% cav combat, and then the winged hussars. -2 national unrest, -5% tech cost, and then a land leader maneuver. And then they have a bunch of missions as well, which are actually good. Wait a second, I played Lithuania when they came out with this DLC. I made a video on it, and it was pretty good, if I remember correctly. Like I think you get a personal union on Muscovy and Poland, and I might be thinking of Bohemia possibly, but maybe not. I don't know why I'm trying to guess. I can literally check. Enforce the Commonwealth. Campaign to Moscow. Isn't that the one? Yeah, here we go. You get a restoration of Union CB on Russia or Muscovy. Where, Poland? Probably in the second half. Isn't this Poland? No, that's... Oh, that is Poland. Right here, isn't it? That's Pisa. And that's Polotsk. That's Poland. Yeah, okay, so Lithuania, I'm thinking that's gotta be an A tier. It's gotta be like a Byzantium level A tier. Well, no, okay, I think they're definitely A tier. Just trying to place it's a little difficult. But anyway, yeah. Then we have the actual Livonia. Do you guys mind if I throw Livonia and the Livonian Order in like the same category? Well, they are kind of different. Maybe I shouldn't just do that for fun. Discipline and max promoted cultures, 15% infantry combat ability, morale of armies, and development cost. All estates loyalty equilibrium. God, Livonian colonization, plus 10 global settler increase and 25% range. Man. Morale of navies, they get maximum tolerance of heretics and +1, then goods produced, and then they also have those missions. The fun, okay, Livonia gets extra aura points for allowing you to craft their own unique government reform. And that's pretty cool. And they only did that once for Livonia because apparently it was a huge pain. Let's be honest, they suck. I mean, they're not great, but they do have a cool mechanic that is unique to them, and that is their custom government reform. And I think that's pretty based, if I'm being honest. I think they gain points just for that alone. Like, they're at least on the same tier as Courland. I might even put them in the B tier. I might even put them right there. Because they have a cool mechanic. And I do not consider the Livonian Order to have that same mechanic. Even though technically that is how it works. Now, the Livonian Knights, if we assume that we're not secularizing as the Livonian Order, because that's what we just ranked. Let me see here. There's the Livonian path, right? That's the one we just looked at. The Crusader path is the one we can really look at. What do you get for an army with a monastery? It becomes a theocratic empire, gets the Crusading Empire government reform? Hold on. Crusading Empire? Oh, my PC is dying again. Give it a second. Okay, that's not a good sign. Oh, you get militarization. That's pretty cool. Okay, maybe I treated them too harshly. Okay, Livonian Order. You can also get B tier. Honestly, you can get like a little bit higher of a B tier. You can get... Yeah, that's cool. I can work with that. Crusading Empire with militarization. That's pretty cool. Next we have Lüneburg. We're gonna have so many countries to go back to in the second round of this. Theocracy is bonus aura points? True. Well, depending. Lüneburg. Let me see those ideas, Lüneburg. There is not a lot in there. They have morale of armies and discipline. That's pretty cool. And 5% trade efficiency. Yep. Okay. That's... I guess we're just throwing it into the HRE tier at the very bottom of that tier. You can go here. Congrats. Next we have... What do I have next? What is that country? Oh, it's Loango. Wait, was that not Lüneburg? Why was Lüneburg before Loango? I don't even know. Anyway. Congo ideas. Oh, they share their ideas with Congo. That's something. It's not just the Congolese ideas, it's the actual Congo ideas. Which do seem to be better. They might just barely escape the yikes tier. But barely. Okay, Lorraine. Production efficiency, they get 4 defense, I guess, 20%. Reduced cost to fabricate claims. Could be useful because of where they are, I guess. A diplomat, not bad. Max promoted culture, 2 tolerance of the true faith. Some tax. And presumably some missions? Wait. They just use default HRE monarchy missions? Really? That is not great. Ooh. This might actually be... Lorraine can form Lotharingia. Okay, yes, but we will get to Lotharingia when we get to Lotharingia. As a country on its own. This might be one of the first HRE countries that I don't actually put into the HRE category. Like, it would be easy to just toss them in here, but like every other one of these countries has missions. And it's just like, this one just does not. And I'm gonna be honest, the ideas are not that great. They have one thing going for them, and that's the ability to form Lotharingia, and like, that's it. Yeah, we're just gonna toss that into... That's going in E tier, to be honest. I like that the list is now so long that it's not all on the same screen. Oh, don't worry, we can fix that. There we go. This could be cool if done maybe as a series. I would not want to make this as a series. be honest. Louisiana is next. Are you regretting your life choices? Yeah. Yeah. It has been 7 hours, you know. Yeah. It's just so many. Okay. Louisiana, colonial ideas. Alright, rapid fire this one. We're just tossing them right there. Boom. Okay, next. We have the mythical Luba. The one I have been hyped up so much about. They do have their own ideas. Oh. Thank you very much, the weapon, for the tier 1 sub on Twitch. I appreciate that. They have generic Congo missions. That's kind of tragic. But, okay. They get national unrest, improve relations, not terrible. They would make for a decent republic with that Republican tradition. Morale of armies, dev cost reduction, production efficiency, yearly prestige, and diplo rep. And the flag gets them just enough aura points to escape the lowest tier. They have 2 iron and a big primary culture, not jungle terrain too. Okay, there they go. There you go. They escaped the yikes tier. They escaped the fates of their fellow Congo Basin countries. Next. Is that Lübeck or Lucca? I don't even know. I think that's Lucca. We'll get to Lübeck the next time, but the red is too bright on the bottom for it to be Lübeck. Tolerance of heretics, religious unity, provincial trade power. They get the dev cost. That's not bad. National unrest. Production efficiency. Honestly, not a whole lot going for them other than the fact that they can form Tuscany. So if I'm being honest, where else did I put an Italian country that was okay? I put Genoa here. No, this is Ferrara. It can be Ferrara tier. That's okay. We have Lunda. Oh, hold up. Pause. They might be cooking with this one. They have their own national ideas. National manpower modifier, 15%. Plus 1 attrition for enemies, not bad. Minus 10% core creation cost, that's something. Again, they get like the Republican tradition if you want to go Republic. National tax modifier is not that great. Okay, never mind. Everything else here kind of sucks. Man, they were so close. It was a really strong start for Lunda, and then the rest of the ideas just fall off so quickly. That's kind of a shame. Okay. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but unfortunately they're going top of the yikes tier. Lundu. They do have a neat mask, that's true. Unfortunately, it's not neat enough to escape the yikes tier. Oops. Lundu. The next country. Zambezi ideas. Hey, at least it's something new. Vassal of Moravi. It's a bit of a tough start. I typed it. Wait, what? Oh, the wiki just doesn't have Zambezi ideas. They just don't have them on the wiki. Okay, I don't know what to do with that. Apparently they have Zambezi ideas, but I can't even look at them on the wiki. probably isn't a group idea. Well, I can't even check what's in their national ideas then. It's hard to rate them if I don't know what their national ideas have. Just under Swahili ideas on the right. Okay, let me go try and find Swahili ideas. Maybe they just didn't create the hyperlink for it? Oh yeah, okay. Weird. Alright, national manpower modifier and infantry combat ability, that's a strong start. Mercenary maintenance is alright. Stability cost modifier is something. Domestic trade power, national unrest reduction. They really like to give these countries yearly legitimacy. But they do have diplo annexation cost. Oh, that's such a tough one. Because they do get the infantry combat ability. Could we... oh, that's so tough. It's between the very top of yikes and the bottom of F. The line is blurry with this one. I'm feeling generous today. They get bottom of F. Luristan is next. And they are a vassal, I believe. Yeah, they sort of vassal of Ajam. They have lure ideas. Sure, okay. Tribal monarchy to start with. Interesting. Infantry combat ability, fort maintenance reduction, shock damage received reduction, domestic trade power, 20% national manpower, tolerance of heretics, production efficiency, morale of armies. It's a really tough start, and they don't have a great position. But I kind of vibe with the ideas. They are a Muslim tech group. I could give them a similar position to Biapus, but worse. Like, I could put them here. And you know what? I'm feeling generous enough to bump Bukhara up. Because they do have good ideas. Yeah, okay, you know what? Yeah, sure. Sure. Is this going to be a YouTube video? No, it's going to be a VOD, but we're not making this a YouTube video. This is, yeah, no. I mean, I could try, it wouldn't capture the energy. Will you share the list in the comments when it's done? Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. It's not that long, Okay. Casual 10-hour video. Luxembourg. They do start in the HRE, I think. A one province minor. Doesn't exist in 1444, actually. Right, I forgot about that. Luxembourg mentioned? Bad flag? That's true. That's true. I don't know who decided to make the Luxembourg flag for back then, but it has negative aura. Production efficiency, diplo rep, manpower recovery speed, diplomat and siege ability. Okay, it's going somewhere in the low area here. There you go. Next. We have Maeda. which is a revolter tag, and we don't really know anything about it because it's a revolter tag, so we're just gonna slap it down right there in the middle. Magdeburg. Saf said Luxembourg is B tier. That's unfortunate. That's a shame. That's yeah, no, that's a shame. Next, for Magdeburg, they do have divine ideas, which, I mean, they're not terrible, they're just, they don't feel very special, so negative aura points. The biggest aura boost Luxembourg has is that it still exists. That's true, it does get the recognizability buff. Yeah, okay, there you go, buddy. Magdeburg, one province minor in the HRE, and you're a theocracy, and you're kind of mid if I'm being real. Sorry. Next. Mahafali, that is instant same tier as Betsy Misaraka. I think playing in Madagascar has permanently aggroed me to every tag in Madagascar permanently. It might even get yikes tier. Actually, hold on. Malagasy. What are these ideas? Not that good. Where did I put Betsy Misaraka? Down here? Oof. Okay, yeah, buddy. That's even worse than Betsy Misaraka. You're getting that tier. Maybe not quite yikes, but pretty close to yikes. Mara next. I'm speedrunning these. I'm gonna speedrun these so quickly. I'm gonna load multiple countries in advance so that I can pass quick judgment upon them. Okay, Mahra gets the Mahri ideas, sure. Hold on, gotta wait for it to load. There we go. Okay, Mahra. Ship durability and yearly Navy tradition as a tradition, sure. Goods produced, okay, I see that. That's not too bad. National manpower, movement speed is actually decent, but the rest of this stuff is just not that great, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna go ahead and say, Mahra, you're kind of sitting at the bottom here. Not in the insta-yikes tier, but like definitely sharing... It's sort of yikes adjacent a little bit. This has to be one of the worst flags. It's very illegible, I would say. Especially when it's super small, when you're playing it in EU4. It's just kinda... Yeah, you know what? I might even drop it down a few tiers. Okay, no, that would be too much. No, maybe not that far down, that's fine. Next, Mainz. Idea cost, morale of armies, national unrest, 30% improved relations, and 25% fort defense. That's not horrible. And you do get some missions. They have their own missions. That is Aura, actually. Starts as an elector, and they get 5 missions. That's my goat right there. They're gonna get... let's see. You get to go here. Congrats. Okay, Majertine is the next one. And you have Somali ideas, which we have seen multiple times before. And you are a releasable in Marahan, which is a really small country already. So I'm going to be honest, you're going in the same tier as the rest of these in the general area. Okay, we've got Mallorca. They don't really have anything unique, do they? Is it No. Majorca? It's Spanish, isn't it? Isn't that an H in Spanish? The J? Anyway, they have Catalan ideas. Okay, so they're like Catalonia, but with less development. I see. And where'd I put Catalonia? I put them in B tier. Am I crazy? Really? Okay, well these guys are not getting B tier. Yeah, no. Next, what do we have? Butwa? That's not Butwa. That's Makwa. Not even close to the same. Is it 1 or 3 provinces, as in... Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's the same... I think it's all just one country. I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Makwa. Zambezi ideas. Hold on, which country was Zambezi? Was it this guy? Lundu. Lundu was Zambezi. Okay, buddy. Congrats. You've escaped. Escaped the bottom tier. J is H in Spanish, and the R is rolled. R is L-esque in Portuguese, and R is... And double R is HH in Portuguese. I can't even imagine how to pronounce that. Okay, Makuria. That is Nubian Coptic tribal monarchy, East Africa. You know what? We're probably gonna throw these in the same tier that we threw that one guy in, Funj, but like higher up because Funj spawns in late. So, congrats. Mali. Mali kind of loses aura points for their disaster being tough, but you know what? They're kind of all right to play once you get through the first little bit. They're kind of all right. You know what? I can give them like a solid... I can give them a solid B tier, I feel. I think I could reasonably give Mali like a B tier. Definitely, they have more aura to me than... No. Well, maybe. Maybe. I could live with that. Yeah, no, I could... Yeah, maybe. Maybe? Yeah, I can live with that. I can live with that. So that word would be pronounced like Kaho? Maybe? Generous? I don't know. I had fun playing them. Maybe. Oh, hi. Hello, Raiders. Hi, Saf. How was your stream? Probably doing something a little less brain rot than we're doing. Hi, guys. Yeah, we're doing a tier list of every single country in EU4. I think we've gotten maybe a quarter through, and it's been 7.5 hours. There's a real chance that I just don't finish this in 2 streams. That's possible. Have you done Cyprus yet? Yes, we did Cyprus. And the most action-packed extreme stream on any platform. True. It's been a lot of just me being like, yeah, this country feels like it goes here, and then the E tier is yeah, and the F tier is getting a little crowded, but it is what it is. This stream is Watch Corbett have a mental breakdown live. True. Watch Corbett on 4 hours of sleep attempt to rate 971 countries in EU4. I think it's been a good stream so far. We have another 5 hours we can go on this. Not really, it's like 4.5 hours before I have to end the stream. Just because the VOD will cut off at that point, and then I might just do a second half of this later. Anyway, yeah, no, we're chilling. We're having a great time. In theory. Leif made the wheel stream a video? Yeah, I'm also doing that. It's just not done yet. Hopefully that'll release this upcoming week, ideally. Malindi with the Swahili Idea Group. I don't think we've seen that one, have we? I might just stop reading these out, and I might just do a vibe check and say, yeah, they're going in this place. Because my voice might start dropping off if I speak for 12 hours straight like this. Although, actually, I did that for 12 hours every day during the subathon. I don't know. Anyway. This is Malta. Revolter tag? Can you even really play Malta? Who knows? Mr. Corbett, what is the last visual novel you played? Oh, hold on. Thank you very much, Acquired Taste, for the Tier 1 gift sub. Thank you very much for that. Visual novel. I really don't play visual novels, but you know what? I might... Some point, maybe, possibly. Technically, the last one would have been Doki Doki Literature Club. That's a visual novel, right? It counts. For the most part. And that was like 8 years ago, so I don't know. Anyway, Malta, we're gonna toss that straight into the forgotten tier because nobody wrote any ideas for it, or they just didn't give them ideas. Or maybe they did, and I'm lying, but that's kind of too bad. The Isle of Man kind of gets infinite aura for its flag. It's really cool, so... I don't know, that might be a high rating. They have their own ideas as well. Diplomat, core creation cost? Okay. National unrest, Diplo annexation cost, discipline, missionary strength versus heretics, and an achievement? Okay. Alright. I wasn't aware of their game, to be honest. They might get an additional extra tier just for the flag, to be honest. You know what? They get at least Ireland tier, and that's not even a formable. So, you know what? There you go. POV are being rated. Hi, Saf. I'm here now. I was drinking a smoothie. I could really use a smoothie right now, not gonna lie. After this stream... Oh shoot, it's a Sunday. Everything closes early on a Sunday. Damn it. I am not getting a smoothie. It's over for me. Even restaurants. Well, maybe not. Maybe not all restaurants. I'll try to find something. I should have had better preparation, to be honest. And I didn't, because I'm a fool. It's kind of like the same thing I did with my subathon, where I kind of didn't prepare well enough for that one, if I'm being real. I had my family drop off some stuff for me during that subathon. Anyway, I was using that as cover to boot up a bunch of ideas, so Mantua... kind of just okay. Well, they have some good stuff towards the end. So you know what, Mantua, you're not half bad. We're gonna give you... I'll put these guys here. I feel like they're a little better than that. You know what? You get that tier. Okay, maybe this tier. Moravi. Idea cost, okay. Goods produced, okay. Infantry combat ability. National unrest. They're alright. You can kind of make that work, sure. Moravi, you get to be... Wait, do you have any missions? No. In that case, you get to go... Definitely above Fazan. Yeah, no, that's an above Fazan pick. You get to go there, congrats. Stuff is open on Sunday? Yeah, stuff's open on Sunday, but it usually closes early. Okay, at this point, I've gotten to the point where I'm just opening like 6 countries at a time. So that I can load up all of their ideas, and then I'm just gonna rapid fire them. I have to pick up the pace, genuinely. Okay, these guys, Marageh, or however that's pronounced. You get to go... Yeah, you get to go here. That's cool. Just do this in parts. I'm gonna do a second part. Probably. Maybe. Maybe even a third. There's a possibility. I could see a third one. Marehan? Oh, right, okay, I'll put them where Madratine is, but better. So that's where Madratine is, I'll put them like here. Okay, next. Marrakesh. Vassal of Morocco. Oh yeah, forgot about that. Where is Fez? Barbary Ikta. Yeah, no, that's fair. We'll put you here. And then we have Maya. Let's go. In actual country people play. Huge.
What is not even real, actually?
Just got
Ira said.
Where's Vinland on the list?
Well, we haven't gotten to V yet, so I'll let you know if we find it. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat, Ross said. I appreciate that. Only on M so far. Oh my god. Yeah, how many countries do we have before we get to Z? Hold on, I'm gonna do some quick math on this one. Here, okay, I see Zulu. I see Abenaki. So that's where it loops back. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 21. What? That is 210 minus 1s. That's 209 countries left to rate before we are done with this first half. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, Mayan, they're pretty good. They're pretty cool. They got really good ideas and stuff. I feel like they're not as good as either Aztecs or Inca, if I'm being real. Like, I would probably give Maya like a B tier, like a solid B tier. Like, well, they can also get high American tech group. Okay, maybe like a low A. They just don't have the same aura as the Inca or the Aztecs even. First half, yeah, that's until we're done the first half in another 200 tags. You know, light work. What is that? If I do 1 a minute, what is that? 3 hours? That's not too bad. That's pretty light, to be honest. Actually, I will do a quick check of just how many I have left here. It's 33 times 21. Minus... Okay, so we have 686 tanks left to go, chat. That's kind of a lot. That's just like, that's a few. That's a couple. You know, that's... Yeah. It's a handful, maybe. I'm gonna put this guy... Where'd I put the other ones? My pattern recognition is failing me. Where on earth did I put that? I don't remember. Screw it. It's going up here. Oh, shoot. Did I just accidentally move an entirely different country? I did. Hold on. Goes there. Screw it. Alright, we move on. Province tier list next. True. EU5 country tier list, to be honest. That's where the real fun begins. Mazovia. We're tossing that into... Yeah. It's just going there. Why? Yeah. Next. Meath. It's going into the Irish section. Not very high in the Irish section, looking at the ideas. Also, you start as a vassal of England. That gets to go here. Mecklenburg? Pomeranian ideas. Interesting. They're kind of alright. Okay, you get to go, here. And then we have Medina. Vassal of Mamluks. And it kind of depends on their ideas, to be honest. Have I not actually even done 300 of these? Man. I think I'm cooked, chat. They have Hejazi ideas. You know what? You get to go in the same tier as Hejaz. Which is, I put Hejaz in B tier? Am I insane? Oh, no, they have the Arabian missions. Does Medina have the Arabian missions? I don't know. Hold on. Let me just do a quick check on that. They do. Okay, yeah, they deserve that tier then. Those are some really good missions. They get to keep that. Medribari. They do have their own ideas, and they seem to be not too bad. So given their position, I'm gonna give them a higher tier than like Alodia. They can go like here. Myson, which is a revolter tag, meaning we theoretically don't know anything about it. About its ideas, at least. Yeah, we don't know. Okay. It's gonna go, like, in the generic part of the HRE countries. Memmingen. I think you have stuff. Maybe. Stream is low-key making me hate the game. That's real. Okay, no, I'm fine at this point. For me, it's some part of just like tedium and some part being really funny. Like, oh, I didn't spell Memmingen correctly. Oh, there's 2 M's in the middle. Like, when this is done, I'm thinking about how funny this is going to be to just show somebody this list, and they're gonna be like, there's no way you actually took the time to go through each one. And then they look at it longer and they're gonna be like, wait, he's kinda cooking with where he put each country, you know what I mean? Like, wait a second. He actually clearly did think about this one. For every single country. I literally drove halfway across the country in the time you've been doing this. What the hell? I mean, which country? Like, there are a lot that it doesn't take very long. Swabian city-state ideas are kind of not too bad, to be honest. So you get to go right about here. Country Luxembourg, true. We have Mentesha. Country Luxembourg, which is rated C, by the way. True. I actually drove through Luxembourg, and that's why I rated it C tier. I'm joking. I've never been to Luxembourg. What country is this? Mentesha? Ooh, Anatolian Tech Group? Okay, based. That's pretty based. Let's put that in the... Where'd I put the other ones? The other Anatolian countries. Here. Yeah, you get to go, like, right there. Mexico. Okay, Mexico is going to be a pretty unique one when it comes to the colonial countries. It will not be in the F tier. It has, they have their own idea group, Mexican ideas. I mean, technically so does Canada, but those ones aren't very good, if we're being real. And they have access to actual development. So you know what? You know what? Actually, they might even get like a D tier. Or like a, you know what? No. They can have a reasonably decent C tier experience. Like, that's pretty much the equivalent of a formable. They don't have any missions, though, which is kind of a shame. I think you're delirious. That is very true and real, and I have no counter argument to that. Yeah, I probably am at this point. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, maybe lower than Ireland. Does Miklaf get access to the Arabian mission tree? I don't remember. I will have to check again. I should just keep that tab open, actually. So that every time I see them, like, I'll get there. I'll actually, see everything. Okay, so Miklaf does get access to the Arabian missions, which are actually good, so... Yeah, we're gonna put that sort of with the other countries that have the Arabian missions, because they're really good missions. At a rate of 1 every 30 seconds, that's 8 hours for all 971. Oh, I know, I'm aware. I did the calculations out before starting this. I just thought I would be faster. Like a fool. I was not faster. heard rumors that you're 5'7"? I can't even imagine where that would have started as a rumor. Ask the other people who met me in Spain, and they will tell you I am not 5'7". Infantry combat ability from Milan. They actually have their own missions too, which is pretty cool. Appeal to authority. Sure. Ask somebody who wouldn't make fun of me and like just say that I am anyway for the meme. Ask like who wouldn't lie about that? Who's honest enough? Who do I trust? Ask Flory. I'm sure he probably remembers. Ask Saf? Okay, but she wasn't there though. Saf doesn't know how tall I am. Or ask the Playmaker, he probably remembers more. Generalist Gaming? Yeah, he would also tell you for sure. Literally ask anybody. Except for maybe Lath, because Lath might troll me. He's the kind of guy to do that. Okay, the Milanese missions are pretty decent. I gotta be honest, I've not played Milan. So I'm not gonna have the best rating for this country. I should play Milan, because they have like a cool Republic thing. They get a union with Naples though, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. And I think they get their Ambrosian Republic, right? So, yeah. I think we can safely give Milan pretty decent, like, maybe like a... somewhere in the B tier for sure. I'm giving them better than Finland vibes. Going by your avatar, you're 5'11"? How does that... how did you even get to that conclusion? It's funny, actually. The artist for my model was like, oh, and how tall are you, by the way? And I'm like, oh, like, roughly 190 centimeters? And they're like, okay. And I figured they tried to put that into my model. So it was interesting that it's, like, close-ish. Like, not that close, but... interesting that you got there from the model, and it's not even that far off. Yeah. Anyway, I got stun-locked again, damn it. Hold on. You people, I blame you. What is this country? I have to scroll to figure out, to find the flag. I just did Milan, and now I'm looking at this, and I have no idea what this country is. I don't even see it in the wiki. Like, the next country in the wiki is Modena. What is this? This is Munster. Why is it up here? Münster, more like. But still, why? Okay, fine. Well, it's already there. We'll just take a look at it. Tolerance of the True Faith, Missionary, nice, Discipline. Ooh, Landfire damage? Missionary Strength versus Heretics, Diplo Rep? Did I mention the Missionary? Probably. And Yearly Papal Influence, and Global Trade Power. They're not too bad. And they do have their own missions, too. Or they have the Westphalian ones. Okay, it's like 10. But they have missions. It's something. Yeah, I'm gonna put them like high tier in the HRE. They're in fact cooler than Britain. You know what? They're cooler than Albania. That's what they get. Actually, I might be generous enough to bump that into a higher than Bulgaria tier. Okay, next. We have the country I was supposed to look at first. Modena. The umlaut messes with the alphabetization, clearly? Probably. It probably does, actually, because the way they represent that is like M, like %U or something. I don't know, like the way that they encode that is actually different. Modena has Italian ideas. They don't, surely they don't mean like Italian ideas, right? No, like generic Italian ideas, okay. Which are not really that great, to be honest. Okay. You're gonna go in... There. Mogadishu. He's still live ranking countries. Only for a little bit, because it's also been like 8 hours since I've eaten anything, and that's generally considered to be not good. That's, yeah, not an excellent idea, I hear. Allegedly. The Mogadishu ideas are pretty solid, actually. Like, really solid. I don't think they have any missions, but... I think they start with feudalism. East African tech group is kind of brutal, but they do have Sunni as their starting religion, and they have some pretty decent ideas. I'm willing to give them a break and maybe push them into like a higher E tier, perhaps? Not a higher E tier, but like a higher tier, like E. Maybe here, actually. Wouldn't be too bad. 1 cigarette and a cup of coffee and you'll be fine. True. What is that? The Finnish breakfast? Mogulistan? Yeah, we're probably gonna give those guys like A or S tier. Yeah, I think they get to be right there. Moldavia. Cigarette, coffee, and a vodka to lift the spirits works. I think if I had any alcohol right now, because it's been 8 hours since the last time I had anything to eat, it would knock me flat on my back. I would just be lying on the ground. Because there's like nothing in my digestive system right now. Moldavia should get points for the flag. That's pretty true. They also get points for the morale of armies, missionary strength, and trade efficiency. They do get Romanian missions. I don't... Oh no, I do remember playing the Romanian missions. I've played Wallachia. I remember there are like 4 of them, yeah. Well, no, they have more. They have more. They have like the other side as well. But, yeah, I remember playing those. They were... interesting. You get some stuff out of them. It's not like crazy. I don't think. Oh, wait, you get... Never mind, they updated them. They get local organizations now. That is something they didn't used to have. I didn't realize that they actually updated these missions to make them better. Okay. Interesting. Good thing I took a look, because that actually boosted my opinion of them. Okay, we'll give them like Still a bit of a tough situation to start with. We'll give you... there. Yeah. Mombasa. I think I'm gonna try to get to... Yeah, you know what, screw it. This is gonna end up being like 3 streams probably. And... I think our goal for today is to get to the letter... Go with the letter Q. For Corbett, let's go. Swahili ideas. Where'd I put the rest of those countries? Like Malindi. Malindi here? Screw it, you get to go there too. And then I think this is just the Mongol Empire, if that's not Mongolia. Hold on. No, that's just Mongolia. The Mongol Empire will have to be the second half. Okay, Mongolia. Pretty solid. Pretty decent. I would say it's pretty much the same tier. Just one of the really, really solid hordes that they have at the start of the game. You know, all the ones that have the cavalry combat, and they have the aggressive expansion, and they have the core creation cost, and, you know, that's kind of their thing, all of those countries. Then we have Montenegro, which I don't think I've ever seen in a game ever. The only issue is the Oirat vassalage. Yeah, so it gets knocked down a few points, maybe even... Oop, there we go. Montenegro has decent ideas, maybe? Like the infantry combat ability, national manpower. Nothing huge, to be honest. Wait, they are an Orthodox clerical state. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, congrats, you get D tier. No. No, you don't. No, you don't, actually. You get E tier. What is this? Montferrat? Okay, Montferrat does get aura points for being able to form Byzantium. And the ideas aren't half bad either. They're kind of okay. So, where I would normally put them is right about here, but they actually get extra points, so they're going to go up to here. Because they have aura. Moravia, but not the Great One. They do have Moravian missions. That's really not a lot, but it is something. Missions shared between Nitra and Moravia. That's interesting. You don't seem to get too much. I mean, you get to be a free empire, actually. But you need 750 development for to become an empire. Okay. Moravia, you get to yeah, you're gonna go yeah, there you go. There you go. Also, yeah, I need to zoom out again so you can see the full tier list. There you go. Hold on, does that look alright on my screen? Still somewhat visible, hopefully? Sort of? Okay, next, Morea. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm putting it in the exact same spot that I put Achaia, which is right there. Next, Mori. It's gonna be right in the middle of the Japanese daimyos. Morocco. Still going? How are you not having an aneurysm? I don't know. I just kind of roll with it. It's possible that I'm only alive because I'm maintaining my momentum. Like, you ever hear those stories of a soldier that runs over to his commanding officer and delivers a message and then just like passes out dead 10 seconds after? That might be an exaggeration, but like there've been stories of that before, you know? I think that's what's going on. Like, my life is perpetuated by my continued momentum of doing this tier list, and then as soon as I stop and end the stream, I think I might just die on the spot, possibly. That could be. But who knows? We just have to get there to find out. Anyway, Morocco, they have some decent ideas, and their missions aren't too bad, plus they're allowed to raid. So I'm thinking, you know what? We're gonna put them right about... I think they deserve a B tier. I'm feeling pretty generous on the B tier. I gave Asturias B tier. I'm gonna give them B tier, and they're gonna get this B tier. Well, maybe that B tier. That's cool. What you're saying is uncapped stream? True. But not really. Munster, not to be confused with Münster. Streamer, how come I can't find Lipa in S tier? Just keep looking, I'm sure you just didn't see it. Okay, Munster, not Münster. Discipline, Spanish ties. Interesting. Anyway. These are actually not terrible ideas. And you do start with a level 3 fort, so you know what? You're gonna get high tier Ireland formables. Actually, yeah, we can live with that. Okay, actually, no, maybe not that high. Muscovy, they have a good mission tree. Easy to expand. Pretty solid. Well, their ideas are decent. Well, no, they're good. They're good ideas. Just like more weighted towards the early game than the mid and late game. But like, hey, they're looking pretty good, and they did get a facelift in the Domination DLC. So you know what? They actually do get to sit in the A tier. But like here. Yeah, no. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that feels right to me. Next. Mushasha. Surprisingly good ideas for Mushasha. Infantry combat ability, morale of armies, a missionary, national manpower, a diplomat, missionary strength versus heretics, tolerance of the true faith. That's not too bad at all. You know what? And they can form Arabia, but we're not trying to take that into consideration. Yeah, you're not too bad. I think you're like Mazandaran tier. Like, they have good ideas, they just don't have missions, I think. Are you still on the first half? Yes. I think we still have like 650 countries to go or something, but like we're going along, we're chilling. Doesn't Mushasha have missions? I'm only really looking at it from the wiki, and so if they do, then the wiki needs to tell me, otherwise I don't know. That's the main problem. Mutapa. If they do, then let me know and at me so that I don't miss the message, please. Thank you. Mutapa. I played Mutapa. It is a very enjoyable experience, actually. Like, yeah, they actually have some pretty solid ideas. Plus, something that was kind of maybe a unique thing in their missions. But I think they might have given it to another country by now. Which is that whenever you build a manufactory, it gives you development. And I don't remember if they extended that to a different country, but that's pretty solid. So you know what? Mutapa, they might even get A tier. Yeah, you know what? They get A tier, but they get, like, Florence A tier. Or, you know what? No, they're better than Florence A tier. You know what? No, they get, like, Axum A tier. Yeah. I'm okay with that. They get better when you form Zimbabwe? Yeah, Zimbabwe is like even better than Mutapa. In terms of their ideas, no? I don't really feel like scrolling to find out. But we'll see. What's next? That's Mzab? I'm not even gonna look at Mzab. I'm just gonna throw it into the category I think it's gonna go into, and that is right where I put the other ones. I put Kabylia here, didn't I? Why did I do that? Isn't that Kabylia, I think? Why did I do that? I shouldn't have put that there. Sometimes you make mistakes when you shouldn't put countries in different categories. Actually, no, E tier, that's pretty fair. Mzab's like a really low E tier. Where's my Fazan? There it is. You know what? You don't deserve to be there. You get to go here, and you actually get to go... You know what? No, I'm changing my mind on a few things. You go here, and you go there. Okay? Okay. There you go. And in fact, we do that. Next. Najd, I believe, also gets access to the Arabian ideas. They're tough, and I did kind of play them a little bit, but they're not horrible. I'd say, like, they sort of deserve... Like, it's a rough start, but I think it's kind of like these other ones where they all have the Arabian ideas, and those are, like, really good, so... Mzab gets feudal theocracy? Okay, fine. Like, once you get the ball rolling with Najd, they go crazy. Not gonna lie. It's tough. It's tough. But they do go crazy with it. Najran. They also get Arabian ideas. Arabian missions. Zab 1 faith confirmed. I think I actually was going to do that. I did the unlikely candidate. And then I just didn't do the rest of... Not the 1 faith. Sorry, the 3rd way achievement. I think there have been like 2 separate times that I started a game and I was going to do that, and then I just didn't do it. Anyway, I wanted to look at Najd for a second. Missions. They get Arabia missions, and then I wanted to look at... okay, so Najran actually does not get Arabia missions, which is a significant fall off compared to other countries. They do get the Arabian ideas, but they're not great. And you know what? That kind of puts you Like, this is literally the difference between not having the Arabian missions and having the Arabian missions. Does Najran get the Yemeni missions? Oh, right, they are in the Yemeni group. I forgot about that. You know what? They might, and that's fair. That's a fair thing to point out. That's pretty fair. That's pretty fair. But the Yemeni missions are not that crazy either. They're not really meant to be, because I think as Yemen you're supposed to form Arabia as well. Anyway, we have Nanbu. What do we have in Nanbu? Some pretty solid ideas, actually. Discipline, construction costs, morale of armies, diplomat, national unrest, national tax. I can't even speak anymore. Shock damage, and development cost reduction, and production efficiency. That is really solid, actually. You know what? You, my good sir, get a relatively good score on the daimyo list. You don't get an Oda score, but you get extra points. Naples. Naples is pretty solid. I'm looking at a B tier for Naples, probably. Like, Naples is definitely better than Catalonia. Yeah, Catalonia gets Aragonese missions, I think, so. No one gets an Oda score? Oda and Date. Oda might be a little better than Date. I might put Oda in the low A just from their ideas. Maybe. No, it's probably just going to be like a higher B if we're being real. But they are really good ideas. Naples is funnier in EU5, I feel like. It kind of is. Well, it's funnier mostly because you also get to do the whole thing with forming the two Sicilies and blinding your opponents. That's the real tactic when you're playing Naples. Flashbang blue. Forced blue screen on all of your opponents. Anyways, did I actually rate Naples? I did. Nice. Then we have Nassau. German ideas? Interesting. Not even Rhenish. They're decent. They're kind of okay. We're gonna toss Nassau in with... Wait, do you get missions? I don't know if they get missions. Maybe you don't deserve that. There you go. Navarra. Okay, so Navarra's a bit of a tough one. Because most of the time, they are incredibly cringe. 8 out of 10 runs. I could have just said 4 out of 5. That's just how cooked I am right now. Most of your runs as Navarra are going to be Alt F4 and restarting the run. That's just how it is with Navarra. But sometimes you get a good one, a good run as Navarra. And when you do, you feel like God. So, I don't know, it's kind of a tough one. Sometimes you get the Neapolitan throne, yeah. Their ideas are generally pretty solid. The missions are sort of short, but do give you a lot to work with. At least with the Aragon, and then, you know, you start reclaiming the coast, you get that union with France. Oof. The union with France and the union with Aragon? That's pretty solid. That's pretty solid stuff. I'm thinking Navarra, if you happen to get lucky with the start, which you kind of have to just to play it, it can be a really solid, like, B tier country. Like, I'm thinking, maybe even like, no, not a low A, but I'm thinking like a solid B. Probably for sure. Probably for sure. Yeah, you know what? We're running with that. Navarra loses points for being able to form France, but then losing all your cool names for the French provinces. True. That's why real gamers never form France while playing Navarra. You simply consume all of Europe and spread the Basque culture, as it was meant to be. Anyway, Naxos, I'm really unlikely to actually take longer than 3 seconds to put them somewhere. Where's Corfu? Right there? There you go, buddy. Congrats. Yeah, those okay, hold on. They get core creation cost and Diplo annexation cost. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine. Then we have the Netherlands. For real this time. And not 6 different countries that are almost the Netherlands. I gotta play the Netherlands again. I haven't played their new tree. But I know for sure that because they got a new tree relatively recently, it is definitely entirely broken. For sure. So, we're gonna just slap that in like maybe even the S tier somewhere. We might even put that like right next to Britain, maybe. Yeah. We're gonna yeah. Yeah, we're putting that right there. Nevers, they do have their own achievement. That's immediate extra aura points. But, oh no, they have their own ideas. They're not even French ducal. And their ideas aren't half bad either. Morale of armies, goods produced, infantry combat ability, manpower recovery speed, production efficiency, and 2 yearly papal influence. That's pretty solid. They could also form France, but we're trying not to, like, you know, worry too much about that. They do get the French ducal missions, which kind of puts them near the ducal tree, rather the ducal tier. But a little higher than that. You know what? I respect them slightly more to distinguish them and put them in like the low D tier. Yeah, it's a pretty bad start, that's true. It's a tough start. But I kind of respect the achievement a little. And I'm tired of putting the French ducal countries in the same spot, if I'm being honest. I've put all of them into E tier, you know what? Just give them something else. At this point, I'm putting countries in places because I feel bad for putting too many of them in different places. That's how you make an objective tier list. Nitra. Infantry combat ability, goods produced, adamant tech cost reduction. National unrest, morale of armies, production efficiency. Not too bad. You know what? We're gonna... Wait. Missions? Moravian missions. We're putting them next to Moravia. Yeah. Where's Moravia? There they are. You know what? There you go, buddy. We have Incore. I assume that's how it's pronounced. Okay, let's see. Oof. Yeah, it's going straight to the yikes tier. That's a shame. We have no guy. They seem pretty chill. The only objective tier list is one that rates based on the nation's map color. True. Band name, real, true. They have horde ideas. They're like a pretty basic standard horde. Nothing really too special, kind of like a Saragyo gear type of deal. So they do get the horde buff, which puts them in a higher tier just for being a horde because they're broken. So that's gonna put them like right there. Okay, what even is this? Normandy. That feels like a strong French ducal experience to me. Norman ideas. Maybe it's actually... Maybe I'm treating them too harshly. Normandy can raid coasts, but they unlock it way too late? That's kind of based, actually. That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It does take a while for them to get it, but it does give them aura. They do get advisor costs as well as aggressive expansion reduction. Blockade impact on siege is really good, actually. Yeah, you're English-French ducal, the most cursed of them all. You know what? They get a little bit more credit. Actually, do you have any missions? I feel like they don't. I'm just going to assume that they have French ducal missions, because it would be weird if they don't, so screw it. They deserve more credit. They actually go into the nevers tier. But no, they actually go higher than that because they can raid. I might even put them like right. I might even put them right here. They have a little unique tree. Okay, someone's gonna have to confirm that for me, because the wiki doesn't tell me if they do or don't. Normandy. Okay, at least the title isn't clickbait. Does this include formable? It includes every single tag that is playable in the game. Including the synthetics, which I really shouldn't have added in there. And same with Jan Mayen. I mean, they are playable because you can swap to them. But yeah, there are 971 countries. And we have gotten through like 300 of them, I think. It's gonna take like maybe another 2 streams, possibly. I could, maybe. If I don't pick up the pace, which I will for sure. Probably. Northumberland. They've got some decent-ish ideas, but like sort of, but kind of not really, but I don't know. They're alright. Have combat. Tolerance of the true faith. Goods produced. Idea cost. Missionary. They have some good things in there. You know what? They gotta be above Cornwall, I think. But not by much. There you go. Norway is actually pretty solid. I wouldn't put it in S tier, but like it's a pretty decent A tier, like a low A tier maybe. Like I'd probably put it above Florence. I'll put it above Andalusia actually. Probably put it here. Norway's actually pretty good. 48-hour stream? I don't know. We're gonna split this into 3 streams probably. It's gonna... God, I can't even speak. gonna ruin the marketing for this stream. It was supposed to be one stream, but I severely miscalculated. We're also counting random Cossack spawnables. If it isn't a tag in the game from the start of the game, if it isn't a tag included in the wiki page, I am not putting it on this tier list. That is the hard rule. What do you mean, boo? We're rating 971 countries. I think I deserve to have at least a little leeway with this one. Novgorod. They're like Russia, but harder to play. They're actually not that bad. I did play them back when Domination came out. And honestly, they're kind of alright. They're not too difficult to play. They're not like Muscovy tier. Where'd I put Muscovy? In A tier? They're like the B tier version of Muscovy. I'd probably put them like here. I mean, boo, it's like 5 more, unless you count Random New World, then it's like 5, okay. I don't even know how I would figure that out, to be honest. Nubia. That's a formable. It might even be decent. Maybe. You know what? Those are some good ideas. Like, every one of these is an absolute banger of an idea, actually. Well, okay, the traditions aren't that great. Stability cost and attrition for enemies. But you get the national unrest, the missionary strength, the land attrition reduction, discipline, goods produced, tolerance of the true faith, admin tech cost reduction, and then land fire damage. All of that is actually really good. They don't have missions, but like, I can live with that. Since they have good ideas, I'll probably put them in I don't know, I kind of did the same with Mexico, didn't I? Where I'm like, you know what, those ideas are good enough, or their situation's good enough. I can live with that. Alright, then we have Nuremberg. Okay, how long until I get to the queues for this? That's still a lot, to be honest. That's quite a bit. Okay, Nuremberger ideas are somewhat decent. Franconian missions, how are those? Not very extensive. You get a bunch of claims. And some other things that are just kind of mid. Okay, hold on, pause. Restoration of Union against France? Okay, I apologize, Nuremberg. I was not familiar with your game. Okay. Okay, we can work with that. So, I mean, the ideas are not amazing, but the Franconian missions kind of carry. So, guess what, buddy? You get to go in a pretty solid low C tier. Because your ideas don't really work that well, but you have something, and we can work with it. You know what? Maybe I'll give him a little something more than that. That's fine. Franconian missions, that's solid. But Nuremberg is a republic? Whoa, hold on. That might be a really good point. Hold on. Okay, they've been downgraded. Where did I put them? Where did I put you? Drag him back down a few tiers. I know you can just become a monarchy really easily as a republic.
Like literally just re-elect the same guy 5 times and boom, you're a monarchy now. But still. They are a free city, you know what? I'll give them a little bit of slack. There you go, buddy. You get to be here. Oda, the goat. You actually get to be, you might even be A tier, because your ideas are cracked. Oda low S? Seriously? I don't know about low S. What's the country left of Oda? Maya. But they actually have ideas and they can become High American Tech Group. The issue with Oda is once you're finished uniting Japan and push onto the continent, then what? You just win at that point. I don't know what you mean. You take a province, you declare war on Ming, you take a province in the south of China, and then you start invading Indochina, China, and then India, and then you just keep on pushing. And then you just keep on pushing. And you just keep on going. Like, you get the core creation cost and province war score cost. You have infantry combat ability, morale of armies, goods produced, land fire damage, leader siege, 20% national manpower, tech cost reduction, and land leader fire. The issue is your run and... Goodness. Your run ends 50 years earlier because you get bored 50 years sooner, so F tier. Okay. Anyway, I'm willing to put Oda into the low A tier. Alright. Odayev, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not even gonna check. That's going straight into the Russian Principality tier. Which is... Where did I put that? Here. Awfully? Ireland tier. But where in the Ireland tier? They do have an achievement, don't they? Starting as Awfully. Starting as Awfully, get a personal union over an Iberian nation. Their ideas are pretty good, actually. You know what? They have a bit of aura. Ogaden, what do you have? Terrible achievement? Yeah, it's really not that good. Me when I can't type? Cool. Because there are 2 A's in Ogaden. I'm gonna be real with you. It's going in the same spot as the other Somali nations. Next. Ogasawara? Where did you rate the natives? Okay, so we're rating all of the tags that are playable. So, pirates, natives, and rebels are tags that exist, but they are not playable. So we're not rating them. Also, yeah, my voice is breaking after 8.5 hours of streaming. Really not great at this point. Being 35, I don't really know what aura is, but the more I catch your streams, the more it slips into my lexicon. There isn't really an easy way to explain aura. Actually, no, that makes a lot of sense. Because aura as a term, I feel, is sort of borrowed from video games and anime. It sort of like represents like your power level, but mostly in how cool you look. Aura is like... It is tough to explain, actually, now that I think about it. It's like a vibe check. It's like a coolness factor. That's a really good way of putting it. It's the coolness factor. Yeah, that's... more riz than power? I don't know about that. The distinctive atmosphere or quality that seems to surround and be generated by a person, thing, or place. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Mostly as it pertains to someone looking cool. And okay, maybe there's a little bit of charisma in there, but I feel like it doesn't really include that. Anyway, Olga Sawara, let's go put that somewhere. It actually has some pretty good ideas. I'm gonna toss it right towards, like, here. Next we have Oldenburg. It's not fair that I've gotten all the way, or almost, maybe not almost, but a really good part of the way through the first half, and I have encountered maybe like 4 tags in North America. It's not fair. At least I know that means that the second half is going to be like instant, like quick all the way through, right? Dude, look at these flags for the second half of the tier list. Look at these. It is going to be the fastest second half of the tier list known to man. Because we've got like, oh, North America, oh, North America, oh, North America. How did this even happen? It's not like the tier list knows where these countries are. Like, this is going to be the second coming of the yikes tier. It is going to devour half of this entire, well, second half, pretty much. Man. Maybe you downloaded it by date added? These are in alphabetical order, though. How is that even possible? Anyway. Actually, in that case, how many countries do we even have left to actually rate before I just start rapid firing, putting them into either yikes tier or... I don't know, we'll see. Second half is also alphabetical. It is, but I downloaded all of it. I downloaded all of it in the way that they were added, in the order that they were added. Right, so I started with tag number 1, which is Sweden, because of course it's Sweden. And then all the way down to the last tag. And then I uploaded the first half, which should have been from Sweden all the way to, I don't know what it was, and then from that country to the end. And in theory, it was supposed to maintain that order, but it didn't. It rearranged them to be alphabetical. I don't know what happened, but anyway, yeah. Because, like, look, Sweden's all the way down here. Sweden was the first country added. That doesn't even make sense. I don't even know. It's just, it works in enigmatic ways. The system is beyond human comprehension. Okay, what are we at right now? Oldenburg? That looks like Oldenburg to me. Default German ideas, they probably get Westphalian missions, maybe. I don't remember what's in those. Screw it. You get to go here. Congrats. Next. I think that's Oman, and having played Oman, I'm just gonna, personally, I'm gonna put him in like a low B. No, let's go with a little bit higher than that. They have really good missions, to be honest. I'd rather put him like here, to be honest. like Hormuz but Ibadi? Yes. And better, in my opinion. Oldenburg gets Hanover, not Westphalia. Oh, okay, but they don't get the actual Hanover missions until they form Hanover, right? Because that would be a personal union on Great Britain, but they don't get that for free while being Oldenburg, I don't think. Not until formation? Perfect. Okay, thank you. We have Orleans, which I think is pronounced Orléanais, maybe, but my French is very rusty. And I keep pronouncing that country incorrectly, and nobody corrects me. Until it happened once, and then I forgot. Anyway, it has some pretty decent ideas. I like the morale of armies. Oh, right. They also get a unique thing, don't they? They get something to do with... Yeah, S tier for battle nuns. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. They do get something unique. That makes them actually cooler than the rest of the Ducal French tanks. And so they... For coolness factor alone, they actually get to go into low C tier. No, they get to go into high D tier just for the coolness factor. Oh no, they get Westphalian missions? How it changed in 1 second? Well, it didn't really change. It's still, when I say nobody corrects me, I mean for the most part nobody has said anything except for one time, and that was way after. For a while nobody corrected me. And so because nobody corrected me for the first several dozens of times, I don't actually know what the real pronunciation is anymore. Anyway, Ormond. That is an Irish moment right there. With some ideas. They do exist. They're not terrible. But they're also not great. You get to go here. And then, who is that? Otomo? Oh, hold on. Hold up. They're kind of cooking with these ideas. Production efficiency, tax modifier, national manpower, 20%. 10% goods produced, 5% discipline, 15% domestic trade power, a missionary, yearly papal influence, okay, sure, siege ability, and artillery combat ability. That's pretty solid, actually. That might even push them a little higher than the average daimyo. They might even get like a low B? Like a high C tier? That makes them quite a bit better than the average. Now, I might even, you know what? I might even give them like a low B tier. Those are good ideas. Ottomans, I think you know exactly where this is going, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's going right there. That's going right there. Next, we have Ouchi. These ideas are not so great. Yeah, let me drink some more water. Yeah, I'm gonna put that in mid-tier. Mid-tier daimyo. Mid to low tier. It's not terrible, not great. Then we get Oyo. You have missions. You do have missions. Okay. They have their own missions? Imperial Oyo? What does that give you? It's so mid. Oh no. Like, wow, Imperial Oyo, that sounds like a great mission. What does it give you? Well, you become an empire. That's cool, I guess. You become an empire with 300 dev. That's not terrible. 0.5 legitimacy and 0.5 prestige decay for the rest of the game. Not exactly what I was expecting, but hey, it's cool to become an empire really early. That's useful for a few things. Just not what I expected. In terms of their ideas, it's really not too bad. They're okay. Yeah, you know what? Okay, so Oyo, you're gonna get... Yeah, you know what? You can have like a D tier. No, hold on. No. No. No, 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 no. 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 You actually get low E at best. Yeah. Oh yo, what's this? Okay. How do you ban another mod? How does this work? Legitimacy stacking build? It's actually not bad if you go Republic, because it converts into Republican tradition, but... yeah. Paraguay. Yeah, so we're just gonna... yeah. Arma. The Oyo Benning differential treatment. I'm gonna be honest, the things that I'm using to qualify countries now, it's probably really different than when I started. Italian ideas, just in Parma, releasable by Milan. That's pretty similar to another country we looked at. Like Modena, I think. So we're gonna put it where Modena is. And we have... I never know what to call this country. I think it's Pate. I don't know. You cannot ban me, you've got 70 alt accounts. I believe you. With how often your username used to change, like 3 years ago. They really aren't all that, to be honest. I'm gonna put them... yeah. Yeah, they get to go there. That's cool. Ibadi, though? Okay. Perm. Your body's worth being like above the stupid orange one, a row above. Fine, fine. You know what? There. I actually played Perm I didn't even get their achievement. Not because I couldn't, but because I got extremely bored. Because after a certain point, for that achievement, by the way, because what you have to do is literally just wait. Because you have to stay as perm. I think you have to stay as perm. And so I don't think you can form Russia, so there's no Siberian frontiers. You just have to wait for colonies. And that's the gameplay. You just wait. And you wait. And you just keep on waiting. And you try to keep yourself occupied. You conquer China. You conquer Central Asia. But ultimately, you're just waiting. You're just waiting the whole time. That might have been before they had missions, though. Maybe, I don't remember. It's pronounced with an A like in father. Parm? Why is it spelled with an E then? Checkmate. -1 tier debuff for the achievement alone. No, paid? Oh, it's like pot. Interesting. They actually do have really good rulers, that's crazy. I might even bump them up a slight, not even a tier, but like a little bit. Their ideas are just kind of okay. I call them like sort of run-of-the-mill, mid, just kind of alright ideas. Yeah, we're gonna toss that into, I feel like that's Estonia tier. Yeah, actually no, it's like Principality tier. But like lower. Yeah. E is pronounced as well, it's potty. Ooh, ruining my bad joke. Oh. Pate. Pate. That could be real, maybe. Allegedly, or so I've heard. Persia, we throwing this directly into the paradox, please nerf, maybe? Possibly. Any objections? Maybe like a low version of that? Maybe... I mean, it's pretty much like Eranshar. I just made all of that up? Okay, ban that guy. I'm joking, don't ban them. Anyway, I'm thinking Persia right here. It's cool. They just... yeah, probably. They are pretty powerful. I did play them. Like Eranshar is slightly better than Persia. We'll check the order. Wow, it's... there you go. Peru? I don't think they have any ideas. No, colonial ideas? Alright. Man, it's like Mexico, but worse, because Mexico has their own ideas, but Peru actually has development. That's a tough one. It's just Mexico, but like kind of worse a little bit. D tier. Then we get Picardy. French ducal ideas? Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna put them in the French ducal tier. There you go. Pisa. I feel like that's gonna be in the same tier as like Ferrara. They have some decent ideas. Okay. We'll put them... Right there. Is that Ferrara? I think so. Yeah. Counterpoint, Peru is at least not an endgame tag. Yeah, but... Yeah. Yeah. Poland. Better than Lithuania. Compared to Muscovy, though. We're not talking Commonwealth, just Poland. I'm thinking it goes well, like, here, maybe. Like, maybe I'll even do this. Maybe. So the possibility of becoming an actual good nation still exists? Yes, in theory. Poland is an S-tier formable. Like, as a formable? Okay, but like we just play Poland? I mean... Anyway. Okay, where are we at right now? We're still at P. We didn't even reach Q yet. You want to go insane, rate all the Anbanar tags? No thank you. That's okay. Okay. How long until we get to... Wait, this is literally Karakoyunlu. Yeah, okay, we're gonna reach Karakoyunlu, and then we're gonna call it for today, I think. I think the second half we're gonna get through a lot quicker. I say second half as if it's gonna be like, you know, we're gonna go through it all at once. But to be honest, it's gonna be like rapid fire, a lot of these. They're either going into F or Yikes tier for like a solid third minimum. We didn't even get to like all the North American tags yet. Anyway, Polotsk. We should skip ahead and do Lipa first. We'll see about that. Polotsk has some decent-ish ideas, and they have Russian Principality missions. Okay. In that case, there you go. Congrats. Next, Pomerania, I assume. Those ideas are not amazing. Let me look at those missions, though. They get a permanent 10% cav combat. That's something. That's mostly all that they get, really, but hey, it's something. It's better than nothing. You get 20 years of minus 20% aggressive expansion impact. Yippee. Man, in terms of the German formables, Pomerania is not high up on that list. We're gonna go put them, like, they don't even deserve Bavaria tier, to be honest. Like, they might even be lower than Dithmarschen. And their ideas aren't even that good. I'm gonna be honest, like, they don't even deserve B tier. They might get like a high C tier. But even then, no, like, they don't even deserve a high C tier. They just kind of suck. I don't know how else to put it. Like, I look at Pomerania and I'm like, yeah, you're like Dalmatia tier. You are not all that, to be honest. And that's being generous. Portugal. A classic. They did kind of rework the Portuguese mission tree a little bit. Portugal's always great because of their unique age ability. That really brings it home for them in the early game, their ability to explore and colonize like crazy, to give them a massive edge over every other colonial power for reaching Mexico, reaching Peru, going around the coast of Africa and start stealing some trade from those areas. Like, they have a really good position because of their unique strengths. And their ideas are pretty solid as well. Their missions, if I remember them correctly, are pretty solid. They have like a unique ship as well, I think. I think Portugal's like a pretty solid... I don't know if I put them in S tier, necessarily, but they're like a really solid A tier. Not above Castile A tier. But I think above Norway A tier. Maybe even above Mutapa A tier. This feels about right to me. Yeah, let's do that. I think that works. Portugal's amazing on paper, then you play them. I've played Portugal a few times. It's been pretty good every time, to be honest. I haven't really had much of an issue with Portugal. Provence has really good missions. And their ideas kind of work well with those missions, like the 2 diplomatic relations, diplomatic reputation, to get the morale of armies. Easy S? Okay. Let's think about that for a second. Okay, I could see it, maybe. Oh, okay, you know what? Yeah, okay, I could see that, but only if I decide I'm gonna change some of my requirements. I'm actually moving Castile and Aragon into S tier. I've actually changed my mind on that. But I feel like I can't have Poland and Muscovy. Yeah, you know what? I'm shifting some of the criteria around a little bit. Just a little bit. I think this feels a little better. And then I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that fits the vibe better. Better Aragon, harder start but better long term. That's the tough thing, because it's like, if it's a harder start, then that means you can do more with Aragon in the shorter term. It was weird seeing Hungary in S when like they would have been a solid B a few years ago, but they did get like some pretty big buffs. Didn't they get buffed as late as Winds of Change? Anyway, Prussia. I would say put it in the Paradox Please nerf, but then they actually did that, so we have half governing capacity. They actually kind of did do exactly that. Still really solid. It's not in the Please nerf category, because if they did that anymore, I might cry. But please don't nerf Prussia, actually. I like it where it is. They just have a lot of really good military buffs, but outside of that, like, what do they have? What is a man, really? What is a Prussia but a state with an army? Wait, no, an army with a state. Like, Prussia has insane military. They just don't have too much outside of that. That's really what they're good at, is killing. And yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have that army, but for what? Admin efficiency and missions? That's pretty real, actually. I might even drop them down. I might even do this with them. It's the age-old debate between Commonwealth and Prussia. I might even give them a little bit below Commonwealth, just like a touch, just a little bit. Because that governing capacity really kind of tore them to pieces when they gave them that minus 50%. I need to drink more water. Did I not even do Russia yet? Hold on. Oh, wait, that's going to be after Q. Yeah, okay. And this is Pskov. I have a feeling I know where Pskov's going to go. Those ideas are 20% goods produced. Sheesh. Okay, maybe I'm treating you a little harshly. -2 national unrest. I mean, the rest of the stuff is not that great. Okay, you know what? And they're Russian Principality missions? Okay, I'm gonna go with like a mid-tier Russian Principality country. So like here. Then we have Karakoyunlu. Okay, I think these guys are probably same tier, if not a little higher than Koyunlu. Like, I might even put them, like, here, maybe? Hold on, let me look at those missions real quick. Ooh, that does look like some pretty good stuff. Maybe I actually bring Mongolia down a little. I don't know why, I just kind of felt like it. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that's where we're gonna put that. And then I think that country is Kasim? Yes. In Eastern Europe. You should finish out the queues? Yeah, that's gonna leave us with Kasim and then Quebec. Kasim. Okay, they just get woo, hold on, that's an emirate with horde ideas. That's nomadic tech group. That's kind of cursed. I don't know how much I like that, actually. That's gonna go in a little bit of a lower tier. Because if this were a horde, it would automatically be bumped up several tiers, but it's not. So, tragically, I mean, horde ideas are still good. You know what? I'll bump them up a little bit because they've good ideas. Yeah, there you go. And then we have Quebec. And that is actually the last one. What do you know? Any unique ideas? They do have unique ideas. They're in a pretty similar situation to most of the other colonial countries. But they do have their own ideas and they're not bad. They're just kind of okay. There's actually one more after Quebec. Lippe? Okay. Infantry combat ability, tolerance of the true faith, goods produced, national tax, diplo relations, missionary strength, but it's 1%. I'd probably put it on like the same sort of position as where Canada is. Like interchangeably. Because on one hand you have, okay, they have missionary strength. On the other hand, if you form Canada, you don't even need to convert anything. So, like, I might put it one tier lower just for that. Like, literally one spot lower. They do have the goods produced, though, which is pretty good. But, yeah, anyway. That might be our conclusion for where we are right now. This took me 9 hours, and we are... Let's count them up. Let's see, how many do we have left? 1, 2, 3... I know it's 21 across, because we checked that before. $29 times 31. I feel like the number has not gone down at all. No, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, I typed in something wrong. 29 times 21, not 31. So we have 609 countries remaining. And that is 609 out of a total of 971. So we have completed over a third of the countries. Let's go. Oh, right, it's actually -2. You're right. We have completed... Hold on. 1 minus answer. There we go. We have completed 37.4849, if you round, % of the tags in EU4. Let's go. Okay, I think the next one's gonna go a lot faster though, guys. Like trust. Like it's gonna be so much faster. It's gonna be like literally twice as fast. Surely it's gonna be twice as fast the next time we do this. If we do Lippe, we will have 365 done. Doubt? No, Betsec, listen. Look at the tags that we're looking at here, okay? Do you notice anything about them? A lot of these are in North America. That means that's like 50 countries that we can just toss directly into F or yikes in the span of like 5 minutes. Like we can rapid fire those. Right? We can rapid fire those. You good, bro? I'm actually really hungry. And approximately like 30 minutes ago, I had a moment where I thought I was feeling slight chest pain, and then it faded. So I'm like, I'm probably good, to be honest. Probably. This will be 3 streams. It might. Maybe. Possibly. Corbs, you're from Canada, right? Do you have any idea why and how there's a car with an Ontario license plate here? Either someone is really rich and they had their car flown over for some reason, or it was like stolen and sold to somebody who drove to Turkey. I don't know. Those are like the 2 possibilities. There's a surprising amount of like car theft, to It's interesting. Where people will just, you know, you'll wake up one morning, oh, my car's gone, like completely gone. And by the time you knew it was gone, it was already on a ship headed across the Atlantic. Like, it was gone like 12 hours ago, and you didn't even realize. It's not that common, but it does happen. It's been known to happen sometimes. Period cramp, true. Anyway. Can I feed you? I don't even know what you mean by that. Sure. Yeah, if you send an order of Mary Browns to my doorstep. Yeah, don't worry. I'll just publicly send you my my address. I'll just dox myself real quick. Anyway, they usually ship those to Africa, but it could end up in Turkey eventually, I suppose. Yeah, I'm thinking like that's how they could have driven it over there. I guess maybe. I have no idea. It's more likely to be somebody who probably just had their car flown over because they have a lot of money and they feel like doing it. Or somebody pulling a really good prank. There's a chance. Maybe. Who is rich in Turkey? Someone from Ontario. Right? Because they had their car flown over. Because it has an Ontario license plate. Anyway, it's been 9 hours. I'm really tired, to be honest. And why did I say I would do this? Next time, someone should stop me from making bad decisions, so that I can ignore them and then blame them anyway. I think that's a really good way to do this. Actually, I should figure out a way to save this, so that I don't lose it. I think I can just save it like this. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, just in case, I'm just gonna save it. Just in case. And then I should be able to edit it, right? Right? Right, guys? Right? And then I can just... And then I can... Okay. Okay, yeah, no, this is fine. And then I can just backspace it, or, you know what I mean. I'm tired. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We're chilling. Imagine ranking countries for 3 whole workdays. I kind of did this to myself, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of did. Anyway. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't think people... Like, okay, listen, I have learned my lesson. For the next time that I do a subathon, I am not going to do stupid things for the subathon, okay? I've learned my lesson. I will not promise things that will take me 3 business days on the subathon. I can't believe you're quitting now. It's not quitting, it's taking a break. We'll have to come back in like a few days. The problem is how busy my schedule already is at this point. It's like, man... Yeah, no. It's gonna take a bit, to be honest. But that's fine, because I have some stuff I've already been working on. It's not a huge deal. I can't work on this tomorrow. I'm gonna have to change my stream schedule to accommodate for this. Ranking every Pokemon tier list for the next subathon. which is actually faster. It might be, maybe. This will be good to play back when you do stupid things next subathon. Yeah, you can clip that. You can keep that for the future. I'm gonna look at my stream schedule real quick and see where I might be able to fit this in. I was planning a stream for Tuesday, and it wasn't gonna be this. Yeah. This is gonna be a bit of a tough one. I could maybe do this on... No, I can't do next Saturday. Maybe next Sunday, but I do want to play the con achievement as well. Okay. Man, I can't believe I really decided to do this. Okay, well, we're gonna get through the part 2 and part 3, and it will happen eventually. It's gonna take a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can fit in another part next week on top of the other things that I've already planned for next week, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, thank you guys very much for coming to this part 1, it seems, of the EU4 every country tier list 3-part series I guess I'm doing now. I do appreciate you guys being here through what I would consider to be possibly the most boring stream content known to man. But I appreciate you guys being here for it. And hopefully I'll see you... I know on Tuesday I have a stream. It's going to be a little late in the evening for many of you guys. I'm trying something a little different in terms of my schedule on Tuesday. There might possibly maybe be a stream on Thursday. There is going to be that one on Friday. There's actually going to be 2 on Friday. We're having a hell of a week when it comes to streaming. Because we're going to have that Ambanar announcement, and then I'm also going to stream the Game Awards, which is not the Game Awards, it's the Summer Games Fest. That is what I'm going to be streaming on Friday when it starts. And then the following Sunday, I was hoping to play the rest of the Con achievement run. But now I have this that I have to complete because I am a fool and I have overpromised things that I should not have promised. But anyway, I'll see you guys in 2 days for sure. And there will hopefully be a video this week as well, but we'll see about that. Anyway, for now, thank you for being here, and bye, bit.